Chapter 41:31. The current black tortoise world was almost comparable to the eastern continent. But even so, apart from the Middle State and the Devil's Land, the other places had been destroyed. One could imagine how terrifying Qin Fei Yang's tribulation was. If not for Little Wimp and Fire Lotus, who did their best to protect them, even the Middle State and the Devil's Land would have been destroyed. In other words, this tribulation was enough to destroy the entire black tortoise world. So now it seemed that Little Wimp's worries and concerns were not unreasonable. The price to pay for transcending the tribulation in the black tortoise world was too great. At this moment, Western region, the tribulation had reached its 90th tribulation. The following tribulation had the power to destroy the world. Qin Fei Yang's 3,000 incarnations were now duplicating for the fourth time. That's right. From the start of the tribulation until now, Qin Fei Yang had duplicated the ultimate meaning 3 times in a row. Last time, when he comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, according to their calculations, he only needed to duplicate it twice. But this time, he had duplicated it 3 times and had not succeeded in transcending the tribulation, so he had to duplicate it a 4th time. The difference between the 2 tribulations was obvious. Boom! Accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, the 99th tribulation finally arrived. In the sky, the golden tribulation clouds rolled like huge waves. The terrifying heavenly might made the entire black tortoise world tremble. Whether it was the void, the firmament, or the earth, cracks continued to appear. Cracks appeared on the barrier between the Middle State and the Devil's Land once again. Not good. Fire Lotus and Little Wimp's expressions changed at the same time. The origin energy poured down from the firmament like a waterfall, but even so, it was unable to repair the cracks on the barrier. Rumble. Crack. Just as the 2 of them were panicking, the 99th tribulation was brewing in the firmament. The aura rolled and destroyed all directions. At the same time, Little Wimp's face turned pale, and he hurriedly rushed into the sky. In the next moment, he appeared in a vast expanse of white space. This was the origin source. However, at this moment, this place was also collapsing, as if the sky was collapsing. Looking at this scene, Little Wimp's heart was burning with anxiety, and he roared, "Qin Fei Yang, leave the black tortoise world immediately. The source origin is already unable to withstand it. It is collapsing. Once the source origin collapses, the black tortoise world will be destroyed." Western regions. When Qin Fei Yang heard Little Wimp's voice, his eyes trembled slightly. When the 99 heavenly tribulations descended, he had already felt a sense of fatal danger. However, he did not expect that even the black tortoise world's origin would be threatened. "This is the last one. I can go out and face the tribulation," Madman said in a deep voice. The 4th wave of ultimate mysteries, the 3,000 clones, had been successfully replicated in order to deal with the final tribulation. When Qin Fei Yang heard the madman's words, he didn't hesitate and immediately appeared outside with his 3,000 clones. Rumble. Crack. The heavenly tribulation and the tribulation cloud immediately moved to the west continent outside. However, as soon as Qin Fei Yang appeared, his expression changed greatly. The reason for that was because there was a city right below them. Moreover, it was a medium-sized city with a population of tens of millions. What a coincidence! Little Wimp controlled the black tortoise world to avoid the search of Neptune and the others. When he passed through the sky above the city, he happened to face the 99th heavenly tribulation. If the black tortoise world could withstand the last heavenly tribulation, he definitely wouldn't let Qin Fei Yang come out to face the tribulation. But there was no other way. If Qin Fei Yang didn't come out, the black tortoise world would be destroyed. Once the black tortoise world was destroyed, all the living beings inside would also be turned into ashes. No one could bear such a loss. What's going on? He seems to be Qin Fei Yang. And 3,000 clones. Tribulation? Golden tribulation cloud? What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? It's so terrifying. The people in the city below also sensed the appearance of the heavenly tribulation and ran out one after another. When they looked up at the sky, they were dumbfounded. "What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, hurry up and run." Qin Feiyang roared. His words woke the people from their dreams. The people in the city quivered. Some opened space-time passages, some opened space-time teleportation divine artifacts. Those who didn't have space-time laws or space-time teleportation divine artifacts desperately fled out of the city. At the same time, the beasts in the mountains outside the city were also fleeing for their lives. Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the sky, saw it the most clearly. Whether it was on the ground or in the void, there were figures and beasts frantically fleeing in all directions. However, the heavenly tribulation also descended at this time. The last heavenly tribulation was enough to destroy the world. Go all out? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the 3,000 clones, and said. He also activated all the ultimate mysteries. Boom! The terrifying divine power shattered in all directions. The void, the earth, the mountains, and the rivers crazily collapsed and sank. This was a scene of doomsday. What kind of heavenly tribulation is this? I've never seen it in my life. When the last heavenly tribulation descended, the countless fleeing creatures felt a sense of fear of death in their hearts. Brother, help me. My speed is too slow. I might not be able to escape. Hurry. There's a space-time passage here. There's also a few space-time teleportation divine artifacts over there. Hurry over. Although everyone had already escaped the city, the range of the heavenly tribulation was too wide. Without a space-time passage or a space-time teleportation divine artifact, it was impossible to escape. In the nick of time, dozens of figures descended in the sky above the broken mountain. As they waved their hands, space-time passages appeared one after another. Monarch. Sovereign. Divine King. Sovereigns of various races. Everyone's spirits were lifted as they rushed into the space-time passage. That's right. It was the monarch and the others who came. When they sensed the aura of the heavenly tribulation, they immediately rushed here. For people like them who controlled the space-time laws, no matter how far away they were, they could immediately arrive. At the same time, entering the range of the heavenly tribulation, an uncontrollable fear rose in their hearts. They also understood. Why didn't Qin Feiyang continue to transcend the tribulation in the Black Tortoise realm? It must be because the Black Tortoise realm could no longer withstand such a heavenly tribulation. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feiyang and the 3,000 incarnations waved their hands, and all the ultimate intents instantly turned into a torrent that blasted toward the last heavenly tribulation. Retreat. The monarch's expression changed. Such a collision would probably kill even them on the spot. Neptune and the dragon god also rushed over at this moment. But when they saw this scene, their souls left their bodies and they immediately opened space-time passages to escape. Their hearts were filled with extreme fear. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this? How could it be so powerful? Rumble. Finally, the heavenly tribulation and the ultimate intents collided. A destructive aura immediately erupted, covering the sky and the earth as it surged in all directions. The void was annihilated, and the earth disappeared. The heaven and earth here turned into chaos in an instant. The destructive aura turned into a terrifying storm that roared in the chaos. In the sky above, Qin Feiyang's blood gushed out. The 3,000 incarnations were also annihilated one after another. The power of the last heavenly tribulation was completely beyond their imagination. Even though they had replicated so many ultimate intents, they couldn't completely block it and were instantly shattered. A bolt of lightning fell and struck Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's skin and flesh were torn open on the spot, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Not good. Quick. Let your sovereign divine weapons help. Black Tortoise Realm. The land of demons. Little Brat looked at Long Chen and Long Qin and roared. At the same time, the blazing flame magic sword appeared. The 3 mid-level sovereign divine weapons immediately charged out, and their divine aura erupted, blocking the sky above Qin Feiyang. However, in just an instant, the 3 sovereign divine weapons were severely damaged, and their bodies were shattered one after another. The 3 artifact spirits were so scared that they screamed. Especially the blazing flame magic sword's artifact spirit, who kept roaring and wailing. Still not enough? Looks like I have to put in a lot of effort. Little Brat took a deep breath, and with a wave of his small hand, the origin power immediately surged out of the Black Tortoise realm, protecting Qin Fei Yang and the three divine weapons while attacking the heavenly tribulation. Because now, Qin Fei Yang wanted to replicate it, but it was already too late. If it wasn't for the heavenly tribulation, Qin Fei Yang could still enter the Black Tortoise realm. There was a time difference between the Black Tortoise realm and the outside world. Even if he spent a lot of time in the Black Tortoise realm to replicate everyone's ultimate intents, not much time had passed outside. But transcending the tribulation meant facing a problem. If Qin Fei Yang entered the Black Tortoise realm, the heavenly tribulation would also enter the Black Tortoise realm. And now, the destructive fluctuations outside were too terrifying. If Qin Fei Yang entered the Black Tortoise realm, the Black Tortoise realm would be exposed. With the current Black Tortoise realm, it wouldn't be able to withstand these fluctuations. At that time, the Black Tortoise realm would definitely be destroyed. Madman and the others couldn't go out to help now. Therefore, they could only use the origin power. Rumble, time passed breath by breath. With the help of the origin power, the last heavenly tribulation finally disintegrated. The tribulation clouds in the sky were still golden. But the power of lightning in the tribulation clouds had gradually receded, and a vast heavenly might descended. However, the heavenly might this time was different from before. Previously, it was the heavenly might of the heavenly tribulation, but now, it was the heavenly might of the heavenly Tao. That's right. It was the heavenly Tao's will. Qin Fei Yang was no longer unfamiliar with the heavenly Tao's will, so he could distinguish it at a glance. His heart was immediately excited. Although the process of transcending the tribulation was very difficult, and the Black Tortoise realm had paid a huge price, it was worth it to be able to successfully welcome the second heavenly Tao's will. This is, at the same time, in the distance, the God race, human race, sea race, beast race, and purple gold divine dragon race. The people of the 5 major races sensed the aura of the heavenly Tao's will and raised their heads to look in the direction of Qin Fei Yang. Why would the heavenly Tao's will descend? Didn't they say that when Qin Fei Yang comprehended the life and death law's ultimate intents, he had already grasped the heavenly Tao's will? The heavenly Tao's will can be fused twice. Everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The king and the other two were the same, but the difference was that there was a hidden joy in their hearts. Although they had never encountered such a situation before, it wasn't hard to imagine that fusing 2 heavenly Tao's will would definitely be extraordinary. Chapter 41:32. But the heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. We have finally welcomed the second will of the heavens. Little Wimp couldn't help but laugh heartily. Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Fire Lotus, and the others also had unconcealable smiles on their faces. Their nervous mood finally relaxed. Long Chen laughed. It seems that the heavenly tribulation this time is because of this second will of the heavens. How lucky! Long Chen muttered, his eyes filled with envy. Lucky? Little Wimp pursed his lips and sneered. He's not lucky, he's lucky to have you guys as his companions. Otherwise, how could he have successfully passed the tribulation? That's true. Let's find a time to let him thank us properly. Long Chen laughed. Outside, Qin Fei Yang closed his eyes as the will of the heavens descended from the sky and merged into his body. Boom! Immediately, the 2 wills of the heavens collided in his body, causing a tearing pain. He gritted his teeth and endured. Not long later, the 2 colliding wills of the heavens began to intertwine and fuse. Boom! About 10 breaths passed. A terrifying aura roared out from his body. This was a brand new will of the heavens. The divine might it contained was many times stronger than the original will of the heavens. Feeling, at this moment, he was like the incarnation of the heavens. I really want to fight with the big shots of the divine kingdom. Qin Fei Yang's eyes lit up as he looked in the direction of Neptune and the others. Although they were far away, he could sense their auras. Don't mess around. Hurry up and send us to the Black Tortoise world to heal. The blazing magic sword said angrily. Qin Fei Yang came back to his senses, turned to look at the 3 sovereign divine weapons and teased, Although you guys didn't help much, I still have to thank you guys. What the hell? So reluctant? At least we risked our lives for you. The three sovereign divine weapons were extremely unhappy. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed, opened a space-time tunnel, and left without looking back. Before entering the Black Tortoise world, he had to leave this place first. As for Neptune and the Dragon God, once he was done with the Black Tortoise realm, he would naturally go to the Eastern continent to settle the score with them. Actually, now he wanted to meet these two people. Just how powerful was the current will of the heavenly Tao? However, the divine king, the monarch, and the supreme being of the human race were all present. If they were to fight with the Dragon God and Neptune, the king and the other two would definitely not just stand by and watch. Therefore, he had to endure it for the time being. Not long after Qin Feiyang left, when most of the fluctuations had dissipated, the people of the 5 great races arrived. Their killing intent filled the air. Seeing that the place was empty, the Dragon God's eyes burned with rage. You're facing the second will of the heavenly Tao, but you still don't dare to fight us head-on? If you have the ability, then come out now. Don't be a coward. His voice was like a bell, resounding in all directions. The monarch and the other two glanced at the Dragon God without batting an eyelid. Don't be so arrogant, because the more arrogant you are, the more miserable your end will be. Continue the search. This kid's potential is really too terrifying. 2 wills of the heavenly Tao, unheard of. If we don't get rid of him, I don't know how far he will grow. Neptune was worried. That makes sense. The monarch and the other two nodded perfunctorily. At this moment, southern continent. In a certain mountain, Qin Feiyang stood at the top of the mountain, glanced around, and then entered the Black Tortoise realm with the 3 sovereign divine weapons. How do you feel? Everyone immediately swarmed up. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Just call it not bad? Frenzy frowned. I haven't tried it yet. After dealing with the Black Tortoise realm, I will go to the Eastern continent and try it with the beast race. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then when the time comes, you have to be careful. Don't kill them if you're not careful. After all, you can't waste the ultimate meaning that they painstakingly comprehended. Frenzy bared his teeth. I think so too. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Little Brat. How is the Black Tortoise realm now? Can't you see for yourself? Little Brat's face was dark. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly, immediately closed his eyes, and released his perception. When he saw the current Black Tortoise realm, a bitter smile appeared on his face. This trauma was more serious than he had imagined. The Black Tortoise realm was fragile to begin with. Now that you've caused such a mess, it will take at least a few million years to recover. Little Brat's heart ached. I don't want to either. Who would have thought that a heavenly tribulation would descend? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, but the Black Tortoise realm has a time array. A few million years isn't too long. I don't want to hear that. You really don't feel anything outside. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. But for the creatures living in the Black Tortoise realm, they need to live through these millions of years. Have you considered their feelings? Little Brat said angrily. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. A few million years in the Black Tortoise realm was only 2 to 3 years outside. 2 to 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye if he were to wander in the outside world. However, those who lived in the Black Tortoise world would have to live through these millions of years. Millions of years in the current environment of the Black Tortoise realm, just thinking about it was a kind of torture. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something, looked at Little Brat and asked, then, if there are 100 and 200 million spirit veins and crystal veins entering the Black Tortoise realm, can it speed up the recovery of the Black Tortoise realm? 100 and 200 million? Little Brat was slightly stunned, and said excitedly, you're not joking with me, right? Don't worry about whether it's a joke or not. Just tell me, can it speed up the recovery? Qin Feiyang said. Of course it can. Not only can it speed up the recovery, it can also greatly increase the growth of the Black Tortoise realm. If there are really so many crystal veins and spirit veins, I think that in less than 10,000 years, the ancient castle will be able to evolve into a mid-level dominator divine weapon. Remember, this 10,000 years is the time in the Black Tortoise realm, not the time outside. Little Brat said. So fast? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Even if it was calculated according to the time in the Black Tortoise realm, 10,000 years in the Black Tortoise realm was only 2 days outside. In other words, when the monarch, the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, gave him the spirit veins and crystal veins, it would only take 2 days for the ancient castle to transform. This was really great news. Good luck, young men. Anyway, the more spirit veins and crystal veins there are, the faster the Black Tortoise realm will grow. Little Wimp said as he patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder like an old man. I'll go and snatch all the spirit veins and crystal veins in the East Continent for you. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That's good. How about this? You hurry up and plan. Leave the rest to me and Fire Lotus. Little Brat immediately acted magnanimous. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. The speed at which he changed his face was faster than flipping a book. All right, the matter is over. Go and do what you need to do. Madman waved his hand and turned to walk towards the ancient castle. The demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing also went to continue their seclusion. Sister, let's go too. Zhou Shaoxian and Fire Dance also pulled the mermaid princess to leave. Be careful. The mermaid princess looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly and reminded him. Qin Feiyang nodded. The 3 women also left hand in hand. Long Chen was also preparing to continue fusing with the inheritance, but Qin Feiyang stopped him and said with a smile, Brother Long, let's go and have a chat? Long Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Sure. The 2 of them immediately walked side by side to the tea garden. Long Qin and White-Eyed Wolf also planned to follow. Little Brat stopped the 2 of them and said, You 2 stop and help to clean up the mess. Long Qin was stunned and immediately became dissatisfied. Because I'm the boss here. Little Brat said proudly. Boss? The corner of Long Qin's mouth twitched. She looked at Little Brat and teased, Let sister see if your hair is all grown out. Hearing this, Little Brat's old face turned red. Long Qin chuckled and turned to the back of Little Brat's head, then turned and left without looking back. Tea garden. As soon as Long Chen entered the tea garden, he felt that something was wrong. Why was there such a pleasant tea fragrance? He walked closer to take a look, and his eyes immediately lit up. What was going on? In the blink of an eye, there was actually so much divine tea? He had been in seclusion, so he didn't know about the situation in the tea garden. Looking at the dozens of tea trees, his gaze seemed to be locked on them, unable to move away. Don't get any ideas. Qin Feiyang looked at him warily. Sure enough, it was as he had imagined. Seeing these tea trees, Long Chen couldn't move his eyes away. Where did you get these? Long Chen was curious. He finally experienced the feeling of being guarded against by a thief. In the past, he was guarding against Qin Feiyang. Now, Qin Feiyang was guarding against him. He stole them. Long Qin walked over and pursed her lips. Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by stealing? It's so unpleasant to hear. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. It's the truth. Long Qin snorted coldly. Long Chen glanced at Long Qin, then at Qin Feiyang and asked, Where did you steal them? I'll steal some too. As soon as he said that, not only Qin Feiyang, but also Long Qin, his sister, was dumbfounded on the spot. Was this still the brother she knew? How could he say such a thing? Long Chen coughed and said with an embarrassed smile, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. However, his gaze was fixed on the 40 tea trees, especially the 2 Bodhi divine tea trees. When you master the will of heaven, I'll take you to see this place. I guarantee that you'll be shocked. Qin Feiyang chuckled, then sat at the stone table, looked at Long Chen and said, Sit down and talk. Long Chen reluctantly looked away, sat opposite Qin Feiyang, and asked suspiciously, What do you want to say? What? Qin Feiyang glanced at Long Qin, who was sitting next to Long Chen. Before Qin Feiyang could speak, Long Qin said, Don't say anything. Anyway, I won't leave. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly, looked at Long Chen, and said, Actually, I just want to discuss something with you. Your soul-controlling technique is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. I want to use your soul-controlling technique to let all the people around me master the will of heaven. Sure enough, it's because of this. Long Qin muttered. She had already guessed it. Chapter 41:33. Fully grasped the will of the heavenly Tao? Long Chen was stunned as he looked at Qin Feiyang. This person's ambition was not small. If the 6,000 shadow guards and the others really grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, then the strength they would display would not be ordinary. The beast race and the sea race do not lack existences that have grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. The soul control art can also easily strip them of their ultimate meaning. As for me, I now possess sufficient strength to suppress them. The right time, place, and people are all in place. You just need to nod your head. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's the reason. Long Chen nodded, but then said, "But why should I help you?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. Sure enough, Long Qin was right. It was not that easy to get Long Chen to help him. In the big picture, I should help you. Because after you become stronger, you can better protect the creatures in the Sky Cloud realm and the Ancient realm. I also believe that when these places are in trouble, you will definitely be the first to stand at the forefront. But I also have my own selfish motives. Long Chen said without any concealment. He said whatever he wanted to say. I understand. Qin Feiyang nodded and then sighed. However, it is really difficult for me to reconcile with your father. Moreover, even if I can do it, your father may not reconcile with me. Who knows what will happen in the future? But no matter what the future will be, shouldn't we work hard in this direction? I don't have many conditions, just one. Try to reconcile with my father. I really don't want you to fight to the death in the end. Long Chen said. Qin Feiyang was silent. Personally, I think this condition is not too much. Moreover, for you, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. If you reconcile with my father, not only will you have one less powerful enemy, but also let the people around you grasp the will of the heavenly Tao. This is a big advantage for you. Long Chen smiled faintly. That's the reason, but I just can't let it go, you know? Look, I can let go of the grudges between us and your sister. However, I still can't let go of the grudge between your father and me. To put it simply, I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. He looked at Long Chen and said, if that's the case, I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee it. Actually, this so-called barrier in your heart is all because of the inner demons and Lu Jijin. As long as the inner demons and Lu Jijin appear in front of you alive one day, everything will naturally be solved. And I also believe my father. Since he said that the inner demons and Lu Jijin are not dead, then they must still be alive. Long Chen smiled. Perhaps. As for whether they are dead or alive, I have already asked Mu Qing to confirm that they are indeed alive. Qin Feiyang nodded. Is that it? As long as he's not dead, that's better than anything else. Long Chen smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, what about the sky-devouring beast? The grudge between you and the sky-devouring beast naturally has nothing to do with me. I only care about my father. Long Chen said. Qin Feiyang heard this and closed his eyes. He released his perception and looked at Pei Tianhong and the other 6,000 shadow guards who were busy in the central province. These people were dead set on following him. If there was a chance, he would naturally give them the greatest reward. Phew. After a long time, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He looked at Long Chen and said, all right, I promise you. I will try my best. However, as you said, no one knows what will happen in the future. But no matter what happens in the future, it will not affect our relationship. As long as you are willing to try. And I also believe in your character. As long as you agree, you will definitely try your best to resolve it. As for my father, I will also try to persuade him. Long Chen smiled slightly. In that case, you agree to help me? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. Long Chen nodded. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. To be honest, if he was Long Chen, he would definitely not be so open-minded. He did not dare to say that for others, but in front of Long Chen, he always felt ashamed of himself. That was because no one could compare to Long Chen's character. In fact, I also have my own selfish motives for helping you. Long Chen laughed. What selfish motives? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and looked at him curiously. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Long Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head helplessly. But whether or not he had his own selfish motives, Long Chen's way of doing things was admirable. In this life, he must not let this person down. Qin Dage. At this time, Fire Lotus ran over in a hurry. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at her in confusion. She was in such a hurry, could there be an accident? Fire Lotus took a breath and said, I just went to the Soul Sealing Valley and found that it has been destroyed. That's it? Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head with a smile. I thought it was something big. It's just a Soul Sealing Valley, it's gone. The Soul Sealing Valley can be rebuilt, but Bing Runing, who was suppressed inside, is also gone. Fire Lotus said. Gone? Qin Feiyang frowned. This Bing Runing was not a good person. If she escaped from the Soul Sealing Valley, who knows what kind of trouble she would cause? Are you sure she's gone? Or destroyed with the Soul Sealing Valley? Long Chen asked. At that time, I didn't pay attention to the situation in the Soul Sealing Valley, so I don't know whether she ran away or died. Fire Lotus shook her head. Then did you look for her? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. I just looked for her in the 4 major regions, but I didn't find her. As for the Central Continent, it's definitely impossible because the Central Continent has already been sealed, so she can't run in. However, I'm worried that I missed something, so I want you to look for her again. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang nodded and closed his eyes. His perception quickly enveloped the entire Black Tortoise world, and everything was in his eyes. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Fire Lotus. I didn't find her, she should have been destroyed with the Soul Sealing Valley. After all, such a powerful fluctuation couldn't even be blocked by a barrier made of origin energy, let alone a mere Bing Runing. However, this woman deserved to die. She didn't deserve any sympathy. That's good. Fire Lotus breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang asked, Is the Divine Treasury okay? It's fine. They've all been moved in advance. Fire Lotus smiled. Okay, thank you for your hard work. There's one more thing. Let's make other arrangements for the Western region in the future. Anyway, the slaughter zone won't be opened in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. Fire Lotus thought for a moment and said, In that case, I'll arrange for some creatures to go there. There are more and more creatures in the Black Tortoise world. Vacating the Western region can also relieve the congestion in the other 3 major regions. However, the Spirit Vein and the Crystal Vein have to be arranged well. Whether it's the human race or the beast race, we have to treat them all equally. The 5 major races of the Divine Kingdom are examples. Qin Feiyang sighed. Don't worry, I'll take care of them all. Fire Lotus smiled and said, If there's nothing else, I'll go do it. Qin Feiyang nodded. After Fire Lotus left, Long Chen smiled and said, With her here, you'll have a lot less to worry about. That's right. If I were to manage the Black Tortoise world myself, I wouldn't have any time to rest at all. Even managing a small family was an extremely troublesome task, let alone managing an entire world. So, Fire Lotus's contribution to the Black Tortoise world was far greater than his. All right, I'll go into seclusion as well. Seeing that you're getting stronger and stronger, I can't fall behind. Long Chen put down his teacup and stood up with a smile. Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Qin Feiyang said. Long Chen waved his hand, looked at the 40 tea trees and said, If you're really sincere, then give me half of these tea trees. Qin Feiyang was stunned and laughed bitterly. Aren't you asking for my lifeblood? It's precisely because it's your lifeblood that I want it. Long Chen laughed, then turned around and quickly left. You're so petty. Brother has already promised to help you, And you're still unwilling to part with a few tea trees. Long Qin snorted from his nose. Don't say that. I'm just a little bit. Even if you want to give it to him, you can't take it from me. Qin Feiyang gave Long Qin a wink. Long Qin's heart trembled and he carefully asked, You can't be planning to have designs on Master Jiu's tea garden again, right? Cuff cuff. Who said that? Don't talk nonsense. Am I such a person? Qin Feiyang's face darkened, but his expression was very unnatural. I think you're such a person. I really don't know what's so good about this tea. All of them treat it like a treasure. Also, if you really have designs on Master Jiu's tea garden, don't drag us in. I still want to live for a few more years. Long Qin looked at Qin Feiyang in disdain, then got up and left. Where are you going? Qin Feiyang quickly asked. I'm upset, going to relax. Long Qin said without turning his head. The black tortoise world has already become like this. What good place can there be to relax? Why don't you come with me to the East Continent? I guarantee that you'll be in a good mood there. Qin Feiyang smiled. Long Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. White-eyed wolf, come over, get ready to move. Qin Feiyang finished the tea in his cup, got up and shouted. The white-eyed wolf was forcibly held back by Little Brat, who asked him to help deal with the aftermath. When he heard Qin Feiyang's shout, he immediately ran away. You're really haunting me. You're always around. When he saw the white-eyed wolf running over, Long Qin's face was full of displeasure. Don't flatter yourself. Don't you know whose territory this is? It's you. You've been following us, understand? The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a strange expression. He frowned and said, What are you standing there for? Hurry up, or that little brat will ask me for help again. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. When will this pair of enemies come to an end? Wait a minute. The selfishness that Long Qin mentioned earlier, could it be because of the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin? That's impossible. With the white-eyed wolf's personality, Long Qin couldn't wait to avoid him. Chapter 41-34. The waning moon hung in the sky, late at night. Qin Feiyang and the other two came out of the Black Tortoise realm and landed on a mountain peak, like three ghosts, silent. What? Long Qin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Didn't they say to hunt the beast gods? Why are they still standing here? Before hunting, shouldn't we first inquire about their location? Qin Feiyang smiled and took out the divine sound transmission stone. If they didn't even know where these beast gods were, how could they hunt? Buzz. As the divine sound transmission stone awakened, the king's shadow soon appeared. At this time, the king was sitting alone in a hall, the door was also closed, and there was even a soundproof barrier around. It could be said that he was quite cautious. Kid, you're quite fast to escape. As soon as the tribulation ended, Neptune and the dragon god immediately went to kill you, but when they arrived at the scene, they didn't even see a shadow of a ghost. The king said, I knew they wouldn't let me go. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then have you really merged with two will of the heavens? The king asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. The king was speechless, shook his head and said, I've never seen two will of the heavens. This law of life and death is indeed extraordinary. But the risk is also high. The last tribulation almost destroyed the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. How can there be a good thing without risk in this world? If you don't want to give me the law of life and death, I'm willing to take such a risk. The king pursed his lips. This guy, he's a classic example of taking advantage of the situation. Then forget it. The risk has already been passed. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly and asked carefully, That? Have you collected the spirit vein and crystal vein? I'm not rushing you, I'm in a hurry. Now that the Black Tortoise realm is destroyed, we need these spirit vein and crystal vein to repair it. I knew you must have been thinking about this. The king rolled his eyes and said, Tell me your current location, I'll send it to you personally. Thank you. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and hurriedly told the king the coordinates. In less than 10 breaths, with the appearance of a space-time passage, the monarch strode out. Greetings, senior. Long Qin bowed. The white-eyed wolf, who was standing beside her, looked at her with disdain. She was clearly a violent tigress. Why did she have to pretend to be a lady? What a hypocritical woman. Look again? Be careful or I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Long Qin glared at him. How could she not understand what the white-eyed wolf was thinking? Are you that beautiful? Even looking at it is a crime? The white-eyed wolf was speechless. I like hearing that. It's the truth. Long Qin smiled proudly. White-eyed wolf wanted to bang his head against the wall. He had never seen such a thick-skinned woman. The monarch looked at the two who were quarreling with a playful look in his eyes. After a long time, he said something meaningful. It's good to be young. The white-eyed wolf froze for a moment and said unhappily, I'm warning you, don't think about it. Ha! The monarch laughed heartily and looked at Qin Feiyang. When we parted not long ago, the divine king and the human race supreme gave me the crystal veins and the spirit veins. Now take me to the black tortoise realm. If I take out 12,000 spirit veins and crystal veins here, I'm afraid it will cause a big sensation here. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the two disappeared in an instant. But Long Qin and the white-eyed wolf were left outside. The two were stunned. Leaving them outside like this? In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone. If they were seen by others, wouldn't their imagination run wild? Stay away from me. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand. It should be you who stays away from me. Long Qin said with a cold face. You quarrel with me all day long. Is it on purpose? Is the purpose to attract my attention? If you really like me, you can say it directly. You don't have to be so shy. After all, I'm really too handsome. I can't help it. I was born this way. Even I am jealous of myself. Why am I so likable? The white-eyed wolf looked at her teasingly. The corner of Long Qin's mouth twitched. Did she have any shame? Should I say, did she still have any shame? The black tortoise realm. Seeing the monarch take out 120 million spirit veins and crystal veins, the little brat, the fire lotus, the Pai Lupi, Theta Wang, the big black wolf, and the other beasts were dumbfounded on the spot. After living for so long, it was the first time they saw so many spirit veins and crystal veins. This number far exceeded the number of spirit veins in the black tortoise realm. That little brat was treating the monarch as an honored guest. He even took the initiative to invite the monarch to the black tortoise realm as a guest and personally took the monarch to the black tortoise realm for a stroll. Who didn't know the little brat's temper? He had always been arrogant and disdainful of everything. It was the first time they saw him so enthusiastic to an outsider. However, the monarch was busy with official business and didn't stay. He took out the spirit veins and crystal veins and left the black tortoise realm with Qin Feiyang. On the mountain peak, the monarch looked at the three and asked, Now, are you going to the East Continent? This is the second reason why I sent you a message. Where are Neptune and the dragon god now? Qin Feiyang asked. The two of them have returned to the East Continent, but 3 beast gods and 3 sea gods stayed in the West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent. They stayed behind to help us search for you. But in fact, they are urging us to find you quickly. The monarch's eyes flashed coldly. The white-eyed wolf frowned and said, So, they have begun to blatantly monitor you? That's what I mean. The monarch nodded. What is a sea god? Long Qin was curious. The sea god is not a joke. He is the strongest general under Neptune. Neptune has a total of 20 sea gods under his command. Like the beast god, they are all existences that control the will of the heavenly Tao. The monarch explained. I see. Long Qin nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang asked, Then where are these 6 people now? The monarch said, They are at Mount Supreme, the divine island, and the ancestral land of the purple-gold divine dragon race. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and a beast image appeared in his mind. He asked, Where is Tian Peng? He is at Mount Supreme. The sea god with him is called the Bloodwing Sea God. The monarch said, Bloodwing Sea God? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes. The Sea clan also has many branches. Among them, the most noble is the Golden-Winged Sea clan. Neptune is the Golden-Winged Sea clan. The monarch explained. Are the golden wings and blood wings referring to their wings? The white-eyed wolf asked. The monarch nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and suddenly revealed a smile. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin and said, "Since Tian Peng is at Mount Supreme, then let's go there first." "That's what I meant too." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "This Tian Peng, I spared him last time, but he didn't know how to be obedient and still came out. Isn't he courting death?" The monarch looked at the three of them and shook his head with a smile. "Then you guys have to be careful when you attack. Don't hurt the people of Mount Supreme." No. We can't hold back, we have to go all out." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "What do you mean?" The monarch frowned. Now that the human race had already formed an alliance with them, why did they have to go all out? Acting for the beast race and sea race. If we go to Mount Supreme now and kill Tian Peng and Bloodwing Sea God without hurting the people of Mount Supreme, wouldn't it arouse the suspicions of the beast race and sea race? Qin Feiyang laughed. That makes sense. The monarch nodded. On the other hand, if Qin Feiyang and the others were to kill everyone in Mount Supreme, they would definitely be able to temporarily dispel the suspicions of the beast race and sea race. Because now, the sea race and the beast race were already wary of the three races. "Then let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled and opened a space-time tunnel with a wave of his hand. Controlling the space-time laws was very convenient. In the past, he had to bring someone with him wherever he went. It was either Li Feng or the white-eyed wolf. But now, he also controlled the space-time laws and didn't need to rely on others. "Remember, hurry up and confirm the matter of the spy," the monarch urged. "After we deal with Tian Peng and Bloodwing Sea God, we should be able to find out." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. These two people, one was the beast god of the beast race, the other was the sea god of the sea race. They definitely knew a lot of secrets that others didn't know. "Okay. If there's any news, inform us immediately." The monarch's face was full of anticipation. But at the same time, he was also a little nervous. He was afraid that the people he trusted would eventually become spies of the beast race and sea race. Qin Feiyang nodded. The three of them turned and stepped into the space-time tunnel. Mount Supreme. Although the human race's sovereign and Qin Feiyang had already formed an alliance, the security was still as tight as before. After all, this show still had to continue. Mount Supreme was also very quiet in the middle of the night. The various sovereigns were still personally overseeing the 8 directions as usual. But almost none of the enforcers of Mount Supreme could be seen at this moment. Because they were all sent out by the human race's sovereign to search for Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang and the other two silently descended in the sky above the mountain range outside Mount Supreme. Of course, they were no stranger to this place, because they had already been here several times. Looking at the quiet Mount Supreme, the three of them looked at each other and smiled. Their auras surged out without any concealment and immediately broke the silence of the night sky. "Who is it?" The expression of the sovereigns guarding here changed slightly, and they immediately flew into the sky. This was the Great Sovereign. When the Great Sovereign flew into the sky and saw Qin Feiyang and the other two outside, his expression changed greatly. "Great Sovereign, it's been a long time. I really missed you." Qin Feiyang chuckled. He took a step forward and raised his hand to slap the barrier. A surge of life and death energy roared out, and the barrier shattered. "How dare you!" The Great Sovereign roared in shock. This was a barrier that the Lord Sovereign personally set up, but now, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. "Rash? You're underestimating us too much. We're not just here to cause trouble, we're here to destroy your Mount Supreme. As for the reason, who told you to come and encircle us time and time again?" The white-eyed wolf cackled, activated instant time, and charged towards the Great Sovereign. Chapter 41:35. At the same time, Long Qin also attacked at the same time. Qin Feiyang was a little dumbfounded. Had they become so tacit? "Why are you so troublesome as a woman? Go away." Seeing Long Qin attack, the white-eyed wolf was also stunned and then said with dissatisfaction, "Looking down on women? Now I'll let you know that women can also be independent." Long Qin was valiant and domineering. "Okay. I'm convinced. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. No matter what, they would never forget to quarrel. Seeing the two of them attacking, the great venerable's eyes turned cold. He avoided Long Qin and faced the white-eyed wolf. Because all the major clans already knew that Long Qin had mastered the will of the heavenly way. But except for Qin Feiyang and the others, no one in the divine kingdom knew that the white-eyed wolf had mastered the will of the heavenly way. So, the great venerable's target was the white-eyed wolf. As long as he took down the white-eyed wolf, Qin Feiyang and Long Qin would be afraid to attack. Damn. You look down on me so much? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. Did he really think that he was still a pushover? Boom. The moment the two collided, a terrifying power of law emerged from the great venerable's palm. This power of law contained the will of the heavenly way. He had already shown a victorious smile. A person without the will of the heavenly way fought with him head-on. There was no suspense at all. However, at the next moment, he was shocked. The white-eyed wolf's palm also erupted with the power of law, which also contained the will of the heavenly way. How is this possible? In an instant, the smile on his face was replaced by disbelief. You'll pay the price for looking down on me. The white-eyed wolf smiled ferociously. The power of the 6 laws roared out like a torrent and attacked the great venerable while he was distracted. The great venerable's arm was instantly torn apart. His entire body was also sent flying, blood gushing out from the corner of his mouth. And at the same time, Long Qin also rushed over and slapped towards the great supreme expert's head without holding back at all. The great venerable quivered and quickly bent his waist to avoid Long Qin's killing blow. However, before he could rejoice, the white-eyed wolf once again rushed over with a murderous aura and kicked his lower abdomen. The great venerable's chi was shattered and smashed into a giant mountain in the distance like a meteorite. The giant mountain collapsed with a rumble. Well done. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin were in a good mood because they had gotten rid of the great venerables so quickly. They instinctively smiled at each other and even praised each other. But in the next moment, they looked at each other with disdain. Don't interfere. The white-eyed wolf glared at her. I should be the one saying that. Long Qin snorted. Before he finished speaking, the two of them rushed towards the great venerable again. Don't really kill him. Qin Feiyang hurriedly transmitted his voice. Got it. We know our limits. The two of them replied secretly without turning their heads. Seeing this, the great venerable also got up in a sorry state and turned around to escape. What was going on? Even this golden-winged wolf king had already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao? At this moment, a loud shout sounded. The other venerables rushed over after hearing the news. They were all aggressive. The human race's supreme being also stepped into the air. Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god also followed closely behind the human race's supreme being. What a coincidence! You reckless thing, you're also at Mount Supreme? The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin stopped and looked at Tian Peng in shock. They definitely couldn't say that they were here specifically for Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god. Because if they said that, Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god would definitely suspect that someone had tipped off Qin Feiyang and the others. So, they had to pretend that it was a coincidence. Tian Peng looked at the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin, especially Long Qin, whose eyes were filled with resentment. However, when it saw Qin Feiyang standing in the void behind it, its pupils immediately constricted and a trace of fear that couldn't be dissipated crawled up in its heart. Back in the East Continent, the scene of its body being shattered by Qin Feiyang and not being able to fight back was still vivid in its mind. I searched everywhere for you but to no avail. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own accord. The human race's supreme being looked at the great venerable. Seeing his sorry state, his eyes were filled with rage and a surge of faith power surged out. Hurry up and leave. Before Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god came, they had already informed the dragon god and Neptune. But at the same time, he was also secretly transmitting his voice to Qin Feiyang and the other two. It's fine. I'm here to hunt them. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. But if you guys fight here, Mount Supreme will be destroyed. The human race's supreme being was worried. If not, How can the sea race and the beast race let down their guard against you? This show is for them to see. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and looked at Tian Peng with murderous intent. Since I've met you here, let's settle the score between us first. Boom. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death was activated. The human race's supreme being's eyes flashed as he pushed Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god away and shouted, "Hurry up and leave. I'll stop him. Everyone on Mount Supreme also evacuate immediately." As his voice fell, accompanied by a clanging sound, the sword of faith appeared out of nowhere, its sharpness tearing the sky and splitting the earth. This sword of faith was quite powerful. Even the kingdom of life and death couldn't compete with it. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang wanted to give it a try. However, he suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Because now wasn't the time to compete. The dragon god and Neptune would definitely rush over immediately after hearing the news, so he had to end the battle quickly. Swoosh. 3,000 incarnations were directly activated. All the ultimate mysteries appeared in the sky, destroying the world. Mount Supreme was razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Facing 3,000 incarnations and so many ultimate mysteries, no matter how heaven-defying the sword of faith was, it couldn't resist and was directly destroyed. Go! Tian Peng shouted. This was too strong. It originally thought that with the strength of the human race's supreme being, it could stall for a while. But now, it seemed that it was simply thinking too much. Immediately, Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god turned around and fled. Umph! A cold snort resounded in this world like thunder. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ultimate mysteries of the 3,000 incarnations instantly turned into a torrent that surged towards the two. Before they even got close, their bodies began to crack. Because the aura emitted by so many ultimate mysteries was enough to seriously injure them. When the others saw this scene, who dared to help? The human race's supreme being didn't want to help. The various supremacies wanted to help, but they were powerless. Bastard, I will never forgive you! Tian Peng roared. A destructive aura rushed out of his body. The blood-winged sea god was the same. Self-destruct. Qin Feiyang was stunned. They actually chose to self-destruct? Could it be that the two of them left their divine souls in the East Continent in advance? That wouldn't do. Once the two of them succeeded in self-destructing, his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, if Mount Supreme was destroyed, it would become meaningless. In just an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Qin Feiyang's mind. The human race's supreme being also didn't expect Tian Peng and the sea god to choose to self-destruct. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Qin Feiyang anxiously, "Hurry up and stop their self-destruction." If they succeeded in self-destructing, none of the thousands of disciples on Mount Supreme would be able to escape alive. Hey! Suddenly, a burst of laughter sounded. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin appeared behind Tian Peng and the sea god like lightning. Because Qin Feiyang had activated 3,000 incarnations, the various supremacies all retreated. No one came to restrain them, so they had been staring at Tian Peng and the sea god. Although they were also surprised by the self-destruction, they still had the ability to react on the spot after experiencing countless bloody battles. So they took advantage of the chaos and immediately went to stop them. Boom! The two of them didn't hold back at all. Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god immediately screamed and flew out like meteorites. Then, they were drowned by the ultimate intent of the 3,000 incarnations. The sea god's wail sounded. His physical body was shattered on the spot in an instant, and even his divine soul was severely injured. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ultimate intent dissipated. He took a step forward and grabbed the two remnant souls. Then, he opened a space-time tunnel and left with the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin without looking back. Lord Supreme Being, the various sovereigns' faces were filled with rage when they saw this. They came here to cause a huge ruckus, and now they're leaving as if nothing happened. Do they really think Mount Supreme is their backyard? What can I do? The human sovereign smiled bitterly. Looking at the devastated Mount Supreme, his face was filled with helplessness. Wasn't the price of acting a bit too high? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Neptune and the dragon god came aggressively with their people, But when they saw Mount Supreme, their expressions froze. Were they? They couldn't have escaped again, right? Sorry for being late. Tian Peng and Blood-Winged have been taken away by them. And my Mount Supreme. At this point, the human race's supreme martial artist scanned the land that was riddled with holes and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Tian Peng and Blood-Winged were taken away? The dragon god and Neptune raised their eyebrows and looked at the human sovereign and the 10 supremacies. Then why weren't you taken away? The 10 supremacies were stunned and immediately said angrily, "What do you mean? Do you want Qin Feiyang to kill all of us?" I'm just telling the truth. There are so many people in Mount Supreme, but only Tian Peng and Blood-Winged were taken away. Do you dare say that there's nothing wrong with this? The dragon god said coldly. Bastard. From what you're saying, we colluded with Qin Feiyang? The great supremacies said angrily. We can't rule out that possibility. The dragon god glanced at the group with a terrifying gaze. Preposterous. This is too much. My Mount Supreme has been destroyed. If it wasn't for Lord Supreme coming in time, even I would have died in their hands. Now you're suspecting us? I'm pissed off. The great supremacies roared in anger. Boss, calm down. There's no need to be angry. They can think whatever they want, as long as we have a clear conscience. The second supremacies walked to the great supremacies and comforted them. I don't want to be angry, but with their attitude, how do you expect me to hold back? Do they really think they can do whatever they want just because they're Lord Supreme's trusted subordinates? The great supremacies clenched his fists. His gaze was extremely dark. If it wasn't for the fact that his chi ocean was shattered, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold himself back. Chapter 41:36. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Let's see if I dare to kill you. The dragon god stared at the great sage with killing intent flashing in his eyes. The human race's supreme martial artist frowned. He stepped in front of the great venerable and gestured for the great venerable to calm down. Then he raised his head and looked at the dragon god. He smiled and said, "Dragon god, are you already so powerful now? You even want to kill the supremacy of my Mount Supreme? Offending your superiors, shouldn't you be killed?" The dragon god argued. Offending my superiors? He is respected by the human race, not your subordinate, the dragon god. How can you judge him as offending your superiors? Could it be that in your eyes, the human race has always been an ant under the feet of your beast race? The human race Jizun's eyes flashed with killing intent. The dragon god raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you deliberately looking for trouble? You've always been the one looking for trouble. Don't think that I can't tell. You've already suspected the human race of colluding with Qin Feiyang more than once. Since it's a suspicion, it can't be groundless. You might even have some evidence in your hands. Now, I'm begging you to take out the evidence." The human race Jizun said. The dragon god clenched his fists. "You don't have evidence?" The human race Jizun asked. Then his gaze turned cold and he said angrily, "Since you don't have evidence, what right do you have to create trouble in my Mount Supreme and act so arrogantly? Let me tell you, if you continue to be so unreasonable, even if the Lord Ruler comes personally, I won't let this go." Good. You're amazing. The dragon god laughed out of anger. No. Compared to you, the dragon god, I'm still lacking. Disregarding everything else, at least in your beast race's territory, I've never turned the tables and ordered you around. The human race Jizun smiled faintly. You, the dragon god trembled in anger. Enough. Neptune, who had been silent all this while, frowned slightly. He looked at the dragon god and said in a deep voice, "The most important thing right now is to find Qin Feiyang and rescue Tian Peng and Shui, not cause internal strife here. Look, they're both rulers of the same race, but why is there such a huge difference? You don't even know the most basic priorities. To put it bluntly, she's like a shrew. When she encounters problems, she only knows how to curse and blame others." The great venerable smiled coldly. "You're courting death." The dragon god was enraged. His aura surged out and rushed toward the great venerable. "Why don't you try? The supreme being of the human tribe took a step forward. A tremendous power of faith burst out of his body. The other 9 sovereigns also stood behind the sovereign of the human race. They stared at the dragon god with cold eyes. "What are you doing?" At this moment, the monarch and the divine king also arrived. Just in time. Someone said that the human race colluded with Qin Feiyang. The great venerable was not convinced and said a few words to refute, and he wanted to kill him. You guys help to judge. Where does he put the human race? The supreme being of the human race looked at the two and said, "Colluding with Qin Feiyang?" The two were stunned. They looked at the dragon god and asked, "Do you have evidence?" The dragon god's face darkened. "If I had evidence, why would I stand here and talk so much nonsense with you? Looking at your expression, I don't think you have evidence. If you don't have evidence, what are you talking about? If you can do this, then I can also suspect that the beast race is also colluding with Qin Feiyang." The monarch looked at the dragon god with extreme disgust in his eyes. There was no need to hide it, because he had always hated the beast race. The dragon god also knew. Hearing this, the dragon god glared at the monarch angrily. "I received the news that Qin Feiyang came to Mount Supreme. I thought you were here to help, but I didn't expect you to come to criticize me." "That's interesting." The divine king chuckled, a playful look on his face. The dragon god glanced at the 3 of them and laughed sinisterly. "Are you guys planning to join forces to go against me? We wouldn't dare. Who doesn't know that you, the dragon god, are deeply loved by the ruler? We don't dare to go against you. I'm just stating the facts, that's all. If the dragon god doesn't like to hear it, then pretend I didn't say anything." The divine king smiled faintly and ignored him. He looked at the supreme being of the human race and asked, "Are there any losses? Other than Mount Supreme being destroyed and the great venerable being seriously injured, there aren't any losses. However, Sky Peng and the Blood-Winged Sea God were kidnapped by Qin Feiyang. I wonder what will happen to them?" The supreme being of the human race shook his head. "I see." The divine king nodded in realization. He looked at the dragon god again and smiled. "Then why are you still in the mood to criticize me? It seems that you don't really care about Sky Peng." The dragon god's face was gloomy. "Calm down. Our relationship with the 3 races wasn't very good to begin with. If there was evidence, it would be fine. But now, without evidence, if you continue to cause trouble, I'm afraid they will really join forces to deal with you." Neptune secretly transmitted his voice. "Join forces to deal with me? I hope they do so. That way, I can find a chance to kill them all." The dragon god smiled sinisterly. "You're silly. Who are they? Even if they join forces to deal with you, you can't kill them. Because the implications are too great. There are countless creatures from the 3 races. If you dare to kill the king and the other 2, you will definitely ignite the anger of the 3 races. Can you imagine what the divine kingdom will become then? So, there must be evidence. Because only with evidence can we convince the public. Moreover, the orders given by Lord Ruler are to maintain the order of the divine kingdom and guard against the king and the others' betrayal, not to cause trouble." Neptune said in a deep voice. "I know. I don't need you to remind me." The dragon god glared at Neptune and tried to calm the anger in his heart. He looked at the human race sovereign and said, "They were kidnapped at your Mount Supreme. As the master of Mount Supreme, you can't absolve yourself from the blame. You must save them without any injuries." The human race sovereign was stunned. How can he be so unreasonable? Was he the one who insisted on leaving Sky Peng and the Blood-Winged Sea God at Mount Supreme? Of course not. It was you who asked Sky Peng and the Blood-Winged Sea God to stay here. On the surface, it was to help search for Qin Feiyang and the others, but in reality, it was to monitor his Mount Supreme. Now that the 2 of them were kidnapped, you directly pushed the blame to him? You may not be good at other things, but your ability to shift the blame is admirable. When the great venerable and the others heard this, they were angry again. After all, you are the ruler of a region. How can you be so shameless? The most outrageous thing was, even now, you still have the attitude of condemning me. Who owes you? Thinking of this, The human race supreme martial artist looked at the dragon god and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I did intend to help rescue them, but now it seems that I really can't do such a strenuous and unrewarding task, so you guys can go and rescue them yourselves. What do you mean? You're going to sit back and do nothing? The dragon god seriously wondered if he had heard wrong. Of course I will. When we encircle Qin Feiyang and the others, the human race will be the first to arrive. But to rescue Sky Peng and the others, you have to rely on yourselves. I can't help even if I want to. I won't see you off. The human race sovereign waved his hand and directly ordered them to leave. The dragon god was stunned. Neptune was also stunned. They didn't expect that the human race sovereign would suddenly become a hands-off boss. This, sovereign, what the dragon god said before was indeed too much. You are a magnanimous person, so don't bother with him. Besides, don't you know him well? This is his personality. Neptune came back to his senses and immediately began to smooth things over. Neptune, it's not that I want to be calculative. If it were you, today I would swagger to your Sea clan and say that you colluded with Qin Feiyang. Would you let me go? So, sometimes we can be magnanimous, but sometimes we can't tolerate it. The human race sovereign shook his head. Why are you so arrogant? I don't believe that without the help of the human race, my beast race and the Sea clan can't save Tianpeng and the others. Neptune, let's go. The dragon god was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He opened a space-time passage and turned around to leave without looking back. Neptune sighed and quickly followed with his people. So, only the divine king and the king were left here. The king secretly laughed. Old man, I didn't expect your temper to be so fiery. Look at how angry the dragon god is. Who doesn't have a temper? The human race sovereign snorted coldly. Yes. But are you really going to ignore it? The king secretly asked. I didn't want to care at first, but this insensible dragon god just happened to give me an excuse. In that case, why should I work so hard? The human race sovereign secretly said. So you are using this as an excuse to make a fuss. You are indeed an old fox. But you found an excuse, and we haven't. They will probably come to us for help later. The king secretly sighed. That's your business. As for me, I'm going to make a pot of tea to refresh myself. After arranging the aftermath of Mount Supreme, I will go and relax for a few days. The human race sovereigns secretly laughed. The king and divine king rolled their eyes. He really knows how to enjoy life. East Continent. Dragon God, you are really too impulsive this time. Can't you just bear with it? Neptune looked at the dragon god with a helpless expression. How can I bear it? He clearly doesn't put us in his eyes. The dragon god angrily said. I saw it with my own eyes this time. You are indeed in the wrong. How can you say something like colluding with Qin Feiyang so casually? Neptune shook his head. When would she be able to change her temper? But I just feel that there is a problem. Neptune coldly snorted. The Sea King frowned and said, if that's the case, then call him over and ask him personally. Let's see what exactly happened at Mount Supreme. The Sea King nodded. He looked at the golden tiger beside him and said, contact him immediately and ask him to find a chance to meet us. Remember to remind him that he must not be discovered by the human clan's sovereign and the other venerable ones. The golden tiger nodded and immediately took out the sound transmission god stone. If Qin Feiyang was here and heard this, he would definitely smile. Because this him must be the spy that Neptune and the dragon god planted in Mount Supreme. Moreover, from Neptune's words, this person's position in Mount Supreme wasn't low. Chapter 4137. At the same time, in the depths of a mountain in the West Continent, in a valley, 3 people stood side by side. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 2. In the void in front of the 3 of them, the remnant souls of Tianpeng and the blood-winged sea god were suppressed by the law of life and death. They couldn't even self-destruct. You guys are simply lawless. Do you know who I am? Let me give you a piece of advice. Let me go immediately, or you'll have to bear the consequences. The blood-winged sea god roared. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 didn't say anything and just looked at him silently. As for Tian Peng, although he didn't shout, he was also full of resentment. After a while, the blood-winged sea god finally closed his mouth and looked at the three of them helplessly. He had already said good and bad words, but the three of them stood there like three pieces of wood and didn't say a word. They had nowhere to use their strength. Are you done? You don't have any strength left. That's enough. It's our turn now. The white-eyed wolf rubbed his hands and walked towards the remnant soul of the blood-winged sea god with a smirk. What do you want? You really don't want to live anymore, do you? The blood-winged sea god shouted in panic. I just don't want to live anymore. The white-eyed wolf immediately beat him up. Although the blood-winged sea god was only in the form of a remnant soul, he could still feel the heart-wrenching pain. Idiot! You've already fallen into our hands and you still dare to be arrogant. Aren't you looking for trouble? Long Qin next to him had a mocking expression. What's so great about the beast god? They weren't even afraid of the dragon god, let alone a mere beast god. If you behave, you'll suffer less. Stop hitting me. Soon, begging for mercy was heard. The blood-winged sea god was speechless. He had finally seen what these people were capable of. Why didn't you do this earlier? I have to beat you up before you know how to behave. The white-eyed wolf clapped his hands and turned to Qin Feiyang. He bared his teeth and said, Hurry up, I can't wait. What do you mean? Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god were surprised. An uneasy premonition arose in his heart. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled at the ingrate. He looked at the heavenly Peng duo and asked, Did you leave your divine souls behind in the East Continent? When the two heard this, their expressions immediately became flustered. Bye. We did leave our divine souls in the East Continent, so even if you kill us, it's meaningless. So that's why you're so fearless? Qin Feiyang and the ingrate crossed their arms and revealed a playful smile. Leaving your divine soul can indeed save your life. But as long as your original body is not dead, the split divine soul will never be able to form a new divine soul and body. Qin Feiyang's eyes became more playful. What do you mean? Sky Peng was shocked. Do you think we will kill you directly? Not only will we not, but we will also treat you well. Qin Feiyang smiled. What do you want? Sky Peng roared. Treat? He would be a fool if he believed that. It's true. You are our distinguished guests. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Fire Lotus, have you rebuilt Soul Sealing Valley? Not yet. Is it urgent? Fire Lotus's voice sounded in his mind. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, There's no hurry. You can deal with the aftermath first. Okay. Fire Lotus replied. Because they did not know that Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were secretly communicating, Qin Feiyang's silence made Sky Peng and Fire Lotus even more anxious. Let's go. I'll bring you to a place. Qin Feiyang looked at the two and smiled. He waved his hand and appeared in a stone room. This was one of the cultivation rooms in the castle. The reason why he brought them to the cultivation room was because he did not want them to know about the situation in the Black Tortoise world. Where is this place? The two looked around. A good place. Qin Feiyang smiled and whispered a few words in the white-eyed wolf's ear. The white-eyed wolf nodded and immediately turned to leave. Soon, the white-eyed wolf brought the mermaid princess to the cultivation room again. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Madam, help to reconstruct their bodies. The mermaid princess looked at the two and suspiciously looked at Qin Feiyang before opening her Eye of Life. Eye of Life. The two's eyes trembled. The owner of the Eye of Life was Qin Feiyang's woman. Also, why did he want to help them reconstruct their bodies? Did he really treat them as guests and want to entertain them? Not long after, the two's bodies were reconstructed. Even their qi-si was restored. Seeing that their qi-si was restored, the two immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. They tore through the seal and attacked the four people. Don't be in a hurry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The two raised their eyebrows. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought the white-eyed wolf, Long Qin, mermaid princess, and Sky Peng to the sky above the valley outside. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. The two of you can come alone or together. As long as you can defeat me, I will let you leave. Qin Feiyang looked at Sky Peng and the blood-winged sea god and smiled. The two were stunned and stared at Qin Feiyang, asking, "Really? A man's word is worth its weight in gold. Also, I won't activate the 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, and the eye of heaven." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The white-eyed wolf and the other two were also enlightened. Originally, he reconstructed their bodies to test the power of the will of heaven. Suddenly, the three of them were looking forward to it. How powerful would the fusion of two wills of heaven be? Sky Peng and the blood-winged sea god looked at each other and their eyes flashed fiercely. If Qin Feiyang activated the 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, and the eye of heaven, they really didn't have the strength to defeat Qin Feiyang. However, as long as he didn't activate the 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, and the eye of heaven, there was a high chance. Because Qin Feiyang's strongest means were the 3,000 incarnations, the law of life and death, and the eye of heaven. Apart from these three, the rest were similar to the others. Boom! Their bodies shook and a monstrous aura surged out. "Don't fight here. You will hurt those innocent creatures. Go to the galaxy. If you defeat me, not only will I let you go, I will also give you the eye of heaven and the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death." Qin Feiyang smiled and pulled the mermaid princess towards the galaxy. "What? He will give us the eye of heaven and the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death." Their eyes trembled. If they could get the eye of heaven and the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, their strength would definitely be stronger than the dragon god and Neptune. That's not right. He's too confident. The blood-winged sea god was shocked. How is this confidence? I think he's just conceited. Tian Peng grunted. So, are we going to fight or not? The blood-winged sea god asked. Look at the golden-winged wolf king and Long Qin. If we don't fight, will they let us go? Tian Peng sighed. Although Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess had already flown towards the galaxy, the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin were next to them. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin had also mastered the will of heaven and were not weaker than them. If they chose to escape at this time, the two would definitely stop them. Most importantly, if they angered Qin Feiyang, the law of life and death, the eye of heaven and the 3,000 incarnations would all be activated and they would have no way to survive. Let's go. He already said that if we don't activate the law of life and death, the eye of heaven and the 3,000 incarnations, what are we afraid of? If we don't dare to fight, then as the beast god and the sea god, how can we live in the future? Tian Peng gritted his teeth and flew towards the galaxy. The blood-winged sea god also made up his mind and chased after him like lightning. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin looked at each other and followed unhurriedly. The galaxy. It was vast and boundless. Countless stars flashed with bright starlight. Qin Feiyang stopped in the depths of the galaxy and looked at the mermaid princess with a gentle smile. Go to the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin. Then be careful. The mermaid princess warned, then turned around and flew to the white-eyed wolf and looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly. Don't worry. Little Qin Zi is not someone these small fries can hurt. The white-eyed wolf grinned and the disdain on his face was undisguised. Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god couldn't help glaring at the white-eyed wolf when they heard this. Small fries? Who was he scolding? They were the beast god and the sea god. Which one of them didn't hold great power? Arrogant, right? But after dealing with this conceited Qin Feiyang, I'll deal with you slowly. Tian Peng turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, keep your word. Don't activate the 3,000 incarnations, eye of heaven, and the laws of life and death. Okay. As long as I activate it, I'll take it as my loss. Qin Feiyang nodded. But Tian Peng laughed and spread his wings, causing a gust of wind to howl. Strands of power of laws surged out like a tide. At the same time, the blood-winged sea god's ordinary body also grew rapidly. In an instant, he turned into a giant with 9 pairs of blood-red wings on his back, as if they were cast in blood, exuding an astonishing murderous aura. Is this the true form of the Sea Clan? Why does it look like a monster? Long Qin murmured. Not only did the blood-winged sea god have 9 pairs of blood-red wings on his back, but there were also blood-red fish scales on his body and face. At first glance, he looked really ferocious and scary. Boom! In the next moment, the power of laws also roared out of the blood-winged sea god's body. Both Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god had 6 supreme laws. As the two of them roared, 12 ultimate profound meanings instantly appeared. The will of the heavenly Tao erupted, emitting a divine might that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It shook the Milky Way for billions of miles as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Not bad, not bad. If Long Chen hadn't promised to help me, I wouldn't have killed you. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Chapter 4138. Without Long Chen's help, he would not have been able to make Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god hand over their ultimate mysteries. If he could not obtain the ultimate mysteries, he would naturally be reluctant to kill them. After all, they were powerhouses who had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. If he could take them under his command, he would be able to increase his combat strength. But it was different now. With Long Chen's soul-controlling technique, he did not need to waste his energy to subdue the two of them. Taking a step back, even if he could subdue them, he could not completely trust them. Looking at Pei Tianhong and the others again. These people were dead set on following him. As long as he could obtain enough ultimate mysteries, he could easily become a powerhouse who had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao. It was much easier than subduing Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god. It's still unknown who will kill who now. When Tian Peng heard this, his eyes were full of sneers. It's good to be confident, but blind confidence is stupid. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the 6 strongest laws appeared out of nowhere. Ha! They are both ultimate mysteries, and they both have the will of the heavenly Tao. How can you fight with 2 powerhouses alone? Too self-righteous. The blood-winged sea god laughed wildly. Is that so? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and the will of the heavenly Tao burst out. A mighty heavenly might suddenly like a tide, covering the sky and the earth, enveloping the galaxy. The will of the heavenly Tao. Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god's laughter suddenly stopped. In their hearts, a sense of fear arose spontaneously. This will of the heavenly Tao was like the true power of the heavenly Tao. It was much stronger than their will of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, they were trapped in the heavenly might, as if they were facing a true heavenly Tao. In a trance, Qin Feiyang opposite them was the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. How is this possible? The will of the heavenly Tao is actually so much stronger than our will of the heavenly Tao? Could it be related to his tribulation? But even if another will of the heavenly Tao is integrated, it can't be so powerful? Both of their hearts trembled. What kind of monster was this? Boom! In a flash, the ultimate meanings of the 3 clashed together. This caused the heavenly rock and the blood-winged sea god to be even more direct. Their 12 ultimate profound meanings were actually unable to resist Qin Feiyang's 6 ultimate profound meanings in the slightest. Qin Feiyang's 6 ultimate profound meanings crushed through them like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This, I don't believe it. The two of them shook their heads frantically. Isn't this too outrageous? That's it? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. It was a little beyond imagination. Suddenly he waved his hand, and 4 of the 6 ultimate profundities dissipated, leaving behind only the ultimate profundities of the law of destruction and the law of karma. Immediately after, he looked at Tian Peng and the blood-winged sea god and smiled. It's all right. Continue. Who are you looking down on? The two of them flew into a rage. Trying to defeat them with just 2 ultimate profound meanings? Boom. 12 ultimate meanings were unleashed once again. They carried a towering fury as they charged towards Qin Feiyang's 2 ultimate meanings. With a deafening boom, they collided once again. Immediately, the two of them were dumbfounded once again. Because at the moment of collision, all the ultimate meanings had dissipated. What did this mean? It meant Qin Feiyang only had 2 ultimate profound meanings, yet he was able to compete with their 12 ultimate profound meanings. In other words, if Qin Feiyang wanted to defeat them, he would only need 2 or 3 ultimate profound meanings. How big was the gap? He's too strong. White-eyed Wolf and Long Qin were also dumbfounded. Judging from the current situation, after the fusion of the two wills of Heaven Tao, the power of the ultimate meanings had increased by 6 times. Because now, Qin Feiyang was able to fight against 6 ultimate profundities with just 1 ultimate profundity. Terrifying. What if he activated the law of life and death? Wouldn't it be even more shocking? Because the power of the law of life and death had far surpassed the ultimate meaning. This guy, now, even if he doesn't activate the 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Heaven, just the law of life and death and the various ultimate meanings of the ultimate meanings are enough to defeat the 10 supremacies of the human race. Long Qin smiled bitterly. No one would believe that a single person could defeat the 10 supremacies of the human race. But this was the truth. If Qin Feiyang were to unleash all of his abilities, he would likely be able to wipe out an entire race by himself. He was really too strong. He was more than a monster. He wasn't human at all. Not bad, not bad. Qin Feiyang was full of smiles. He was also very satisfied with the power of the will of Heaven Tao. The blood-winged sea god recovered and looked at Qin Feiyang. He said in a deep voice, "When you transcended the tribulation, did you really usher in the second will of Heaven Tao?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. The blood-winged sea god took a deep breath. 2 wills of Heaven Tao, unprecedented. Is this the benefit of comprehending the law of life and death? Tian Peng murmured. His eyes were full of jealousy. Comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, a will of Heaven Tao descended. Comprehending the ultimate meaning of the 6 ultimate meanings, another will of Heaven Tao descended. How could a human from the sky cloud realm have such amazing talent? Thinking about their divine kingdom, there were countless geniuses and geniuses, but so far, no one had been able to comprehend the law of life and death. Do you still want to fight? Qin Feiyang looked at the two and smiled. The two looked at each other. With just 2 ultimate meanings, he could compete with their 12 ultimate meanings. Was there any point in continuing to fight? Facing this person, they were no match for him at all. Then let's use the Waste Sea. Qin Feiyang said. Use the Waste Sea? The two's eyes trembled. Wouldn't they fall into Qin Feiyang's hands again? This wouldn't do. They had to find a way to escape. Boom. Suddenly, a destructive aura rushed out of their bodies again. They wanted to self-destruct again. As long as they could successfully self-destruct, it was equivalent to escaping. Sigh. Why do we have to do such useless actions? Qin Feiyang shook his head. The kingdom of life and death was activated, and the will of Heaven Tao erupted. As expected, the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death became even more terrifying under the support of the will of heaven. The power of the kingdom of life and death was enough to crush an intermediate dominator divine weapon. The terrifying aura surged out. The two were trapped in the aura as if they had fallen into the abyss of hell. Their bodies and minds trembled, and they even forgot to self-destruct. Boom! As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, the kingdom of life and death attacked. With a scream, the two suffered fatal injuries. Not only was their sea of qi shattered again, but even their divine souls were torn apart. Qin Feiyang formed seals with both hands, and 2 puppet imprints appeared, entering their broken sea of consciousness at lightning speed. Very soon, the puppet technique controlled the 2 of them. In fact, to be honest, it only took 1 round. In 1 round, the 2 had lost the courage to fight. One could imagine how strong Qin Feiyang was now. In a one-on-one battle, except for the Dominator, no one in the Divine Kingdom was his opponent. So now, as long as he didn't face the encirclement of the major races, no one could threaten him. He could also try to see the true face of the Central Dynasty. He had always been curious about this Central Dynasty. Returning to the cultivation room again and suppressing the 2, Qin Feiyang began to read their memories. At the same time, East Continent, a person covered in a black robe appeared in front of Neptune and the Dragon God. Greetings, Lord Dragon God. Greetings, Lord Neptune. The person bowed, his voice slightly hoarse. The 2 nodded. Neptune said, "Let me ask you, when Qin Feiyang and the other 2 appeared at Mount Supreme, What was the situation? You have to tell the truth. If you dare to lie, I will kill you. The dragon god followed, his eyes incomparably sinister. How would I dare to lie to Lord Dragon God? Qin Feiyang and the other two came to Mount Supreme to take revenge on us. Because Mount Supreme had been encircling them. At that time, the great venerable almost died in their hands, but when Tian Peng and the Bloodwing Sea God appeared, the three of them immediately changed their target. Especially Tian Peng. Qin Feiyang and the other two had the strongest killing intent. The black-robed man said. Neptune looked at the dragon god and asked, what was the human race's sovereign's attitude at that time? Seeing that the situation was bad, Sovereign told Tian Peng and the Bloodwing Sea God to leave immediately, and even blocked in front of Qin Feiyang and the other two to buy time for them to escape. So, it's impossible to say that they colluded. Qin Feiyang and the other two also showed no mercy to Mount Supreme. If it wasn't for Sovereign, the great venerable might have died in their hands. The black-robed man said. Hearing this, Neptune turned to the dragon god and sighed. Now you know, you've always wronged the human race's sovereign, no wonder he's so angry. The dragon god snorted coldly in response to Neptune's rebuke and didn't say anything. Alright, go back and continue to keep an eye on Mount Supreme. If there's any movement, immediately report to us. Neptune waved his hand. Understood. The black-robed man replied, then opened a space-time tunnel and left. Chapter 4139. The Golden Tiger looked at Neptune and the Dragon God and asked carefully, so, should we apologize to the Lord of the human race, or? But before he finished, the Dragon God stared at the Golden Tiger fiercely. The Golden Tiger shrunk his neck and lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Neptune looked at the Golden Tiger and shook his head. You really know how to talk. We've known each other for so long, but you still don't know the personality of the Dragon God? How can he lower his head? The Golden Tiger smiled. Don't worry about the Lord of the human race. I'll talk to him when I have time. The most important thing now is to find a way to save Tian Peng and Shui, Neptune said. One of the sea gods said solemnly, Tian Peng and Shui left their divine souls in the East Continent. They aren't afraid of dying, but they are afraid that Qin Feiyang won't kill them and will continue to trap their true bodies. That's also what I'm worried about. I hope Qin Feiyang doesn't know that they left their divine souls in the East Continent. A beast god of the beast said. As long as he didn't know, Qin Feiyang would definitely kill them. This way, they wouldn't need to rescue them. Then let's go find the Lord and the Divine King first. We need their help in this matter, Neptune said. But will they help us? In the past, when Qin Feiyang was dealing with the three races, the beast race and the sea race just watched from the sidelines. Now that it's our turn, I'm afraid that the god race and the purple gold divine dragon race may not lend us a helping hand. The Golden Tiger frowned. I don't think so. No matter what personal grudges we have, the Lord is the Lord of the divine kingdom after all. He won't be so willful, and he won't dare to be so willful. As for the Divine King, the Divine Island has been destroyed twice. Jiang Yunshuang and the other two prodigies also died tragically at Qin Feiyang's hands. More than half of the direct descendants of the Divine City also died at their hands. The Divine King must hate Qin Feiyang and the others to the bone. Therefore, she must be eager to join forces with us now. Neptune smiled confidently. That makes sense. Everyone nodded in agreement. What they didn't know was that in the past, the Divine King would have indeed joined forces with them. But now, things were different. Right now, the Divine King couldn't wait for the beast race and the sea race to never look for her again. Time flew by. Black Tortoise World. A year passed. That was right. Qin Feiyang spent a full year reading their memories. It couldn't be helped. Their memories were too vast. Furthermore, there couldn't be any mishaps with regards to the spies. Therefore, he read their memories in great detail. On this day, he took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Looking at the two suppressed people, he transmitted his voice. Castle, keep an eye on them. Don't let them run out of the cultivation room. After saying that, he disappeared. Tea garden. He sat alone at the stone table, drinking tea while recalling the information he had read. His brows were tightly knitted together. When Long Qin and White-Eyed Wolf noticed Qin Feiyang in the tea garden, they were stunned for a moment. They immediately entered the tea garden and smiled. Is it over? Of course, they couldn't accompany Qin Feiyang all the time. The mermaid princess had long gone into seclusion to fuse with the ultimate profound. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and nodded at the two with a smile. Why do you look a little strange? Did you learn something unbelievable? Long Qin was suspicious. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea, shook his head and sighed. Yes, I really didn't expect that they would be bribed by the dragon god and Neptune. Who is it? White-Eyed Wolf sat opposite Qin Feiyang with a curious look. You won't believe it even if I tell you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then tell us, don't keep us in suspense, okay? White-Eyed Wolf urged. His curiosity was getting stronger. There aren't many spies, only 6 in total. But these 6 people are all high-ranking people in the human race, god race, and purple-gold divine dragon race. They can even be described as covering the sky with one hand. Qin Feiyang said. No way. So exaggerated. Could they be venerables? Long Qin was surprised. Because covering the sky with one hand was something only the venerables of the various races could do. Qin Feiyang nodded. White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin looked at each other in shock. The next day, late at night, in the village, Boss Ji and a group of elders were sitting in a secret room. Qin Feiyang, White-Eyed Wolf, and Long Qin were also here. The 3 of them looked at the secret room. They didn't expect there to be such a secret place under the village. At the same time, Ji Jiao stared at Qin Feiyang with a cold light in his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Jiao Yi, can you not look at me like that? I'm a little nervous. Why didn't I see you nervous when you snatched my tea tree? Ji Jiao sneered. This? Didn't I say that I won't take it for free? In the future, I will be filial to you and pour tea for you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Ji Jiao rolled his eyes. Do I need you to pour tea for me? He frowned and said, but speaking of which, why are you here in the middle of the night and so mysterious? What's the matter? I'll tell you when the monarch, the divine king, and the supreme being are here. Qin Feiyang said with a serious face. That's right. The matter of the spy was of great importance, so he had to call the monarch and the other 2 over and explain it in person. The reason why they chose to meet in this place was that it was safer than other places. A moment later, the monarch and the other 2 finally entered the secret room. Greetings, elders. The divine king and the supreme being of the human race were also very respectful to these elders. There's no need for formalities. Boss Ji waved his hand and smiled. He pointed to the 3 chairs next to him and said, have a seat. The 3 of them walked over and sat on the chairs. They also looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 suspiciously. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the 3 of them. I've found out about the spy. So fast? The 3 of them were stunned. Qin Feiyang said, I'm afraid this result will disappoint you and also make you disappointed. You have to be mentally prepared. So, there really are spies? The divine king frowned. If there aren't any, why did we call you here? The White-Eyed Wolf was speechless. What kind of storms have we not experienced? The supreme being of the human race spoke. Although he said it casually, his voice was trembling. The group of elders also frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Let's talk about the human race first. The 2 spies of the human race are the 3rd supremacy and the head of the law enforcement hall. Qin Feiyang said. What? The supreme being of the human race suddenly stood up with a face full of disbelief. Whether it was the 3rd supremacy or the head of the law enforcement hall, they were both existences of the supreme being mountain. They were actually spies of the sea race and the beast race? When I first learned about this, I also found it hard to believe. Although I've never seen the head of the law enforcement hall, I remember the 3rd supremacy. When I was in the West Continent and looted the Spirit Vein and Crystal Vein, he was ordered to invite us to Mountain Supreme. His attitude back then was quite polite, and he treated the people in the city well. But I never thought he was such a person. Qin Feiyang sighed. Hearing this, the monarch and the divine king turned to the supreme being of the human race and sighed. Calm down. Don't be angry because of 2 spies. It's not worth it. How can I not be angry? I treat them like how I treat my own brothers. When I got those pills to unlock the door of potential, the first thing I thought of was them, but they betrayed me. The supreme being of the human race clenched his fists. The monarch and the divine king looked at each other and felt nervous. If the spies of the human race were the 3rd supremacy and the head of the law enforcement hall, then what about the god race and the purple gold divine dragon race? Their status was probably not low. After the supreme being of the human race calmed down, Qin Feiyang looked at the divine king and said, "And the god race." The divine king's heart was in his throat. Please don't let it be those people she valued. Qin Feiyang sighed. One is the city lord of the divine city, and the other is the 10 supremacies of the god race. The god king's expression froze. Although she had been mentally prepared, she still couldn't accept this result. The city lord of the divine city, the 10 supremacies, what was the difference between them and the 3rd supremacy and the head of the law enforcement hall? They were all people of high status and power. The 10 supremacies, Qin Feiyang also had a deep impression of them. Back then, when he first entered the Divine Island, the 10 supremacies were guarding the Divine Island. Jiang Yuquan and Jiang Yunshuang, who died in the hands of Long Chen, were all descendants of the 10 supremacies. The sea race and the beast race really put in a lot of effort. The people they bought are all so powerful. Ji Jiao looked at the divine king and the supreme being of the human race and sighed. These damn bastards, I'll kill them. The divine king shouted angrily. He was full of killing intent. These were not just people she valued, they were all her trusted aides, but they had all betrayed her. Wait, the 10 supremacies betraying the god race, does it have anything to do with you killing Jiang Yuquan and Jiang Yunshuang? Ji Jiao looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2 and asked. The 10 supremacies were bought many years ago. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What about Jiang Qianwu, Jiang Yuquan, and Jiang Yunshuang? The divine king asked. Qin Feiyang said, although they are the descendants of the 10 supremacies, they don't know the relationship between the 10 supremacies and the sea race and the beast race. The divine king breathed a sigh of relief. The monarch looked at the divine king and Ji Jiao, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, now, let's talk about the spies of the purple gold divine dragon race. The group of old people also held their breaths and looked at Qin Feiyang. The spies of the purple gold divine dragon race are not among the 10 supremacies. Qin Feiyang said. That's good. The monarch and the group of old people all let out a long breath. As long as they were not at this level, it was fine. But, Qin Feiyang changed the topic. The monarch and the group of old people were stunned, and their hearts were in their mouths again. Just the word, but, alone was enough to make people shudder in fear. Brother, let's talk. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang, the monarch and the group of old people, and said, the 2 spies of the purple gold divine dragon race are Old Wu and Ji Tianfeng. What? As soon as he said that, the monarch and the group of old people all stood up, their eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 4140. The divine king and the king were also in disbelief. Of course, they knew about Ji Tianfeng and Old Wu. Let's talk about Ji Tianfeng first. This person was Ji Yunhai's biological son and the king's nephew. This was a true family member. Blood was thicker than water. Then there was Old Wu. In the purple gold divine dragon clan, he also had a superior status and was deeply trusted by the king. But now, these 2 people actually betrayed the king and became spies for the Sea clan and the Beast clan? The world was really unpredictable. In the secret chamber, there was dead silence. The king and the group of old people were all heartbroken. The purple gold divine dragon clan had so many clansmen, why did it have to be these 2? Qin Feiyang sighed softly and looked at the king. I read Tianping's memories and learned that Old Wu is not a member of the purple gold divine dragon clan. Hearing this, the king and the group of old people returned to their chairs one after another and remained silent. Old Wu is indeed not a purple gold divine dragon. The human clan supreme being nodded. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at the human clan supreme being. The human clan supreme being pondered for a while and explained to the three of them, Old Wu is actually a human, but the king treats him very well because Old Wu once saved Ji Tianyue. Save the ancestor? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The human clan supreme being nodded and recalled the past with a smile. Ji Tianyue was very naughty when she was young and often sneaked out alone. Naughty? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other. There was such an interesting thing? Once, she ran out alone and accidentally entered a forbidden area. That forbidden area is naturally nothing in our eyes, but for a little girl like her, it was a place where she had a slim chance of survival. In the end, Old Wu saved her by coincidence and brought her out of the forbidden area. This girl has been the king's pearl since she was young. He treats her better than Heavenly Lord Ji. Therefore, seeing that Old Wu was alone, he took the initiative to invite Old Wu to stay in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. Ji Tianyue also liked this savior very much, so Old Wu stayed in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan and taught her cultivation. Of course, the monarch is not a foolish person. He secretly investigated Old Man Wu's identity. He was indeed a lonely old man with no one to rely on. Moreover, he usually treated Ji Tianyue as well as his own granddaughter. Slowly, the monarch let down his guard. In the end, I even treated him like a father. But the world is unpredictable. Who would have thought that he would betray the king and become a spy for the sea race and the beast race in the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race? The human autarch sighed. I see. The white-eyed wolf suddenly understood. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and sighed. If the old ancestor knew that her master was a spy for the sea race and the beast race, I wonder how sad she would be. Yet, fortunately, the old ancestor is not here. Qin Feiyang nodded. The monarch took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart. Appearing extremely calm, he asked, Then do you know why Ji Tianfeng and Old Wu betrayed our Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan? The calmer it was, the scarier it was. Everyone could feel a dangerous aura from the monarch. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the monarch and the group of elders, saying, Speaking of which, it has something to do with your clan rules. Clan rules? The group of elders was stunned. This rule is the inheritance of the 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang looked at the monarch and said, You and Ji Yunhai are brothers. As your brother, you can inherit the 3,000 incarnations, but Ji Yunhai can't. As Ji Yunhai's son, Ji Tianfeng is even less qualified. So, after seeing Ji Tianjun and Ji Tianyue inherit the 3,000 incarnations, Ji Tianfeng felt extremely unbalanced. I see. Everyone nodded. Bloodline is only one of the 3,000 incarnations. It mainly depends on talent. Ji Tianfeng's talent isn't even 1% of Ji Tianjun and Ji Tianyue's. What right does he have to inherit the 3,000 incarnations? Ji Laoshe grunted. Even so, Ji Yunhai and the monarch are brothers. Seeing the monarch's people inherit the 3,000 incarnations, Ji Tianfeng will definitely feel uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang said. What about Ji Yunhai? The monarch asked. Ji Yunhai has nothing to do with this. And he doesn't know that Ji Tianfeng has become a member of the Beast Race and Sea Clan. Actually, the Beast Race and Sea Clan did want to find Ji Yunhai. However, when Qin Feiyang said this, his expression became extremely strange. However, the monarch was suspicious. Cough, cough. Ji Yunhai's talent might not be that good. The Sea Clan and Beast Race didn't take a fancy to him, so they found his son, Ji Tianfeng. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. The monarch's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. My brother's talent is indeed not that good. Since I became the monarch, I have been giving him resources. It can be said that the resources I gave him exceeded the Ji siblings. But in the end, Ji Tianjun has already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao, and he has only comprehended 2 supreme laws. If these things didn't happen to you and she wasn't sealed for so many years, I reckon she would have already grasped the will of the heavenly Tao by now. You have to know that the siblings are still just juniors. The monarch sighed incessantly. He had a look of disappointment on his face. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to doubt this, because back then, The old ancestor had given Yun Xiang 3 supreme laws' ultimate mysteries. The old ancestor had already comprehended these 3 supreme laws' ultimate mysteries when the divine kingdom first invaded the sky cloud realm. Because during the period of being sealed, she couldn't comprehend the law's ultimate mysteries. Moreover, during the years of being sealed, she forcefully cultivated Yun Xiang and the masked Shura into 2 peerless geniuses, which showed how deep her comprehension of the law's ultimate mysteries was. As for Ji Tianfeng, in comparison, his talent is indeed better than his father, Ji Yunhai. But compared to the geniuses of the divine kingdom, it's not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention the human clan and the god clan, even the purple gold divine dragon clan has a lot of people who are more talented than him. Besides, grandfather and the others have the final say about inheriting the 3,000 incarnations. I don't have the right to decide. The monarch shook his head. Are you blaming us now? Boss Ji frowned. How would I dare? The monarch smiled bitterly. Rules are rules. If Ji Tianfeng betrays the purple gold divine dragon clan because of this, he doesn't deserve to be my descendant. Boss Ji snorted and his eyes were filled with anger. The monarch frowned. But the problem now is that Ji Tianfeng has already obtained the inheritance of the 3,000 incarnations. What? Qin Feiyang, the monarch, and the human clan supremes all looked at the monarch in surprise. Didn't he say that Ji Tianfeng wasn't qualified? Why did he say that he had already obtained the inheritance of the 3,000 incarnations? At the same time, Boss Ji and the other old people also looked at the monarch in shock. The monarch looked at Qin Feiyang and the others, then looked at the old people and sighed. Ji Yunhai was very uncomfortable when Dong Xingyang took away Ji Shaoi's Eye of Destiny last time. In order to settle this matter, I made an exception and let Ji Yunhai, Ji Tianfeng, and Ji Shaoi go to the land of inheritance to receive the inheritance of the 3,000 incarnations. What? Why didn't you tell us about such an important thing in advance? You've really grown up now. You even dare to make decisions on your own? Boss Ji and the other old people were enraged. Something happened today. The remaining 2 will be released at 11. Chapter 41-41. I also want to say that. But I was afraid that you would blame me, so I delayed it until now. The king lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. The supremes and god kings of the human race had long since gotten used to this scene. But Qin Feiyang and the other 2 couldn't help but laugh secretly. Delay? Do you think we won't blame you if you delay it until later? Let me tell you. You didn't have the right to decide before, and you don't even have the right now. Because you're already the king, no longer the clan leader of the purple gold divine dragons. Speaking of which, you're already an outsider. Ji Lauer said angrily. Second master, you're being too serious. Although I'm the king now, the blood flowing in my body is still the purple gold dragon. The king hurriedly said. Don't talk nonsense with me. When we go back, call Heavenly Lord Ji here. I'd like to ask how he became the clan leader. He didn't even tell us about such an important matter. If he doesn't want to be the clan leader, he should replace him as soon as possible. Ji Lauer snorted. June listened to me and was instigated by me. This has nothing to do with him. If you want to beat or scold him, come at me. I won't fight back. The king hurriedly said. He had the most right to speak about the temper of this group of old people. If he really had such thoughts, he would have removed Heavenly Lord Ji from the position of clan leader. No one dared to say anything. Do you dare to fight back? Ji Lauer glared at him. I don't dare. The king smiled. I think you're itching for a beating. Ji Lauer glared at him. Second brother, things have already become like this. Why are you still talking about this? Ninth master looked at Ji Lauer unhappily and said to the king, You really didn't think about this matter. Do you know why we're so strict about the inheritance of the 3,000 bodies? We're worried that the inheritance will be given to someone with bad intentions and the 3,000 bodies will fall into the hands of outsiders. That's right. We're afraid of meeting someone like Ji Tianfeng. If he gives the 3,000 bodies to the beast race and the sea race, do you know what consequences we'll face? We're not inconsiderate. It's not indifference. We are protecting the status of the purple gold divine dragons in the divine kingdom. Because the 3,000 incarnations are our greatest reliance. Tell me now, did you not do something extremely stupid? Ji Lao-san and the others also spoke out. Yes. The king hurriedly nodded his head. Actually, he felt very wronged in his heart. I didn't know that Ji Tianfeng had betrayed the purple gold divine dragon clan. If I had known, would I have let him inherit the 3,000 incarnations? Like this. Master Ji Jiu pondered for a moment, then looked at the monarch and said, "Call Ji Tianfeng over immediately. Isn't Fei Yang able to read the memories of those who step in? Later, I'll let Fei Yang read his memories and see if the 3,000 clones have been leaked to the beast race and sea race. Furthermore, I believe that whether it's us, the divine king, or the paragon of the human race, we are all extremely shocked by this matter." Just in time to call Ji Tianfeng over and verify this matter. He was not suspecting that Qin Fei Yang was lying, but this matter was too shocking, so he wanted to confirm it himself. In short, in his heart he was just holding on to a glimmer of hope. He did not want his descendants to do such a thing to betray the purple gold divine dragon clan. "What about Yunhai and Ji Shaoi?" the king asked. Master Ji Jiu waved his hand and said, "Since they have nothing to do with this matter, then there's no need to alarm them first." The king nodded, immediately got up, and opened a space-time passage. "Wait a moment." Qin Fei Yang stopped the king and asked, "You haven't helped Ji Tianfeng open the gate of potential yet, right?" "No." The king shook his head and glanced at Master Ji and the others. There was an unspeakable bitterness in his eyes. Qin Fei Yang couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that these pills to open the gate of potential were really in the hands of old people like Master Ji. Even the king had no right to use them. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and get lost." Master Ji scolded. He didn't show any mercy to this grandson of his at all. The king nodded and entered the space-time passage with a bitter face. The deity king looked at the monarch who was in a sorry state and transmitted his voice with a smile. "Are you not used to seeing this scene? It's okay. I just find it interesting." The king, the most powerful person in the divine kingdom, is being taught a lesson like a child. Qin Fei Yang laughed secretly. "What's this?" "Let me tell you, after he became the king, he became a little arrogant. In the end, he angered these old people and was directly pressed to the ground and beaten up. That's what I call embarrassing." The divine king began to gossip. "Really?" Qin Fei Yang and the other two asked secretly, somewhat in disbelief. "Of course. The human supremacy, and I saw it with our own eyes. From then on, in our hearts, these old people were existences that we can't provoke." The divine king said secretly. The human supremacy at the side also agreed. "So, we're considered lucky?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. "What do you mean?" The divine king and the human supremacy looked at him suspiciously. When we came here, we secretly took away 40 tea trees of 9th Master Ji." The white-eyed wolf laughed dryly. "Tea trees? You're not talking about the tea trees on the back mountain, are you?" The two of them were surprised. The white-eyed wolf replied. The two of them looked at each other. The tea trees on the back mountain were 9th Master Ji's lifeblood. This group of reckless brats dared to have ideas about those tea trees? It was really a miracle that they could sit here alive. Amazing! The human supremacy secretly gave a thumbs up. Not to mention 40 tea trees, even if it was a tea leaf, he wouldn't dare to touch it. "I really admire your courage. But then again, the best tea in 9th Master's tea garden is the Bodhi divine tea. Did you take a few with you?" The divine king said secretly, his eyes flashing. "Are you kidding me? The Bodhi divine tea is the tea tree that 9th Master cares about the most. If they dared to touch it, would they still have the chance to sit here?" The human supremacy shook his head. "Well, we took 2. Qin Fei Yang laughed dryly. "Just 2. The human supremacy instinctively spoke, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. He stood up and looked at Qin Fei Yang in surprise. 2? Are you sure you're not joking?" This sudden turn of events made the group of old men look at the human tribe's supremacy in confusion. The human supremacy reacted and hurriedly waved his hand. Sorry, I was rude. With that, he hurriedly returned to his chair. That's ridiculous. The group of old people was speechless. The human supremacy smiled awkwardly at the group of old people and said telepathically, Brat, are you sure you took 2 Bodhi divine trees? Qin Feiyang secretly replied. The human supremacy and the divine king gasped. It was said that there were a total of 6 Bodhi divine trees in this tea garden. Now that 2 of them were taken away, wouldn't 9th Master Ji be heartbroken? Most importantly, he didn't even look for Qin Feiyang and the others to settle the score. Thinking of this, the 2 of them were shocked. It seemed that this group of old people valued Qin Feiyang and the others very much. Because if this happened to them, even if they were the human supremacy and the divine king of the God clan, this group of old people wouldn't let them go. The divine king rolled his eyes and secretly chuckled. Well, Qin Feiyang, you see, we've formed an alliance now, right? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He looked at the divine king suspiciously and said telepathically, Senior, if you have any orders, please tell me directly. You're really sensible. The divine king secretly smiled and said, This Bodhi divine tea, I've tasted it once when I came here as a guest, and it was the Bodhi leaf at that time. As for this Bodhi fruit, I've never tried it, so you see, Qin Feiyang understood in his heart. He then looked at the human race prime and saw a hint of desire on his face. Qin Feiyang thought to himself, No problem, it's a small matter. I'll get Huolian to prepare it for the 2 of you. The 2 of them smiled. Such a sensible child was really likable. At the same time, Fire Lotus received the telepathic message and immediately got busy. Ji Laosher suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked excitedly, Kid, I heard that you fused with 2 wills of the heavenly Tao. Are you very strong now? Immediately, the other old people also looked at Qin Feiyang. Yes. As for whether I'm strong or not, I definitely can't be compared with you. Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't flatter me. Ji Laosher rolled his eyes at him and said with a smile, Then when should we have a match? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a wry smile, If it's just you alone, I'm very willing to spar, but if you all come together, then I'd better just admit defeat. Although the will of the heavenly Tao had now doubled, one had to know that the 15 old people in front of him all controlled 3,000 incarnations and the will of the heavenly Tao. If they joined forces, then no matter how strong he was, he would only be beaten up. What did you say? As if we're bullying you. When did you say that we're going to fight together? Ji Laosher was displeased. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. Then how strong is your will of the heavenly Tao now? Ji Jiao asked. Qin Feiyang said, on the original basis, it increased by 6 times. As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of air. The fusion of 2 wills of the heavenly Tao, wouldn't that be 12 times? Then with the law of life and death, it would be 18 times. This 18 times, in other words, Qin Feiyang was now able to fight 18 powerhouses of the same realm alone. This was too strong. With such a careful calculation, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be stunned. In that case, could he also agree to these 15 old people in front of him now? At this moment, a space-time passage appeared. Everyone looked over and saw the monarch walking out with a middle-aged young man of about 30 years old. Ji Tianfeng? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at this person. This person was wearing a purple gold robe, and his facial features were quite similar to Ji Yunhai's. Although his aura was not very strong, his overall temperament was not bad. Qin Feiyang? Long Qin? Golden-winged Wolf King? The supreme of the human race? Divine King? And these old men? Ji Tianfeng entered the secret room and looked at the group of people sitting in front of him and was stunned on the spot. Chapter 41-42. The king went to look for him, but he didn't say where he was going. In other words, he didn't know in advance that he was going to come to this village. He didn't know that the divine king, the human race sovereign, and Qin Feiyang were also here. This made him instantly realize that something was wrong. Because the people gathered here were all super experts who had grasped the will of the heavenly Tao. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they could cover the sky with one hand. More importantly, as enemies of the Divine Kingdom, Qin Feiyang and the other two were actually sitting here calmly with the Divine King, the human race sovereign, and a group of old men. Could this be a good thing? Greetings, Divine King, Sovereign. Greetings, great-grandpas and great-grandmas. Ji Tianfeng bowed with fear and trepidation. Boss Ji pointed at Qin Feiyang and the other two and asked, "Do you still need me to introduce these people to you?" No need, no need. Ji Tianfeng hurriedly waved his hand. Boss Ji said, "Then say it yourself." Say what? Ji Tianfeng looked at Boss Ji suspiciously, trying his best to remain calm. Don't you know what you want to say? Ji Laosher's temper was a little fiery as he slammed his palm on the table and said angrily. Ji Tianfeng trembled and said in panic, "I really don't know what to say. Please enlighten me, great-grandpa." You're about to die, yet you're still stubborn. All right. I'll give you a reminder, Beast Race, C-Clan. Ji Laosher stared at him gloomily. Upon hearing the words Beast Race and C-Clan, Ji Tianfeng's body trembled and he felt uneasy. Why did he mention the Beast Race and C-Clan? Could it be, suddenly? He shuddered as if a bolt from the blue had struck him, and his mind rumbled. Do you need me to remind you again? You only have one chance. Tell me the truth, and I can consider sparing your dog life. Ji Laosher said in a deep voice. Ji Tianfeng's mind was in a mess. What was going on? Why did these old men know these secrets? Could it be that the Beast Race and C-Clan had betrayed him? But that was impossible. The Beast Race and C-Clan didn't do anything good for themselves. Wait. Suddenly, he glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other two from the corner of his eyes. Could it be related to these three people? Thinking of this, he looked at the group of elders and said angrily, "Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, don't listen to their slanderous words. I didn't collude with the C race or the Beast Race. You have to believe me." However, hearing this, the group of elders was furious. The Divine King was also enraged. Ji Tianfeng, you're really stupid. Did the old man say that you were colluding with the C race and the Beast Race? Isn't this equivalent to confessing without being pressed? The Divine King shook his head. The moment Ji Tianfeng heard this, he finally reacted and was immediately stunned. How did it become like this? Originally, this old man still had a trace of hope. But now, it seems that this old man was too naive. Boss Ji sighed. Great-grandfather, let me explain. Ji Tianfeng's body trembled as he hurriedly cried out. All right. Boss Ji nodded and took a deep breath. I'll give you a chance to explain. It was the C race and the Beast Race who forced me to do this. They said that if I didn't cooperate with them, they would kill my wife and children. I was also forced. Great-grandfather, you have to believe me. Ji Tianfeng knelt on the ground and begged. Forced you? Ha! As soon as these words came out, Boss Ji was so angry that he laughed. The other elders and the king also had a look of disappointment. Did I say something wrong again? Ji Tianfeng was flustered. You did say something wrong. With the status of the purple gold divine dragon race in the Divine Kingdom, even if the Beast Race and the C Race have the ruler behind them, would they dare to threaten you? Moreover, you are the nephew of the king. They threatened you, aren't they afraid that the king will settle the score with them? So, the Beast Race and the Beast Race are not stupid to this extent. Long Qin looked at Ji Tianfeng and said disdainfully. Hearing this, Ji Tianfeng's face turned pale and his entire body collapsed to the ground weakly. He was usually a smart person. Why was he making mistakes again and again? What a fool. In fact, it was caused by nervousness. Because this was too sudden, he was caught off guard. So when faced with these problems, he would naturally make one low-level mistake after another. Now there's nothing to say. Boss Ji sighed, his eyes full of disappointment. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said, "Read his memory." Qin Feiyang nodded. A puppet imprint appeared. Ji Tianfeng immediately quivered and hurriedly got up. A group of people rushed towards the secret room, preparing to escape. The king snorted, grabbed Ji Tianfeng's clothes, and directly pulled him back. Then he slapped Ji Tianfeng's lower abdomen, shattering his energy sea on the spot. After a scream, Ji Tianfeng roared, You can't do this to me, you are already very unfair to our bloodline, can't you allow us to resist? Unfair? You have to feel your conscience when you say this. Whether it is your father, you, or your son Jishaoi, I have never been stingy in terms of resources. In fact, I treat you better than Jun-er and his sister. The king said in a deep voice. Good? Is it good to give a little favor? What is the most important thing for the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan? That is the 3,000 incarnations. But among us 3 generations, who has obtained 3,000 incarnations? This is what you mean by fairness? Ji Tianfeng roared. Since he had already been exposed, there was no way he could survive. Naturally, he was not so afraid of the king. Don't use the 3,000 incarnations as an excuse. In this old man's opinion, you are born to be rebellious. The angry Ji Laoshe slapped Ji Tianfeng. Ji Tianfeng screamed again and slammed into the wall of the secret room, blood spurting out. What right do you have to say that I am born to be rebellious? I refuse to accept this. Even if I betrayed the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, it was also forced by you old farts. Ji Tianfeng was hysterical. Presumptuous. The king roared. What else do I not dare to say now? Ji Tianfeng sneered coldly and looked at the group of old men as he said, You all are selfish. Similarly, they are all your direct bloodline relatives, but the treatment is worlds apart. Just take the position of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan's patriarch for example. After eldest uncle steps down, shouldn't my father inherit it? Why is it Heavenly Lord Ji's turn? On what basis? Don't you know? Among you 3 generations, whether it is talent, strength, or ability, who can compare to Heavenly Lord Ji? Ji Laoshe snorted coldly. That is because they have 3,000 incarnations. If they let us inherit the 3,000 incarnations from the beginning, we can also have such achievements. Ji Tianfeng roared. He still pushed all of this to the 3,000 incarnations. 3,000 incarnations is just a means to kill the enemy. What does it have to do with talent and ability? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Why you here? I understand. So you have already colluded with Qin Feiyang. Neptune and the dragon god's suspicions are all true. And the divine king, the sovereign of the human race, you have also colluded with Qin Feiyang. To think that you spoke so righteously in front of the dragon god and Neptune at Mount Supreme. How hypocritical! Ji Tianfeng scanned everyone present with a face full of ridicule. The divine king and the sovereign of the human race raised their eyebrows. There was anger in their hearts. However, in front of the king and a group of old men, they couldn't flare up. How ridiculous! The ruler of the 3 major races actually colluded with Qin Feiyang. You are betraying the divine kingdom. And even if I cooperate with the sea race and the beast race, in the end, I am still loyal to the divine kingdom and the sovereign. Compared to your betrayal, what is this? So, what right do you have to teach me a lesson? Just you wait, the sovereign will not let you go. Sooner or later, you will be destroyed. Ji Tianfeng laughed wildly. Bastard! Simply unreasonable. Ji Laoshe couldn't hold it in anymore. He stepped forward and slapped him again. Ji Tianfeng screamed as his head exploded on the spot. Blood spurted out, making him look disgusting at this moment. We cooperated with Qin Feiyang for the future of our 3 major races. Because we don't want to be pawns in the hands of the sovereign anymore. And we don't want the fate of our 3 major races to be controlled by the sovereign. And you, everything you did was for your own selfish desires. What right do you have to compare with us? Just because of your words that will destroy the 3 major races, you won't be able to escape death today. Ji Laoshe was heartbroken. How could there be such a descendant? Then, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, Do it. Qin Feiyang nodded. The puppet imprint entered Ji Tianfeng's head like lightning. Ji Tianfeng struggled with all his might. But previously, Ji Laoshe's slap not only shattered his head, but also severely injured his divine soul and sea of consciousness, so his struggle was futile. So, Qin Feiyang was able to successfully control it. and immediately read the recent memories. The reason why he only read the recent memories was because Ji Tianfeng had just obtained the 3,000 incarnations, so he didn't need to read all of their memories. Not long after, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, looked at the king and the group of elders, and said with a smile, "During the time when he obtained the 3,000 incarnations, he did come into contact with the dragon god and Neptune a few times, but he did not mention the 3,000 incarnations." "That's good." The group of elders and the king heaved a sigh of relief. Especially the king. If the 3,000 incarnations really fell into the hands of the Sea Clan and the Beast Clan, then he would become a sinner of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan. The group of elders in front of him would definitely tear him apart. The Divine King asked, "Then by his side, are there any trusted aides who are also colluding with him?" "That's not it. After all, betraying the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan is such a big matter, he wouldn't dare to easily pull others into his group." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Divine King nodded, looked at the king and said, "Then tell me, how should we deal with this person?" Regarding this question, Qin Feiyang and the other two all remained silent. Because Ji Tianfeng was a direct descendant of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan, how to deal with him was up to the king and the group of elders to decide. They had no right to interfere. Chapter 41-43. At the same time, when they really began to face this problem, the angry monarch and the group of elders also fell silent. Their mood was very complicated. As Boss Ji's grandson, Ji Tianfeng was naturally their direct descendant. If they killed him on the spot, they couldn't bear it. But if they didn't kill him, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Moreover, based on Ji Tianfeng's previous performance, he didn't have the slightest remorse. If they continued to keep him, he might become a disaster in the future. Ji Jiu looked up at Boss Ji and said, "Big brother, you decide. He is from your bloodline, we respect your decision." Ji Lauer and the others also expressed their stance. Boss Ji looked at the group of people, then looked at Ji Tianfeng who was paralyzed on the ground, and sighed. "If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Now is the critical moment, there can't be the slightest mistake. Let's kill him directly to avoid future troubles. Then, when the time comes, how will we explain to Yunhai?" The monarch asked. "Tell me the truth. If Ji Yunhai still has the heart to protect our Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan, he will agree with our approach." Boss Ji said, "All right." The monarch nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, looked at the monarch and the group of elders, and said, "Since we have decided to kill him, then I have a suggestion." "What suggestion?" The monarch and the others looked at him suspiciously. "Since he's going to die anyway, why don't we let him play the last of his value and make up for his mistakes and make a final contribution to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan? And my suggestion can also cover up his betrayal of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan. In this way, not only can we protect his reputation, but we can also stop the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan from panicking." Qin Feiyang said. "Panicking?" The monarch was stunned. Where did this come from? Yes, panicking. Think about it, if the news of Ji Tianfeng's betrayal spread in the clan, how will the clansmen react? It will definitely be panic. At that time, they will all let their imaginations run wild. Will there be other spies hiding? If that's the case, it will definitely cause a lot of disturbances in the future and affect the unity of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan. Qin Feiyang said. Makes sense. The monarch nodded. He hadn't thought about it yet. He also admired Qin Feiyang's mind for thinking so far ahead. Furthermore, you have to consider Ji Yunhai and Ji Shaoyi. Although Ji Tianfeng's betrayal has nothing to do with them, Ji Tianfeng is their relative after all. If Ji Tianfeng's betrayal is exposed, how will the world talk about them behind their backs? Not only can my suggestion cover up this matter, it can also mold Ji Tianfeng into a hero and let Ji Tianfeng be openly buried in your Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan's ancestral land. Qin Feiyang smiled. Buried in the ancestral land? He's just a traitor. What right does he have? I don't agree. Boss Ji objected immediately. Great-grandfather, I know how you feel. But think about it. Ji Tianfeng committed such a grave mistake. Not only did we help him cover it up and protect his reputation, we even buried him in the ancestral grounds. What would Yun Hai think when the time comes? He will definitely be grateful to all of you. You don't want Ji Yun Hai to hate all of you because of Ji Tianfeng's death, and there will be another traitor. Qin Feiyang said. I think Qin Feiyang has a point. This matter is a great humiliation to the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. We will try our best to cover it up. Boss Ji nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, So, what is your suggestion? Send Ji Tianfeng's body to the East Continent. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Send it to the East Continent? The monarch and the others were surprised. What kind of abacus was this? Why couldn't they understand it? Don't you understand? Stupid. Little Qin Zi means to frame Ji Tianfeng's death on the beasts and the merfolk. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. Frame them? The monarch was stunned. What do you think the world will think if we send Ji Tianfeng's body to the East Continent? At that time, we won't even need to publicize it. Everyone will naturally think that the beasts and merfolk killed him. Let's talk about Ji Tianfeng. As a direct descendant of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, if he died in the hands of the beasts and merfolk, how big of a sensation would it cause? Let's not talk about the humans and beasts first. Let's talk about the Purple Gold Divine Dragons. At that time, they will definitely hate the merfolk and beasts to the core. And you can also take this opportunity to openly turn against the merfolk and beasts. Qin Feiyang smiled. Long Qin was stunned by these words. When Qin Feiyang finished, she immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and said disdainfully, You're so cunning. Do you know how to talk? This is called strategy. Qin Feiyang's face darkened, then he looked at the monarch and continued, And by doing this, you can also lay a good foundation for your rebellion in the future. Foundation? The monarch frowned. That's right. In the future, you will fall out with the sovereign sooner or later. But now, except for you, Heavenly Lord Ji, and the great-grandfathers and grandmothers, most of the other clansmen are still on the sovereign side. So in the future, when you officially fall out with the sovereign, these clansmen will definitely hesitate. But if we handle this matter with Ji Tianfeng well and incite the anger of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, then they will naturally rebel with you. In other words, Ji Tianfeng's matter is a fuse. Qin Feiyang smiled. The monarch was also stunned when he heard this. What kind of monster was this kid? It was originally a very small matter, but in the end, he forcefully came up with a big conspiracy. This mind of his was a little too frightening. This idea is not bad, but you have to pay attention to your words in the future. I'm not rebelling. I'm fighting for the fate of the Purple Gold Divine Dragons. The monarch said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and nodded. Yes, I didn't use the right words. The monarch rolled his eyes and looked at the group of elders. I personally think that his suggestion is not bad, but I don't know what you think. As long as it's good for the Purple Gold Divine Dragons, we agree. Besides, Ji Tianfeng can be used to such a value, it can be considered as atonement for his mistakes. Boss Ji nodded. The Divine King and the human race supreme looked at each other and were also willing to submit to Qin Feiyang's strategy. Alright, since it's decided, leave this matter to us. You just have to cooperate with us when the time comes. When the time comes, you can even find an excuse to kill a few beast gods of the beast race, and the dragon god will have nothing to say and can only suffer in silence. Qin Feiyang smiled. You arrange it. The monarch nodded. Ji Tianfeng, who was paralyzed on the side, was also trembling with fear. This was Qin Feiyang? He was truly a person who made people tremble in fear upon hearing his name. This person was a devil. Uncle, great-grandfather, I know I was wrong, don't kill me, please, give me another chance. Seeing Qin Feiyang walking towards him, he immediately trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground, hugging the monarch's thigh and begging. Opportunities are not given by others, you have to fight for it yourself. Besides, to be able to use the remaining heat for the future of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. Don't worry, after you die, I will take good care of your father and son. The monarch looked at him coldly. No, Ji Tianfeng shook his head, his face full of fear. He turned around and crawled to Qin Feiyang's feet. Qin Feiyang, we can be considered a family, please do me a favor and give me a chance. So, if you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He raised his arm and pressed his fingertips on Ji Tianfeng's forehead. No, please, I don't want to die. Accompanied by a scream, under Ji Tianfeng's extreme despair, a law of life and death emerged and directly penetrated his head, annihilating his soul on the spot. A thumb-sized bloody hole was left between his eyebrows. Chapter 41-44. Qin Feiyang and the other two didn't stay any longer. They took Ji Tianfeng's body and entered the East Continent overnight. And it was near the Dragon God Mountain. If they wanted to shift the blame, they would directly shift it to the Dragon God. Only in this way could they exert the greatest effect. The Dragon God Mountain that was razed to the ground had long been rebuilt. Now it was beautiful again. However, looking at the Dragon God Mountain, Qin Feiyang and the other two were like three ghosts hidden under the night sky. There was a trace of coldness in their eyes. Do we need to lure the Dragon God away? The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. Yes. But it's not you, it's me. Let's meet at the Thousand Phoenix Mountain later. Qin Feiyang took out Ji Tianfeng's body and handed it to the white-eyed wolf. The Dragon God's strength was unfathomable. He couldn't let the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin take the risk. Then be careful. The white-eyed wolf warned. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin looked at each other and immediately put away Ji Tianfeng's body, restrained their aura, and disappeared into the mountains below. Is there really a way to restrain the 3,000 incarnations? Qin Feiyang looked at the courtyard on the top of the mountain and muttered to himself. Then, he took a step forward and roared without holding back his aura. Below, the giant peaks suddenly began to collapse, and the rumbling was deafening. On the top of the mountain, in the attic, the Dragon God was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing the movement outside, he immediately got up and took a step forward. He appeared outside the courtyard and looked up. When he saw Qin Feiyang in the distance, his eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. How dare you come to my Dragon God Mountain to make trouble? Boom. Accompanied by a powerful aura, the Dragon God took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Causing trouble? You underestimate me, Qin Feiyang. You think I'm a clown? Let me tell you, I'm here to kill you. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The ultimate mysteries of all the strongest laws were instantly activated. A heaven-destroying, earth-shattering divine might shook the world. The Dragon God sneered. One after another, ultimate intents appeared out of nowhere. There were actually a total of 8 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. The destruction law, devour law, nothingness law, space-time law, time law, karma law, death law, and the last one was the light and darkness law. Powerful indeed. Qin Feiyang felt a chill in his heart. 8 ultimate profundities of supreme laws were even more powerful than the 3 monarchs. This was because the monarch and the other 2 had only mastered 7 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. Boom. Accompanied by the eruption of the will of the heavenly Tao, the 2's law energies collided. However, Qin Feiyang's ultimate profound did not activate the will of the heavenly Tao. This was because the battlefield could not be here. Otherwise, the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin would not have a chance. Because of this, Qin Feiyang was no match for him. He spat out a mouthful of purple gold dragon blood and his face turned slightly pale. Immediately, he turned around decisively, activated the moment of time, and fled into the sky. You want to leave after coming here? You're too naive. The Dragon God also activated the moment of time and chased after him at lightning speed. But he did not notice. Just after he left, 2 black figures sneaked into the Dragon God Mountain. What aura is that? So powerful. He is Qin Feiyang. There were only 3 beast gods left in the God clan, the human clan, and the purple gold divine dragon clan. The other 7 beast gods were in the East Continent. At this moment, Sensing the battle fluctuations that erupted from Qin Feiyang and the Dragon God, they were initially very surprised and suspicious. After identifying Qin Feiyang's aura, they immediately soared into the sky, opened the space-time tunnel, and went forward to encircle him. In a short while, two beast gods appeared in front of him. The lairs of these two beast gods happened to be in the direction that Qin Feiyang had fled. So, they intercepted him from this side. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, turned in the air, and fled in another direction. The Dragon God and the two beast gods looked at each other and changed directions at the same time, continuing to chase. In just a short while, in front, two more beast gods ran to intercept him. A blood Kirin and an ice phoenix, fierce and powerful. The Dragon God laughed. You want to stop me with just these two? Qin Feiyang was disdainful and activated the 6 ultimate laws. Not activating the 3,000 clones? Then aren't you courting death? The blood Kirin and ice phoenix sneered and activated the 6 ultimate laws, and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. Ignorance is terrible. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Since they had delivered themselves to his door, why should he be polite? By directly crippling these two beast gods, it was equivalent to obtaining 12 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. The blood Kirin and 5-clawed golden dragon of the black tortoise world were also waiting to fuse their ultimate laws. Boom! Just before the collision, Qin Feiyang's lips curled up, and the will of the heavenly Tao finally erupted. With the appearance of this will of the heavenly Tao, the Dragon God and the 4 beast gods' expressions changed. What a powerful heavenly might! Was this still the will of the heavenly Tao? It felt as if they were facing the real heavenly Tao. Boom! With a loud explosion, the 12 ultimate laws of the blood Kirin and ice phoenix were unable to fight back and shattered on the spot. Divine might roared. The void collapsed, and the earth sank. In the mountains, the blood of countless fierce beasts splattered everywhere. These fierce beasts were all beasts, so Qin Feiyang naturally did not care. But the Dragon God and the 4 beast gods were heartbroken. You should worry about yourselves first. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The 6 ultimate laws continued to attack the blood Kirin and ice phoenix with a monstrous power. Dodge! The Dragon God shouted. This will of the heavenly Tao had far exceeded the will of the heavenly Tao that they had. Even the beast gods could only be killed in an instant. The blood Kirin and ice phoenix quivered and immediately turned to escape in 2 directions, their backs drenched in cold sweat. How could there be such a terrifying will of the heavenly Tao? They had never seen it before. Boom! Although they escaped quickly, they were still affected by the aftershock of the 6 ultimate laws. Their mountain-like bodies were torn apart on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. This scene made the other 2 beast gods beside the Dragon God shudder with fear and trepidation. Just the remaining force alone was enough to shatter the flesh of the beast gods into pieces? If they were killed head-on, wouldn't they die on the spot? The Dragon God's face darkened slightly. Qin Feiyang's strength had far exceeded his imagination. At the same time, the blood Kirin and ice phoenix thought they had escaped. But suddenly, they felt another strong sense of danger coming from behind them. When they turned their heads to look, they were instantly scared out of their wits. They saw that in the void behind them, there was actually a person who looked exactly like Qin Feiyang, and he was charging towards them. 3,000 clones. There was no need to think to know that it was 3,000 clones. Lord Dragon God, save us. Their bodies were torn apart. Whether it was speed or strength, they could no longer exert their peak state. They frantically ran for their lives while calling for help. No one can save you. The 2 clones sneered. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stopped in the void and turned to face the Dragon God and the other 2 beast gods. This was to prevent them from rescuing the blood Kirin and ice phoenix. You 2 go rescue them. The Dragon God said to the 2 beast gods gloomily. He stared at Qin Feiyang and said, You are courting death. Boom! A mysterious aura suddenly erupted. Qin Feiyang was about to intercept the 2 beast gods, but as this aura erupted, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He didn't dare to hesitate and activated all 3,000 clones. Seeing this, The two beast gods who were about to rescue the Blood Kirin and Ice Phoenix immediately retreated. Actually, even if they succeeded in bypassing Qin Fei Yang and ran to rescue them, it was already too late, because the two clones had already caught up with the Blood Kirin and Ice Phoenix. Following a cry of agony, the flesh of the two beast gods shattered into pieces. Their souls were fatally injured. The two clones attacked and instantly sealed their souls to prevent them from self-destructing. You really don't know what death is. This scene made the dragon god completely furious. You two, stop him. Qin Fei Yang didn't hesitate and left this sentence to the 2,998 clones behind him. Then he turned around and shot through the sky like lightning to join the other two clones. Die here for this sovereign. The dragon god roared angrily. Wisps of mysterious power surged out and instantly turned into a 3-foot-long sword. It was colorful and dazzling like a colorful diamond. This is... Feeling this aura, Qin Fei Yang turned his head to look, and his expression changed. This was actually the power of origin. How was this possible? The dragon god actually controlled the power of origin? The power of origin was something that only the ruler of the divine kingdom could control. Could it be? This was given to him by the ruler of the divine kingdom? This was the dragon god's strongest technique? It was indeed terrifying, because he had already experienced the power of origin of the divine kingdom when he entered the divine kingdom. There was nothing that could stop it. He finally understood why the dragon god and Neptune both had the means to restrain the 3,000 clones. The reason was the power of origin. With the power of origin of the divine kingdom, how could the 3,000 clones be a match for the dragon god and Neptune? Instead of calling it restraint, it was better to call it crushing. The 3,000 clones also realized the seriousness of the problem. The law of life and death and the ultimate profoundness of the 6 supreme laws were activated without reservation. The will of the heavenly way also erupted. Retreat. The other two beast gods were horrified when they saw this scene. They were different from the dragon god. The dragon god controlled the power of origin of the divine kingdom, but they did not. Facing the law of life and death, the ultimate profoundness of the 6 supreme laws, and such a terrifying will of the heavenly way, they did not even have the courage to fight. The dragon god did not retreat at all, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. With a slash of the long sword in his hand, thousands of sharp lights swept across the sky like a torrent, and 3,000 clones appeared. Rumble! In just an instant, the 3,000 clones collided with the sword aura. Qin Fei Yang had also joined the two clones. When he turned his head to look, his pupils immediately shrank. Even the current will of the heavenly way could not compete with the power of origin of the divine kingdom. Whether it was the ultimate profoundness of the 6 supreme laws or the law of life and death, they were all shattered like rotten wood. How could he dare to continue fighting? He immediately opened a space-time tunnel and entered it without looking back. At the same time, the sword aura surged, and the 2,988 clones all dissipated in an instant. Chapter 41-45. Immediately after, the sword chi surged toward the space-time tunnel in an overwhelming manner. Thousand Phoenix Mountain. Qin Fei Yang ran out. Before he could catch his breath, he sensed a fatal danger behind him. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin were already waiting at the top of the mountain. When they saw Qin Fei Yang appear, they immediately went to greet him happily. But before they got close, they also felt a fatal threat. Without hesitation, the three of them immediately rose into the air. At the same time, a terrifying sword chi roared out. Although Qin Fei Yang and the other two escaped in time, they were still affected by a wisp of sword chi. Their bodies were torn apart on the spot, and their blood dyed the sky red. The three of them frantically ran for their lives, their hearts filled with horror. Especially the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin, their hearts were in turmoil. What the hell was that? How could it be so terrifying? When they escaped to a safe distance and looked back, they were dumbfounded. The void and earth in this area had been reduced to nothing. The white-eyed wolf activated the law of life. While healing Long Qin and himself, he flew to Qin Fei Yang's side and asked, "What's going on?" The dragon god's means are beyond our imagination. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven to deal with him. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin looked at each other, and the shock in their eyes grew stronger. Let's get out of here first. Qin Feiyang opened a space-time tunnel. The next moment, the three of them appeared in the West Continent. Qin Feiyang immediately took the two of them into the Black Tortoise realm. He first sealed the remnant souls of the Blood Kirin and Ice Phoenix in the ancient castle. Then, the three of them went to the tea garden, made a pot of tea, and drank a few sips. After calming down, Qin Feiyang took out the voice transmission stone. Buzz. The Lord's shadow appeared. Why are you in such a sorry state? Looking at the bloodied Qin Feiyang, the Lord was shocked. The mission has been completed. At the same time, the Dragon God's trump card has been exposed. Qin Feiyang said. What trump card? The monarch was bewildered. Obviously. The reason Qin Feiyang was in such a sorry state was definitely because of the Dragon God's trump card. The power of origin of the Divine Kingdom. Qin Feiyang enunciated every word clearly. What? The monarch looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. White-eyed Wolf and Long Qin were so shocked that their faces turned pale. They were no stranger to the power of the origin of the Divine Kingdom. Back then, when they had broken into the Divine Kingdom, if it hadn't been for the mysterious youth, they would have been killed by the power of the origin of the Divine Kingdom. But who would have thought that the Dragon God also controlled the origin power? The monarch came back to his senses and asked, Isn't this origin energy something that only sovereigns can control? Indeed. However, sovereigns can also bestow a few strands of the power of origin to their subordinates. Qin Feiyang said. Even the 3,000 incarnations can't stop it? The monarch asked. Not only the 3,000 incarnations, all the ultimate mysteries and heavenly will that I have mastered can't stop the power of origin controlled by the Dragon God. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Recalling the scene he had seen before, he couldn't help but shudder. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that we have no chance of winning? The monarch frowned. That's the case for now. Qin Feiyang nodded. Apart from the power of origin of the Black Tortoise realm, only the power of faith of the human race could contend with the power of origin. But now, whether it was the power of origin of the Black Tortoise realm or the power of faith of the human race, they had not reached this level. Then what should we do? The monarch was worried. You don't have to worry. As long as our alliance is not exposed, the Dragon God and Neptune will not attack you. Qin Feiyang comforted. No matter how fast the Black Tortoise realm grew, it still needed a process. The same was true for the power of faith of the human race. To be honest, this matter was really difficult to deal with. So for now, they could only avoid the sharp edge. In the future, the monarch, the Divine King, and the human race would have to be more careful when doing things. About Ji Tianfeng, do I still have to look for the Dragon God to settle the score? The monarch asked. Of course. Although he has the power of origin, he still has some concerns about the three races. Moreover, you have to continue to pretend that you don't know that he has the power of origin. Otherwise, he will suspect our relationship. After all, only we know that he has the power of origin. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Anyway, just do as usual. The monarch smiled. We can't have the slightest fear. When it's time to make a move, make a move. The power of origin is his trump card and the only way to restrain the 3,000 incarnations. He won't show it in front of you until the last moment. Qin Feiyang nodded. Makes sense. The monarch thought for a moment and said, Then you have to make arrangements as soon as possible to spread the news of Ji Tianfeng's death in the East Continent. The bigger the commotion, the better. I will make the arrangements later. Although I have suffered a loss this time, I have also gained something. I have captured the Blood Kirin and the Ice Phoenix. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Captured them? It doesn't seem to be meaningful because their divine souls are in the East Continent. The monarch frowned. I know this. But for me, they are of great use. Qin Feiyang smiled. What great use? The monarch was curious. I won't reveal it for now. When the time is right, I will give you a surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. You brat, You are still keeping me in suspense. The monarch laughed. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. The monarch asked, what should we do with old Wu and the spies of the human race and the Protoss? They must be eliminated, but we can't rush it. Otherwise, the dragon god and Neptune will become suspicious. Anyway, now that we know they are spies, we just have to be careful in the future. It won't affect the overall situation. And in the future, they may be of great help to us. For example, we can give them false information. Qin Feiyang bared his teeth. The monarch was stunned. He shook his head and smiled. Long Qin was right. You are a treacherous little fox. Look. Even the monarch said so. What else do you have to refute? Long Qin looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain. Qin Feiyang looked at the monarch helplessly and said, then that's it for now. You guys act according to the circumstances and tell the divine king and the supremacy of the human race. The monarch nodded. After the conversation, Qin Feiyang put away the transmission stone and turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. Seeing this, the white-eyed wolf immediately prepared to run away. Why are you running away? Qin Feiyang grabbed him and said with a dark face. Don't I know you? You must be planning to let me spread the news. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Spreading the news is just a matter of moving one's mouth. Qin Feiyang was speechless. It was as if he was going to risk his life. Then he looked at Long Qin and said, Little Qin, you go with him. If he doesn't listen, you can beat him up. At first, Long Qin was very reluctant like the white-eyed wolf, but when she heard the latter part, she immediately perked up and asked, Are you sure I can beat him up? Qin Feiyang nodded. Long Qin immediately looked at the white-eyed wolf with evil intentions. Damn you! What kind of brother are you? I'm going to cut ties with you. Immediately, right now. The white-eyed wolf yelled at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and waved his hand, sending the two out of the Black Tortoise realm. Then he pondered for a moment, stepped out and landed in the cultivation room of the ancient castle. Sky Peng, the Blood-Winged Sea God, the Blood Kirin, and the Ice Phoenix were all sealed in this cultivation room. Seeing Qin Feiyang come in, the three beast gods and the Blood-Winged Sea God immediately stared at Qin Feiyang with resentment. Don't look at me like that. You only have yourselves to blame for overestimating yourselves. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then what do you mean? Are you going to keep suppressing us like this? The Blood-Winged Sea God said angrily. Sky Peng and the Blood-Winged Sea God's ultimate enlightenment hadn't been stripped yet, because Long Chen had already said not to disturb him for the time being. However, Qin Feiyang was a little worried that a long delay might lead to trouble, so he hesitated at this moment. Should he go and find Long Chen? Forget it, let's wait for him to come out. There shouldn't be any changes if we're imprisoned here. Qin Feiyang mumbled and looked up at the three beast gods and the Blood-Winged Sea God. He smiled and said, If you want, I'll be happy to imprison you here forever. Who the hell would be willing? Sky Peng and the Blood-Winged Sea God couldn't help but curse in their hearts. They didn't realize that Qin Feiyang was thinking about their ultimate enlightenment. Outside, at dawn, a piece of news that shocked the three continents spread like wildfire. The monarch's nephew, Ji Tianfeng, died in the East continent. And he died on the Dragon God Mountain. Needless to say, if he died on the Dragon God Mountain, it must have something to do with the Dragon God. Is this true? Why do I feel that it's a bit ridiculous? No matter how arrogant the beast race is, they wouldn't dare to attack a direct descendant of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. I don't think it's groundless. Let's wait a little longer. If this is true, the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan will make a move soon. Everyone was discussing. At the same time, East Continent, the Dragon God returned to the Dragon God Mountain and sat in the pavilion with a gloomy face. First, it was Sky Peng, and now it was the Blood Kirin and the Ice Phoenix. Were they trying to defeat the beast gods of the beast race one by one? Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure descended in the courtyard. It was Neptune. At this moment, Neptune's face was extremely ugly. He hurried into the pavilion and glared at the Dragon God. What have you done? What? The Dragon God looked up at Neptune in confusion. Why are you asking me about the stupid things you did? Neptune thought he was playing dumb and became even more annoyed. Stupid things? Be more polite when you speak to me. What is it? Can you make it clear first? The dragon god was already very angry. Now that Neptune came, he scolded him without any explanation. Wasn't that adding fuel to the fire? You really don't know? Neptune frowned. Know what? The dragon god was also more and more puzzled, and an uneasy premonition appeared in his heart. It seems that you really don't know. I just received news that the West Continent, South Continent, and North Continent are crazily spreading the news. You killed the monarch's nephew, Ji Tianfeng. Neptune said in a deep voice. Killed Ji Tianfeng? Who said that? Why would I kill such a trash? Besides, he is a spy we planted in the purple gold divine dragon clan. Why would I kill him? The dragon god was speechless. But rumors are like that. Neptune frowned. What was going on? Chapter 41-46. Swish. Suddenly, a space-time passage appeared. A golden tiger hurriedly ran out. Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on the purple gold divine dragon clan? Why did you run back in such a hurry? The dragon god looked at Golden Tiger suspiciously. My lord, don't tell me you still don't know what happened outside? Golden Tiger was burning with anxiety. The dragon god froze for a moment and frowned. Are you talking about the rumors about me killing Ji Tianfeng? Golden Tiger nodded. What a bunch of nonsense. Someone is spreading rumors and causing trouble. The dragon god was furious. But now, we really can't find Ji Tianfeng in the purple gold divine dragon clan. Moreover, when the king heard the news, he was furious. Not only did he summon the powerhouses of the clan, but he also asked Ji Tianjun to personally invite the divine king and the supreme of the human race to come and seek justice from you. Golden Tiger said in a deep voice. What? The dragon god suddenly stood up and roared, Bastard, who is behind this? Are you sure you didn't do it? Neptune looked at the dragon god and asked again. If I say I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. The dragon god glared at him. Neptune frowned. He naturally knew the dragon god's character. If he really did it, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to admit. In that case, someone must be plotting against the dragon god behind this matter. But who was it? Plotting against the dragon god required a lot of courage. Could it be Qin Feiyang and his group? Golden Tiger was surprised. Qin Feiyang. The dragon god's eyes were cold as he nodded and said, Yes, it must be these people. They want to sow discord between us and the three major clans and cause internal strife. If it's really them, then this move is really vicious. Neptune whispered. Ji Tianfeng was the king's nephew. He was the true direct descendant of the purple gold divine dragon clan. The most important thing was that everyone knew about it now. In such a situation, would the monarch let it go? Definitely not. If the monarch did not come to seek justice from them, the world would criticize him behind his back, saying that he did not even dare to stand up for him when his own nephew was killed. He could already foresee that when the monarch brought his people to the East Continent, it would cause a terrible storm. Sir, why don't you go and hide for a while? The Golden Tiger was rather worried. What did you say? You want me to hide? I didn't do it. Why should I hide from them? The dragon god roared. But the Golden Tiger hesitated. The dragon god was obviously in a fit of anger, so he didn't dare to say anything more. Hiding is indeed not a solution. However, you don't have to worry too much. Because this kind of thing requires evidence first. Dragon God Mountain doesn't have Ji Tianfeng's corpse. Even if the monarch brings people here, he can't really do anything to us. Neptune said, but in his heart he felt uneasy. He seemed to have overlooked something. That's right. If you say that I killed Ji Tianfeng, then show me the evidence. The dragon god sneered. Boom. But before he finished speaking, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. The dragon god and the other two looked up and their faces sank. The people who came were from the three major races. The monarch, the divine king, and the supremacy of the human race were the leaders. Next were Heavenly Lord Ji and the supremacies of the three major races. This lineup was more than just a little terrifying. Each of them had mastered the ultimate meaning. The 10 supremacies of the god race and the 3rd supremacies of the human race, these 2 spies were also there. However, except for the monarch, the divine king, the supremacy of the human race, and Heavenly Lord Ji, all the supremacies here did not know about this meticulously planned plot by Qin Feiyang. Similarly, the monarch and the other 2 also listened to Qin Feiyang's suggestion and did not expose the identities of the 10 supremacies and the 3rd supremacies as spies. Therefore, right now, the 10 supremacies and the 3rd supremacies were completely unaware that their identities as spies had been exposed. Dragon God, Neptune, why did you do this? As soon as the monarch appeared, he directly questioned them. What did you say? The dragon god and Neptune frowned. Still playing dumb? Hurry up and hand over Ji Tianfeng to us. Heavenly Lord Ji spoke, his entire body surging with killing intent. You're just a junior, don't be presumptuous. The golden tiger raised his eyebrows and said angrily. You're not convinced? With trash like you, even 100 of you won't be enough for me to kill. Heavenly Lord Ji looked at the golden tiger with unparalleled dominance, his eyes full of contempt. You? The golden tiger was so angry that he trembled. This was too arrogant. The dragon god stopped the golden tiger, looked at Heavenly Lord Ji, and said in a deep voice, Ji Tianfeng's matter has nothing to do with us. Moreover, with my identity and status, I disdain to kill such a small character. Then who knows? I only believe that there's no such thing as a groundless rumor. Moreover, we really can't find Ji Tianfeng now. Moreover, the contract bridge we established with him has collapsed, which means that he has indeed met with misfortune. The monarch said in a deep voice. The contract bridge collapsed? The dragon god and Neptune looked at each other. In that case, Ji Tianfeng had really met with misfortune. Because only when he met with misfortune would the contract bridge established by the divine voice stone dissipate. I really didn't expect you guys to be so ruthless. There's a good saying that you have to look at the owner before beating a dog. Ji Tianfeng is the monarch's nephew. Even if he has offended you, for the sake of the monarch, for the sake of the Buddha, you shouldn't kill him directly. The divine king sighed. Divine king, don't slander us. The dragon god was furious. The divine king sneered and said, Then tell me, what's with the rumors outside? Daring to do it but not daring to admit it, is this the style of the dragon god? What a joke. If it was really done by me, why wouldn't I dare to admit it? The key is, Ji Tianfeng's death indeed has nothing to do with me. Why should I bear with something that didn't happen? The dragon god roared. Monarch, divine king, Jizun, before you guys came, I also asked the dragon god, and he indeed didn't do it. According to our speculation, this should be deliberately framed by someone. And I think that the person behind this is most likely Qin Feiyang's group. In other words, Ji Tianfeng was killed by them, and now they are deliberately framing the dragon god to sow discord between our several races. Neptune explained calmly. Words have no proof. Heavenly Lord Ji said word by word. Neptune shook his head and said, We really don't have any evidence now, but please believe me, this matter really has nothing to do with the dragon god, I guarantee it in my own name. How much is your name worth? Besides, who doesn't know that the sea race and the beast race have a good relationship? Heavenly Lord, search the mountain. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The monarch shouted. Heavenly Lord Ji nodded, and his divine sense rolled out. Search the mountain? The golden tiger raised his eyebrows and said angrily, What right do you have to search the mountain? Where do you think this is? How can you be so presumptuous? What? Guilty conscience? Heavenly Lord Ji sneered. Let them search. I have a clear conscience, I'm not afraid of them searching. The dragon god looked at the golden tiger and shouted. The golden tiger roared indignantly, But this kind of behavior is disrespectful to you. So, we have to make it clear in advance. The dragon god looked at the monarch and said in a deep voice, If you can't find Ji Tianfeng's body in the end, then kneel down in front of everyone and apologize to me. You think you're worthy of making Father kneel down and apologize? Let's talk about it later. With your means, you can completely destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence. Heavenly Lord G sneered. Bastard! How many times do I have to say that this has nothing to do with me? You want to search, right? Go ahead. If it weren't for his identity, the dragon god would probably have cursed. Heavenly Lord G's eyes flashed coldly, and his divine sense rolled out, instantly enveloping the entire dragon god mountain. Time passed bit by bit. Suddenly, Heavenly Lord G clenched his hands and immediately took a step forward, landing above a river in the mountains below. Seeing this, the monarch and the others immediately followed. The dragon god and the other two looked at each other and followed with a face full of surprise. Could it be that they really found something? The river. It was several meters wide. The river water was calm and clear. Heavenly Lord G's divine sense sank to the bottom of the river. Bastard, you really did it. All of a sudden, a monstrous anger erupted as Heavenly Lord G glared at the dragon god and roared. What? The dragon god's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly released his divine sense and rushed to the bottom of the river. He was stunned. The others also did the same. When their divine sense sank to the bottom of the river, they saw a corpse lying quietly at the bottom of the river. If it wasn't Heavenly Lord G, who else could it be? Impossible! The dragon god shook his head. The monarch waved his hand, and Heavenly Lord G's corpse rose out of the water and floated in the void. Looking at Heavenly Lord G's miserable death, the 10 supremacies of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan were enraged. They stared at the dragon god and shouted, "What else do you have to say?" Neptune and Golden Tiger also looked at the dragon god. Believe me, this really has nothing to do with me. Like what Heavenly Lord G said before, if it really was me, I could have destroyed the corpse and erased the evidence. Why would I leave his body here? Isn't this giving them something to use against me? Am I that stupid? The dragon god hurriedly looked at Neptune and said. Neptune frowned. It seemed to make sense. In such a situation, the element of framing was indeed more likely. However, he believed in the dragon god. But would the monarch and the others believe him? After all, seeing was believing, and the corpse was right in front of them. Dragon god, you've gone too far. The monarch clenched his fists and a monstrous energy erupted. The power of laws surged out, and a scene of heaven and earth cracking suddenly appeared. Monarch, calm down. Neptune shouted. Calm down? I think this matter also has something to do with you. The monarch stared at Neptune like a furious lion. All the ultimate mysteries appeared and the will of heaven roared in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the dragon god mountain was razed to the ground by the monarch's anger. Neptune's heart sank. He didn't expect that even he would be implicated. You killed my clansmen. An eye for an eye. Heavenly Lord G directly activated 3,000 incarnations, and his murderous aura surged into the sky. Heavenly Lord G, don't be presumptuous. At this time, accompanied by angry roars, the other 17 divine beasts arrived, all of them furious. Chapter 41-47. What? You want to bully me with numbers? Killing intent flashed in the God King's eyes. With a wave of his hand, the 10 sovereigns behind him immediately stood in front of the 17 beast gods. The human lord also looked at the 10 lords of the human race. The 10 lords understood and also stood in front of the 17 beast gods. Divine King, Lord Supreme, what do you want? One of the beast gods said angrily. The Divine King said, this sentence, it should be this Empyrean asking you all. What are your intentions in killing Ji Tianfeng? We know a thing or two about this. Someone must have framed you. As the Divine King of the God race and Lord Supreme of the human race, can't you see that? The beast god said angrily. We only believe what we see with our own eyes. Look at you. You're getting more and more arrogant. All these years, the beast kings and beast emperors of the East continent have enslaved the members of the 3 races and used them as tools to pass the time. We followed the principle of peaceful coexistence and pretended not to see it. But now, you've killed a direct descendant of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race. Do you really think we're easy to bully? The Divine King's face was dark. Don't make it sound so nice. Even if this has something to do with me, what does it have to do with the God race and the human race? Do you have nothing better to do than to meddle in other people's business? The dragon god stared at the Divine King and Lord Supreme of the human race. You finally admit it. Heavenly Lord G said. When did I admit it? I was just making a metaphor. How can you be the patriarch if your understanding is so bad? The dragon god shouted. Whether you admit it or not, don't think about it today. As for the Divine King and Lord Supreme, they're on the side of justice. Besides, you killed a direct descendant of the purple gold divine dragon race today, and tomorrow you might kill a direct descendant of the god race or kill an elite of the human race. Then, Heavenly Lord G's 3,000 clones all activated their ultimate intents. Following the eruption of the will of the Heavenly Tao, 18,000 ultimate intents instantly turned into a torrent that charged toward the dragon god. You're courting death. Killing intent surged in the dragon god's eyes. The monarch hasn't even made a move yet, and you, a junior, dare to be so arrogant? Clang. The enraged dragon god directly activated his origin force, and Neptune couldn't even stop him in time. Not only had the dragon god entered a state of rage, but only the power of the origin could rival the 3,000 incarnations. Therefore, he could only activate his origin energy. This is... The monarch, Heavenly Monarch G's pupils contracted. Although they had already learned from Qin Feiyang that the dragon god controlled the origin power, they still had to pretend that they had just found out. Clang. The origin energy turned into a 1-meter-long sword that was indestructible. The 18,000 ultimate mysteries shattered on the spot. Heavenly Lord G spat out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. I'll send you to hell right now. The dragon god let out a sinister smile as he slashed at Heavenly Lord G with his sword. How dare you hurt my grandson? Even if you're the dragon god, I won't let you off. Suddenly, accompanied by a violent roar, 15 old men descended from the sky. What? Neptune's expression changed abruptly. It actually alarmed these 15 old antiques. Boom. The 15 old men took a step forward and landed in front of Heavenly Lord G as they activated their 3,000 incarnations. Ultimate intents appeared one after another. These old men had all mastered 7 ultimate intents of the strongest laws. One of them had 21,000 ultimate intents. 15 of them had more than 300,000 ultimate intents of the strongest laws. What kind of scene was this? Even Neptune and the dragon god couldn't help but tremble. As the rulers of the beast race and the sea race, they were naturally very clear about the situation of the purple gold divine dragon race. The most terrifying part of the purple gold divine dragon race wasn't the monarch or Heavenly Lord G, but these 15 old men who lived in seclusion deep in the mountains. Once these 15 old men made a move, even they would be scared out of their wits. Old senior, this is a misunderstanding. Please calm down. Dragon god, quickly stop. Neptune shouted repeatedly. More than 300,000 ultimate intents of the strongest laws. To be honest, even the power of origin that the dragon god had mastered might not be able to crush them. Because the power of origin that the dragon god had mastered was only bestowed by the sovereign. No matter how strong it was, it had a limit. Moreover, if this power of origin was shattered by the 15 old men, then the dragon god would lose this trump card of the power of origin. Because the sovereign wasn't in the divine kingdom now, he could no longer bestow the dragon god the power of origin. If the dragon god lost the power of origin, it would be equivalent to losing the suppression of the 3 major races. Hearing Neptune's shout, the dragon god frowned slightly, and the long sword formed by the power of origin returned to him. Not bad. He even bestowed the power of origin to you. It seems that the sovereign really treats you as his trusted aide. Since the dragon god has the power of origin, then Neptune, you must also have the power of origin. Master Jijio looked at the two and sneered. This is a small matter. Seniors, please do not believe in the slanderous words. Ji Tianfeng's death really has nothing to do with us. How about this? Give us some time. We will definitely find evidence and give the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan a satisfactory explanation. Neptune said. But Ji Tianfeng's corpse is on Dragon God Mountain. This is an ironclad fact. Master Ji said in a deep voice. This can't be denied, but Ji Tianfeng's death is indeed very strange. Neptune explained. Suddenly, the dragon god's gaze trembled and he shouted, "This sovereign understands." What? Neptune looked at him in surprise. Last night, Qin Feiyang came to Dragon God Mountain. I thought he was here for revenge, but now that I think about it, he was actually luring the tiger away from the mountain. The dragon god said angrily. Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Neptune was stunned. That's right. He tricked me out of Dragon God Mountain and then had his companions put Ji Tianfeng's corpse in my Dragon God Mountain to frame me. The dragon god said. That's right. When the rumor appeared in the West Continent, North Continent, and South Continent, it seemed to be not long after he came to Dragon God Mountain. That must be it. He was the one who killed Ji Tianfeng and then framed us for it. He instigated the relationship between our 5 great races, made us have internal strife, and then came out to reap the benefits. Neptune nodded. Why did he always feel like he had overlooked something before? So this was it. No matter what you say, you have to pay the price today. Heavenly Lord Ji's eyes turned cold and he activated his 3,000 clones again. He suddenly turned around and attacked the 17 beast gods. Neptune shouted. But Heavenly Lord Ji turned a deaf ear. The 3,000 clones pounced on the beast gods. The beast gods certainly wouldn't sit still and wait for death. However, they couldn't resist at all in the face of the 3,000 clones. Arg! Accompanied by screams, the bodies of the 17 beast gods shattered on the spot in less than 3 breaths. Even their divine souls were completely erased. Of course, they wouldn't die, because they had left their divine souls in advance. However, this scene was truly shocking. It also proved the power of the 3,000 clones. They were all overlords who had mastered the will of heaven, but the 17 beast gods were like a group of children in front of Heavenly Lord Ji. No wonder the Lord gave the dragon god and Neptune the power of origin before he left. Without the power of origin, they wouldn't have the ability to suppress the purple gold divine dragons at all. Heavenly Lord Ji, at the same time. The dragon god looked at this scene with murderous intent in his eyes. What do you want? If the beast race really wants to go to war, the purple gold divine dragons won't be soft shrimps. At most, we'll fight to the death. Ninth Master Ji stared at the dragon god, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The dragon god was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Just because of Heavenly Lord Ji, he killed 17 beast gods of the beast race in front of him. This was simply too much. Although the 17 beast gods didn't really die, this kind of behavior was a naked humiliation to him. Enough. They won't die anyway, so let's just endure this for now. The Sea King transmitted his voice to the group of elders and said, 17 beast gods have been annihilated. You should be appeased by now. Just give us some time. We promise to investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. We'll give you time to investigate. 3 months. If you don't give us an explanation after 3 months, don't blame us for being ruthless. Next time, these beast gods will truly be destroyed in body and soul. Let's go. Ninth Master Ji left these words, opened the space-time passage, and led the group of people away. Soon, only the dragon god, Neptune, and the golden tiger were left here. This is too much, too much. These old farts don't put the sea race and the beast race in their eyes at all. The golden tiger roared. There's nothing we can do about it. These people, although now living in seclusion deep in the mountains and don't care about the world, when they were young, which one of them wasn't in existence that made people tremble in fear? Once they are angered, even if we can kill them, the beast race and the sea race will pay a heavy price. Neptune sighed deeply. Then what should we do now? Qin Feiyang and these people are more cunning than foxes. It's probably harder than ascending to the sky to find out the truth of this matter. And with such a vicious plan, they definitely won't give us a chance to find out the truth. The golden tiger was worried. If they couldn't find out the truth, how could they give the purple gold divine dragon race an explanation? Finding out the truth is indeed as difficult as ascending to the sky. Now, to solve this matter, I'm afraid we can only ask the people of the Central Dynasty to come forward. Neptune sighed. The golden tiger's pupils shrank. There was also a trace of deep fear in the dragon god's eyes. All right, try your best to investigate. It's best if you can find out the truth. I'll go to the Central Dynasty now. As long as they are willing to come forward, those old farts of the purple gold divine dragon race won't dare to say anything. After the Sea King finished speaking, he looked at the dragon god and exhorted, "You must not act rashly while I'm away. Otherwise, even with your power of origin, you may not be able to withstand the combined might of the three major races." "I know." The dragon god waved his hand impatiently. Neptune sighed helplessly, opened a space-time passage, and left. Chapter 41-48. Find him. Order all the beasts in Scandinavia to find Qin Feiyang and those bastards for this sovereign. This sovereign will let them know the price of provoking this sovereign. The more the dragon god thought about it, the angrier he got. If it was really him who did it, it would make sense. But what did this have to do with him? Why did he have to suffer such grievances? If he didn't vent his anger, he would go crazy sooner or later. The golden tiger nodded respectfully and turned to leave with a belly full of anger. It seems that the people from the Central Dynasty will appear soon. At the same time, in the void not far away, the Black Tortoise realm was hidden in the dark. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, and Long Qin stood in the Black Tortoise realm and witnessed the whole process. Not the whole process. In fact, they followed Boss G and the others here. If they came here from the beginning, no matter how they hid, they would definitely be discovered by everyone's divine sense. I heard that Neptune and the dragon god are in contact with the people from the Central Dynasty. I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect it to be true. I'm really looking forward to it. What kind of people are in the Central Dynasty? The white-eyed wolf had a playful look on his face. We can ignore the Central Dynasty for now. Because right now, there is an opportunity in front of us. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What opportunity? The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin were suspicious. Neptune went to the Central Dynasty, and from what he said to the dragon god, he should be leaving for a long time. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly. The two looked at each other and suddenly understood. If Neptune left, the oceanic tribe would be like a group of dragons without a leader. And the only person who could threaten them was Neptune, who had the power of origin. Without Neptune, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Since the opportunity has come knocking on our door, we shouldn't be polite. Let's take care of the oceanic race in one fell swoop." Interesting. The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs. That's exciting. Long Qin also giggled. If he could really wipe out the entire sea race, not to mention the 6,000 shadow guards, perhaps even all the ferocious beasts around Qin Feiyang would be able to grasp the will of the heavenly Tao. Qin Feiyang seemed to have a lot of people and beasts around him. But compared to the entire Sea Clan, it was like comparing an elephant to an ant. Putting aside the others, just the 6,000 shadow guards alone would require 36,000 ultimate profound meanings to grasp the will of the heavenly Tao. In other words, as long as each of the 36,000 members of the Sea Tribe grasped an ultimate profound, it would be enough for the 6,000 secret guards to reach the heavens in one step. 36,000 people, each grasping an ultimate profound. In the Sky Cloud realm, this was almost a dream. But in the Sea Clan, the number of people who grasped the ultimate profound of the ultimate law far exceeded this number. Moreover, many of the Sea Clan had grasped several ultimate profound of the ultimate law. So, once this plan succeeded, the overall strength of the Black Tortoise realm would definitely soar countless times in an instant. Buzz. Suddenly, the divine sound transmission stone rang. Qin Feiyang took out the divine sound transmission stone, and a shadow appeared. It was the king. "You're still in the East Continent?" The king asked with a smile. I'm keeping an eye on the dragon god." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Then, after we left, did the dragon god and Neptune do anything?" The king asked. Neptune is going to the Central Dynasty to ask the people there to come forward and solve this matter. Qin Feiyang nodded. I knew they would do this. But we sovereigns are indeed too biased. Every time, it's the three major clans who risk their lives at the front, but in the end, they give the Beast Clan and the Sea Clan the origin energy. The king sighed. Every time he thought of the unfair treatment of the sovereigns, he felt more and more disappointed and sad. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and said, Don't be sad. When the Black Tortoise realm grows in the future, I'll ask little Qinzi to give you a piece of the origin energy. You can play with it however you want. The king's mouth twitched. Do you think the origin energy is a toy? He was speechless. Let's get down to business. The Central Dynasty can't be underestimated. The king's face suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, About 1,000 years ago, two amazing talents appeared out of nowhere in the Divine Kingdom. These two people relied on their abilities to suppress the geniuses of the various clans. In the end, they were valued by the Central Dynasty and were personally sent to pick them up. What? The Central Dynasty personally came to pick them up? The three of them were stunned. How monstrous were they? Their talent and potential are not inferior to yours. However, their origins are still a mystery. The king frowned. What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. No one knows where they came from, and no one knows their identity. No one even knows what they look like. The king said, That's impossible. Didn't they appear in the Divine Kingdom? How can no one know what they look like? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. There are quite a lot of people who have seen them. I've seen them with my own eyes. However, they've always been wearing masks. Regardless of when, they've never taken them off. The Divine King shook his head. Why are they so mysterious? The three of them looked at each other. The Longqin frowned and said, They can't be people from the Central Dynasty, right? We thought so too, but if they're really people from the Central Dynasty, why would the Central Dynasty send people to pick them up? The Divine King was suspicious. That can be explained. Maybe they sneaked out from the Central Dynasty, and then their elders found out and sent people to capture them. The Longqin said, That's also possible. In fact, back in the Sky Cloud realm, the geniuses of the Divine Kingdom were repeatedly defeated by you. The Divine King and I, the supreme of the human race, wanted to find the Central Dynasty and ask the two geniuses to help. However, my good-for-nothing grandson insisted on holding a friendly competition to lure out the geniuses with the strongest fighting souls from the Sky Cloud realm. But in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. The king smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang shook his head, smiled, and said, Actually, Long Zi's plan is pretty good. It's just that he's unlucky to have met us, especially little Qin. In less than half a day's time, we've already figured out his goal. Hearing this, the king looked at Longqin, shook his head and sighed. Yes, if it weren't for you guys, the plan would have succeeded. This may be fate. Thinking about the fighting souls of Qin Feiyang and the others, it was incredible to the extreme. Anyway, you must be careful when facing the Central Dynasty. And I have a hunch that the two geniuses may also appear this time. Also, the Dragon God and Neptune both have the power of origin. The Divine King and I, the supreme of the human race, will not dare to do anything in the future. You can only rely on yourselves. The king warned. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the conversation, Qin Feiyang put away the voice transmission stone and looked at the Dragon God, who was standing above the ruins with a gloomy face, and said with a smile, Let's go and try our luck. After that, he controlled the Black Tortoise realm and flew silently to the west. The white-eyed wolf and Longqin were startled and looked at him suspiciously. Weren't the bodies and divine souls of the 17 beast gods destroyed by Heavenly Lord Ji? Let's go to their nest now and see if we can find their divine souls. Qin Feiyang's eyes twinkled. Hearing this, the white-eyed wolf and Longqin's eyes brightened. The bodies and divine souls of the 17 beast gods had been destroyed, leaving only their broken souls. If they could really find them and capture them, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Because when facing them in such a state, these broken souls would have no chance to fight back. A while later, the Black Tortoise realm landed above a mountain. The mountains were undulating and the vegetation was lush, but judging from the distribution of the terrain, a battle had taken place here. Because this was the nest of the heavenly Peng. Qin Feiyang and the others observed for a while and found that there were many beast lords and beast emperors hiding in the nest. They were all hiding in the dark and their eyes were full of vigilance. This is strange. When we first came here, we didn't see so many beast emperors and beast lords. The white-eyed wolf mumbled. Do you still need to think? Usually, this is a forbidden area. No beast dares to set foot here. But now that the heavenly Peng is in our hands, there are so many beast lords and beast emperors gathered here. It seems that they are guarding something? Long Qin whispered. Guarding the broken souls of the heavenly Peng? The white-eyed wolf's spirit was lifted. From the looks of it, that's most likely the case. Long Qin nodded and turned to Qin Feiyang with a smile. Looks like we are quite lucky. Maybe. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Long Qin was confused. Maybe, what do you mean? Logically speaking, the broken souls of the beast gods should be kept by the dragon god himself. Because this is the safest way. I don't believe that these beast gods would be stupid enough to keep the broken souls in their own lair and let this group of weak beast lords and beast emperors guard them. Qin Feiyang speculated. At first, he also thought that they were quite lucky. But now, he thought about it carefully and felt that it was a little too smooth. So he was a little uncertain in his heart. What if they are that stupid? The white-eyed wolf bared its teeth. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Who were they looking down on? After all, they were the beast gods of the beast race. If they were really stupid, how could they have gotten to where they were today? However, since they were already here and the broken soul of the heavenly Peng might be here, they naturally had to go out and take a look. Swish. Without warning, he appeared in the mountains outside alone. Qin Feiyang. The pupils of the beast emperors and beast lords hiding in the mountains suddenly shrank. Qin Feiyang ignored them. The invisible divine sense was like a tide, covering the entire mountain in an instant. Immediately, his eyes were full of surprise. Underground, he found a secret chamber. This secret chamber seemed to be newly built. Could it be that the broken soul of the heavenly Peng was really here? Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? Get lost immediately. A group of beast emperors and beast lords ran out. But none of them dared to approach Qin Feiyang. They all stood far away. On one side, they were afraid and on the other, they showed a fierce look. It was really a bit funny. Chapter 41-49. Rumble. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the ground below cracked. The secret hidden underground broke through the ground and floated in the air. Stop it! Seeing this scene, the group of beast sovereigns and beast emperors anxiously roared. It can't really be inside, right? Qin Feiyang muttered. If it wasn't, these beast emperors and beast sovereigns' acting skills were too good. He was secretly cautious as he walked to the secret chamber. He discovered that this secret chamber could actually block the probing of divine consciousness. In other words, only by opening the secret chamber could he find out what was inside. After observing for a while, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a surge of life and death energy appeared and blasted toward the secret chamber. With a cracking sound, the secret chamber broke on the spot. But at the same time, the beast emperors and beast sovereigns' eyes flashed fiercely as they turned around and ran. This unforeseen event made Qin Feiyang frown. Clang. Before he could think about it carefully, a deafening sound suddenly rang out in the broken secret chamber, followed by an earth-shattering power. The broken secret chamber was instantly shattered and turned into dust. A strand of starlight shot out explosively from within the dust, and it shot towards Qin Feiyang like a bolt of lightning, causing Qin Feiyang to feel an extremely great sense of danger. A high-grade sovereign weapon. Qin Feiyang's eyelids twitched, and he decisively retreated. What entered his sight was an ancient pagoda. It looked like it was made of stars and emitted dazzling starlight. His acting skills are really good. Qin Feiyang muttered. Previously, he almost believed that this secret chamber contained Tian Peng's remnant soul. Fortunately, he didn't let his guard down. Otherwise, this ancient pagoda in front of him would be enough to kill him instantly. This was because this was a high-grade sovereign weapon. If he was caught off guard, even with his abilities, he would definitely die. He dodged it? The ancient pagoda was also very surprised. It thought that it could catch Qin Feiyang off guard, but it didn't expect him to react so quickly. If you know me well enough, you wouldn't be so surprised. Qin Feiyang said. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Needless to say, this ancient pagoda must be the dragon god's sovereign godly weapon. The dragon god must have guessed that he would come to find the heavenly Peng's remnant soul, so he created a secret room and had the ancient pagoda set up an ambush here, catching him off guard. From the looks of it, this dragon god was also a very shrewd person. So, you've already discovered that there's a problem here? But that's not important. Anyway, don't even think about leaving today. Buddha snorted coldly. Divine might rolled out, crazily attacking Qin Feiyang. You have a good plan. Hold me back. When the dragon god arrives, only death awaits me. But, this is where you overestimate yourself. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, 3,000 incarnations appeared. Rumble. All the ultimate mysteries were instantly activated. Seeing this situation, Gu Ta was shocked. He immediately fled in fear without looking back. This was really a decisive young man. If it was another young man who saw through the other party's conspiracy, he would definitely look down on the other party proudly, showing off his intelligence and ability. But this person, not only did he not, but he also went all out. Sure enough, the geniuses of the divine kingdom couldn't compare to him. Running? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The 3,000 incarnations waved their hands, and waves of ultimate mysteries flooded the void and the earth, rushing toward the ancient pagoda. Dragon God, save me! Buddha roared in despair. Accompanied by a crack, his body shattered on the spot. Just as he was about to be destroyed, a figure descended from the sky. It was the Dragon God. Looking at the situation of the ancient pagoda, the Dragon God's face sank. His origin force emerged, turning into a 3-foot-long sword and slashed out. The ultimate mysteries of the 3,000 incarnations were immediately shattered like rotten wood. You came really fast. Qin Feiyang smiled at the Dragon God, opened a space-time tunnel, turned around, and left without looking back. He definitely couldn't continue fighting. The origin force of the divine kingdom wasn't something he could compete with. If he stayed for a little longer, he might not be able to escape. Looking at the leaving Qin Feiyang, the Dragon God wanted to chase after him, but he was powerless. He turned to look at Buddha and said in a deep voice, "Did you expose your whereabouts in advance?" Absolutely not. Buddha, who had escaped death, flew to the front of the Dragon God, still full of fear. Then why didn't your sneak attack succeed? The Dragon God was furious. I can only say that he was too vigilant. Buddha sighed. Hearing this, the Dragon God couldn't help but clench his fists. Although he didn't want to admit it, the facts had proven that he had underestimated this person all along. If it was someone else who found a secret room hidden underground, and this secret room could even block the probing of divine sense, they would definitely believe that Tian Peng's remnant soul was hidden inside. But this Qin Feiyang still had a vigilant attitude. Not only was he strong, but he was also so vigilant. It seemed that it wouldn't be as easy to get rid of this person. In short, at this moment, he finally recognized the reality. These years, Qin Feiyang and the others were able to easily deal with the encirclement and pursuit of the 3 major races in the divine kingdom, not because of luck, but because they really had the ability to deal with it. Black Tortoise Realm. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear in the Devil's Land, Long Qin couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect it to be a trap. If it was her this time, she would definitely suffer a big loss. So we can't just look at the surface of many things. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-eyed wolf frowned. According to the current situation, Tian Peng's remnant soul should be in the hands of the Dragon God? Including the remnant souls of the other beast gods, they must be in the custody of the Dragon God himself. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then do we still want to go to the lairs of the other beast gods? The white-eyed wolf asked. There's no need for that. Let's go directly to the Sea Clan. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin looked at each other, suddenly excited. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "But before we go to the Sea Clan, we still need to plan." Plan what? Long Qin was puzzled. Neptune had already gone to the Central Dynasty, and no one could threaten them. They could go directly to the Sea Clan. Although Neptune has gone to the Central Dynasty, there's still the Dragon God. What if the Sea Clan asks the Dragon God for help? Won't our efforts be in vain? So, we have to think of a way to cut off the connection between the Sea Clan and the Dragon God. Qin Feiyang pondered. Cut off their connection? I'm afraid that's not possible. Unless we can seal off the entire Sea Clan. But if we seal off the Sea Clan, it will alarm the beast race. With the relationship between the beast race and the Sea Clan, the Dragon God will definitely go and investigate. Long Qin was worried. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, it seemed that it would not be so easy to wipe out the entire Sea Clan in one fell swoop. Then why don't we find an opportunity to destroy the Dragon God's voice transmission stone? The white-eyed wolf suggested. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Long Qin couldn't help but roll their eyes. Destroying the Dragon God's voice transmission stone would solve the problem? Even if they couldn't use the voice transmission stone, the people of the Sea Clan could personally come to the Dragon God. Besides, there were so many beast venerables, beast gods, and beast emperors in the beast race. There was definitely no shortage of people who could establish a contract bridge with the Sea Clan. This method was meaningless at all. If only there was someone who could restrain the Dragon God. Long Qin muttered. Restrain the Dragon God? Don't joke around. Who has the ability to restrain the Dragon God who controls the power of origin? The white-eyed wolf smiled bitterly. Even if the king and the others came forward, they might not have the ability. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and said, "Since we can't think of a way to get the best of both worlds, then we'll act according to the situation and kill as many as we can." The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin nodded. With Qin Feiyang's current strength, as long as he was nimble, he should be able to get rid of most of the Sea Clan before the Dragon God heard the news and came to help. But if Frenzy, Li Feng, Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, Dong Jingyang, and brother can come out of seclusion now, then our chances will be greater. Long Qin laughed. I also want to wait for them to come out, but time doesn't allow it. That's because no one knows when the Sea King will return. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Long Qin nodded. Frenzy should be coming out soon. After all, he had already mastered several ultimate mysteries of the strongest law. Long Chen and Li Feng had also mastered one or two ultimate mysteries in the past. But Mu Qing, Dong Jingyang, and Mu Tianyang didn't even have one ultimate mystery of the strongest law. In other words, they had to start from scratch. If they had already comprehended various ultimate laws, it would be very fast. They just needed to fuse them. But now, they needed to comprehend first, and only when they comprehended the corresponding ultimate law could they fuse the ultimate mysteries. It would also take a long time to comprehend the corresponding ultimate law. Don't think so much, get ready to fight. There's no need to show mercy to the Sea Clan. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and appeared above the mountains outside with the two. He immediately opened a space-time tunnel. This space-time tunnel leads to the Sea Clan's holy land, Sea God's Island. Sea God's Island is equivalent to the Human Clan's Supreme Mountain, the God Clan's Island, and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan's land. The Sea Clan living on Sea God's Island are basically existences who have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the strongest law. Of course, there are also more outstanding geniuses of the Sea Clan. So, as long as we wipe out Sea God's Island, the Sea Clan will basically be declared extinct. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. White-eyed wolf and Li Feng nodded. A murderous aura spread out. Then, the three of them stepped into the space-time tunnel one after another. The coordinates of Sea God's Island were, of course, obtained by Qin Feiyang when he read the memories of the Blood-Wing Sea God. Anyway, Qin Feiyang knew the situation of the Sea Clan like the back of his hand. Splash! A vast sea was located on the other side of the East continent. The waves were rolling and boundless. A huge island stood in the center of the sea. From afar, it looked like a complete continent floating on the sea. On the island, there were mountains and forests, and ancient trees towered into the sky. A huge city was located in the center of the island. The tall city walls, the ancient buildings, and the magnificent aura were extremely magnificent. Chapter 4150. This was the sacred land of the Sea Clan, Sea God's Island. In addition to Sea God's Island, there were many other islands of various sizes in this sea area. The creatures living on these islands were all members of the Sea Clan. It was no exaggeration to say that the number of Sea Clan members in the Divine Kingdom was no less than the God Clan. At this moment, Sea God's Island was also heavily guarded. Although Qin Feiyang and the others had never set foot in the Sea Clan's territory, the Sea Clan had been vigilant ever since the Battle of Dragon God Mountain. There was a saying that went, "Prevention is better than cure." They were also worried that Qin Feiyang and the others would come to cause trouble. Especially now. Neptune left the East Continent and went to the Central Dynasty. Near Sea God's Island, Qin Feiyang and the other two walked out of the space-time tunnel and looked at the island in front of them. Even from afar, they could sense the powerful auras coming from all directions. "Let's go!" The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "Don't worry." Qin Feiyang stopped the white-eyed wolf. With a thought, 3,000 incarnations appeared silently. "Surround Sea God's Island. Don't let a single member of the Sea Clan escape." The 3,000 incarnations laughed. Immediately, they scattered in all directions, disappearing from the island like ghosts. After a while, after confirming that the 3,000 incarnations had surrounded Sea God's Island, Qin Feiyang opened another space-time tunnel and said with a smile, "Let's go and give them a surprise." At the same time, on a mountain peak, two sea gods stood in the wind and scanned the sky around them. They were two middle-aged men. One had black wings on his back, and the other had white wings on his back. Don't say. At first glance, they were really similar to the black-winged emperor and the white-winged emperor of the mermaid clan. The black-winged sea god frowned and said, "Actually, we don't have to be so worried. Lord Neptune has the power of origin. Even if Qin Feiyang and the others have 100 guts, they won't dare to cause trouble for us." Indeed. Although Neptune has gone to the Central Dynasty, Qin Feiyang and the others don't know about this. They probably still think that Lord Neptune is in the Sea Clan. The white-winged sea god nodded. This kind of worry was purely superfluous. Unless Qin Feiyang had the ability to predict the future and knew that Neptune had left the sea. However, this group of people is truly audacious. They actually dared to kidnap the blood-winged sea god. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll let this group of trash experience the consequences of offending our Sea Clan. However, before he finished speaking, the two of them seemed to have discovered something. They looked up into the sky and saw a space-time tunnel appear. The two. Sea God's Island, God's Island. S's. Gods' gods. The two of them soared into the air to welcome him. However, when the three figures came out of the space-time tunnel, the two changed their expressions. They even rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How could it be these three? This was too accurate, right? Speak of the devil and he will appear? They're not friendly. But don't panic now. Otherwise, when they know that Neptune has gone to the Central Dynasty, they will definitely take the opportunity to attack us. Go down and secretly inform the dragon god to come and help. The white-winged sea god said. The black-winged sea god nodded. However, before he could leave, Long Qin's gaze was already fixed on him. She teased, "Where are you going?" There was a strange light in her eyes. Obviously, she had quietly activated her fighting soul. The black-winged sea god's eyes trembled. He tried to keep calm and said with a sneer, "Of course I'm going to inform Lord Neptune to come and welcome you three distinguished guests." He was still hiding it. But he didn't know that Qin Feiyang and the others had already known. And Long Qin had heard what the white-winged sea god had secretly said to him before. "I really don't deserve to be called distinguished guests. But don't be nervous. We're here to visit Lord Neptune." "May I know where Lord Neptune is?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them jokingly. Let's see how long you can pretend. The black-winged sea god said, Lord Neptune is of course on the sea god island. Don't worry, I'll go and inform him now. Is that so? Are you going to inform Neptune? Or are you going to send a message to the dragon god? Long Qin smiled playfully. The black-winged sea god and the others panicked. How did he know what they were planning? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Actually, you don't have to ask the dragon god for help. Because even if you ask the dragon god for help, he won't help you. What do you mean? The two of them were surprised. Because we already know that Neptune is going to the Central Dynasty. But do you know why we found out about this right after the Sea King left? Qin Feiyang said. The two of them were shocked. They actually knew that Lord Neptune was going to the Central Dynasty? They asked, How did you know? Who else knows that Neptune is going to the Central Dynasty? Qin Feiyang asked. The two of them pondered for a while, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. That's right. It was the dragon god himself who told us. Because other than the dragon god, even the king didn't know that Neptune was going to the Central Dynasty, so it's not hard to imagine that they must have informed us. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Impossible. The two of them shook their heads. Otherwise, how would we know? To tell you the truth, the dragon god has been unhappy with the Oceanids for a long time. And he has secretly formed an alliance with us. Although we've been acting as if we're mortal enemies during this period of time, it's all just an act for the Oceanic clan, Human clan, God clan, and Golden God clan. In fact, we've been working together to get rid of you. As long as we get rid of the Oceanids, the beast race will be the only overlord of the East continent. After we get rid of the Oceanids, we'll slowly deal with the gods, humans, and purple gold divine dragons. This way, the 4 continents of the divine kingdom will be under the dragon god's control. So, prepare to die. Qin Feiyang raised his head and laughed. All kinds of ultimates appeared. Damn the dragon god. Everyone listen to my order. Qin Feiyang is attacking. Run for your lives. And find an opportunity to ask the humans, gods, and purple gold divine dragons for help. The dragon god has joined forces with Qin Feiyang to get rid of the 4 races. The 2 sea gods roared. What? Qin Feiyang is attacking? The dragon god has joined forces with Qin Feiyang? How is this possible? Their voices were like a bell, shaking the sky. The Oceanids on the sea god's island ran out and looked up at the sky. Their eyes were trembling. It was indeed Qin Feiyang. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin looked at each other and looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. This guy's brain is too flexible. He thought of sowing dissension so quickly. In this way, the Oceanids would definitely not ask the dragon god for help. Moreover, this sowing dissension was indeed backed up with evidence. Only the dragon god knew that Neptune had gone to the Central Dynasty. So, even if the Oceanids were not willing to believe it, they would still be suspicious of the dragon god. Let's go. A few more angry roars were heard. More than 10 figures soared into the sky in an aggressive manner. These were the other sea gods. A total of 19 people. Because the blood-winged sea god had fallen into the hands of Qin Feiyang. The 2 sea gods that had stayed in the purple gold divine dragon clan and the god clan had returned to the sea god's island after the incident. In short, all the sea gods were present at this moment. I'll kill you first. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. All the ultimate profound meanings immediately emitted a destructive divine power and attacked the 17 sea gods. White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin looked at each other and attacked the black-winged sea god and the white-winged sea god respectively. Don't fight. When our clansmen escape from the sea god's island, we will leave and retreat. The black-winged sea god shouted. I'm afraid none of your Oceanids will be able to escape from the sea god's island. Long Qin sneered. You, the black-winged sea god looked at Long Qin in shock and anger. What was going on? Why couldn't he escape this woman's ears no matter what he said? Boom. The battle began. The 17 sea gods in the sky emitted a ruthless light in their eyes. Each of them had activated 6 ultimate profound meanings and the will of the heavenly Tao erupted. The void here was collapsing piece by piece. It was like a scene of doomsday. Quickly finish him off before he activates his 3,000 clones. 17 sea gods and 102 ultimate intents of ultimate laws. Such a lineup could be said to be shocking. Qin Feiyang's eyes couldn't help but turn solemn. The ultimate profound meanings of the law of life and death, coupled with the will of the heavenly Tao, were enough to contend against 12 ultimate profound meanings that also contain the will of the heavenly Tao. Destruction, life, death, space-time, karma, and time. These were the ultimate profound meanings of the 6 ultimate profound meanings of the 6 ultimate profound meanings of the heavenly Tao. At this time, with the support of the will of the heavenly Tao, each of them was enough to contend against 6 ultimate profound meanings of the 6 ultimate profound meanings of the heavenly Tao. In other words, his 6 ultimate profound meanings of the 6 ultimate profound meanings of the sea gods could contend against the 36 ultimate profound meanings of the other party. But it was still far from enough. Because even the ultimate profound meanings of the law of life and death and the 6 ultimate profound meanings of the sea gods could only contend against 48 ultimate profound meanings of the heavenly Tao. It seemed that it was indeed a little difficult to deal with so many sea gods without 3,000 clones. However, the 3,000 clones were now surrounding the sea god's island and couldn't come to support him. He could only rely on himself. Boom. In an instant, more than 100 ultimate profound meanings collided. Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his face couldn't help but turn pale. What's going on? He didn't activate his 3,000 clones? The 17 sea gods were surprised. Even if he had mastered the ultimate profound meaning of the law of life and death and his will of the heavenly Tao was stronger than theirs, he shouldn't be so careless, right? Moreover, from their contact during this period of time, Qin Feiyang wasn't a careless person. Why was he doing this? But soon, an uneasy premonition arose in their hearts. But they couldn't tell what it was. They just felt that something big was about to happen. Don't worry about that. Hurry up and kill them. The black-winged sea god roared. His opponent was the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf's strength and combat awareness were not inferior to his at all. It was difficult to tell who would win. Chapter 3, Release at 9:30. Chapter 41:51. Yes. As long as we can kill Qin Feiyang, everything will be solved. Killing intent surged in the eyes of the sea gods. It didn't matter why Qin Feiyang didn't activate his 3,000 clones, as long as they could kill him. Boom. The 17 sea gods charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang dodged again, and in just a few breaths, his entire body was covered in blood. If it wasn't for his strong foundation, he would have died in the hands of these people. In the blink of an eye. At this moment, countless members of the Sea clan had almost escaped from the island. It was also at this moment. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, and he shouted, "Do it!" His voice was like thunder, shaking the sky. The 19 sea gods were surprised. Do it? What did he mean? But in the next moment, they suddenly understood. They also finally understood why Qin Feiyang didn't activate his 3,000 clones. Because his 3,000 clones were surrounding the sea god's island. Boom. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, a terrifying divine might erupted around the sea god's island. Following closely, the clones rushed out like a pack of wolves. All the ultimate mysteries and the will of the heavenly Tao were not held back. Screams resounded in the sky. This was a massacre. The strongest person of the Sea clan, Neptune, went to the central dynasty. The 19 sea venerables were restrained by Qin Feiyang and the other 2. But facing those clones, who had the ability to stop them, don't panic. Hurry up and attack together. We have more people we can fight. An elder of the Sea clan roared. This person had white hair and blood wings on his back. He had 6 ultimate mysteries, but 2 of them were ordinary laws, so he didn't master the will of the heavenly Tao. Courting death. As the saying goes, the hunter shoots the bird that sticks out. Seeing this, one of the clones immediately charged towards the old man. Accompanied by a scream, the old man's blood splattered in the sky, leaving only a wisp of remnant soul. The clone waved his hand, sealed the remnant soul, and continued to kill others. Sealing the remnant soul was naturally to strip them of their ultimate mysteries in the future. Anyway, with the current strength of Qin Feiyang's clones, he could wipe out a large number of them with a wave of his hand. This was because the strength of these incarnations was no different from Qin Feiyang's true body. They could also activate the ultimate profundities of the laws of life and death, and they also possessed the fused will of the heavenly Daos. Are you demons? The 19 sea gods stared at Qin Feiyang and the other two as they gritted their teeth in anger. Devil? Why didn't you reflect on yourselves when you joined forces to kill us? A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes as he swept his gaze over the shattered sea god's island. The oceanic species had too many experts. Even if the 3,000 clones could fight against 100 of them, they would not be able to finish them off in a short period of time. He had to speed up. Although no one was sending a telepathic message to the dragon god for help now, the dragon god would receive the news sooner or later. With a wave of his hand, Mu Tianyang and the fiend ancestor appeared. As soon as the two of them appeared and saw the scene, they were stunned. What were they trying to do now? You have already integrated 1 or 2 ultimate profundities. It shouldn't be a problem for you to protect yourselves. Hurry up and use your eyes of despair and evil eyes to help the 3,000 clones. Qin Feiyang urged. Okay. The two of them nodded. Although they didn't know what was going on, since it was Qin Feiyang's request, they naturally couldn't neglect it. The two of them took a step forward and rushed into the island. The eyes of despair and evil eyes were instantly activated. Any oceanic species that were targeted by the eyes of despair immediately fell into the abyss of despair, trembling on the ground. The eyes of evil was even more terrifying. It directly controlled the oceanic species to kill each other. The strongest fighting soul, eyes of despair. The 19 sea gods murmured. Damn it. All of you deserve to die. All of a sudden, the 19 oceanic gods roared as they bared their fangs, and they charged towards Qin Feiyang's group of 3 as if they'd gone mad. Without the 3,000 clones, even if your strength is heaven-defying, you won't be able to escape death today. One of the sea gods roared. Before saying this, I advise you to count the number of clones carefully. Qin Feiyang sneered. What? The group of sea gods was shocked. Do you think I'm unprepared? Qin Feiyang moved his mind and 10 clones appeared beside him. The bodies of the sea gods stiffened. I already knew that there are 19 sea gods here, so I deliberately left 10 clones behind. In other words, there are only 2,990 clones surrounding the sea god island. Although the number is still not as good as yours, the quality is far above yours. You should be prepared. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Qin Feiyang and the 10 clones immediately stepped forward and activated their ultimate profundities and charged toward the 17 sea gods. It was almost a 1 versus 2 situation. However, if the current Qin Feiyang were to fight 1-on-1, not to mention 1 against 2, even 1 against 6 or 7 wouldn't be a problem. Because even if there were 6 or 7 opponents, the total number of ultimate profundities would only add up to more than 40. Boom. With the appearance of these 10 clones, the battle immediately became one-sided. The 17 sea gods were covered in wounds in just a few breaths. However, the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin had both met their opponents. Because the black-winged sea god and the white-winged sea god were almost on par with them. However, if they continued to fight, the 2 sea gods would definitely lose. Because the white-eyed wolf had already activated his fighting soul and deprived the 2 of their cultivation while fighting. Why did he deprive the 2 sea gods of their cultivation? Because firstly, the speed of depriving them of their cultivation was faster than depriving them of their laws. Secondly, if their laws were deprived by the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul, they would lose them forever. At that time, it would be equivalent to losing a few ultimate profundities of ultimate profundities. This was a losing business. At the same time, the black-winged sea god and the white-winged sea god were also aware of the crisis. Because of the change in their cultivation, they could clearly feel it. The black-winged sea god and the white-winged sea god looked at each other, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in their eyes at the same time. Without any warning, Two divine weapons appeared. A sky-blue treasure mirror flickered with divine light, illuminating the heavens. A battle axe, blood-red all over, was like a peerless, ferocious object, with a monstrous, baleful aura. These two divine weapons were both mid-level Dominator divine weapons. The two sea gods took them out without any warning that was to catch the white-eyed wolf and Longqin off guard. However, they had underestimated the white-eyed wolf and Longqin too much. The God clan, the human clan, the purple-gold divine dragon clan, including the beast sovereign, all had powerful Dominator divine weapons. As one of the Dominator's confidants, how could the Sea clan not have one? So, although they didn't say it out loud, in their hearts, they were already on guard at all times. Just as the two mid-level Dominator divine weapons attacked the white-eyed wolf and Longqin's angel sword attacked. Clang. At the same time, Qin Feiyang, who was fighting with the other 17 sea gods, had a hint of mockery in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the flame magic sword appeared. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly cut through the sky and landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf grabbed the flame magic sword and fought the two sea gods together with Longqin. What kind of monsters are they to be able to react so suddenly? The black-winged sea god and the white-winged sea god became more and more shocked as they fought. They felt that the battle experience and consciousness of this group of young people were even more terrifying than the old antiques who had experienced life and death. You want to turn the tables with just two mid-level Dominator divine weapons? Hurry up and take out your high-level Dominator divine weapon. Qin Feiyang slapped a sea god with his palm, and the power of life and death roared out like a torrent. The already seriously injured sea god flew out on the spot, blood staining the sky. It seems that your Sea clan's high-level Dominator divine weapon should be on Neptune. Then it's a pity. You have no chance of turning the tables. Killing intent surged in Qin Feiyang's eyes. He activated instant time and rushed in front of the sea god, grabbed the wings on his back, and tore them off. The sea god was in heart-wrenching pain. In fact, even if Neptune hadn't taken away the high-level Dominator divine weapon, the Sea clan wouldn't have had a chance to turn the tables. Let's fight it out with them. Self-destruct. One of the sea gods roared. Although we have split our divine souls in advance, our clansmen haven't. If we self-destruct, our clansmen will all die. The other sea gods roared through voice transmissions. Even if we don't self-destruct, our clansmen will all die in their hands. What's the difference? Self-destruct. As long as we can drag them to hell, our clansmen's sacrifice will be worth it. The sea god who advocated self-destructing sighed. Not good. They want to self-destruct. Longqin roared. Self-destruct? They have to get our permission first. The white-eyed wolf and Qin Feiyang sneered. The 10 clones suddenly unleashed wisps of even more terrifying power. They were going all out. What? They didn't use their full strength before? The sea god's expressions changed. The 10 clones waved their hands. 10 kingdoms of life and death, 60 ultimate laws, and ultimate profundities blasted toward the 17 sea gods. Accompanied by screams, the bodies of the 17 sea gods were shattered in the void at almost the same time. Blood stained the surroundings. Their divine souls were also severely injured. Want to self-destruct and die together? Is that possible? Qin Feiyang looked at the remnant souls of the sea gods and sneered. Why is it that no matter what we say in secret you can know? The group of sea gods was furious. Because we are gods. The 10 clones laughed. We are gods. The eyes of the group of sea gods trembled. Although this sentence was a bit absurd, at this moment, when it fell into their ears, it carried an invisible aura that shocked their hearts and minds. In a trance, this Qin Feiyang and the 10 clones in front of them really looked like the clones of gods. Strip! At this moment, the white-eyed wolf roared, and the black-winged sea god and white-winged sea god's cultivations suddenly fell to the perfected Dominator realm. What? The two sea gods suddenly panicked. The next moment, a fatal crisis struck. Longqin and the white-eyed wolf attacked, and their physical bodies were shattered on the spot. Only a remnant soul was left. At this moment, The 20 sea gods of the Oceanic clan were all wiped out. Seeing this, the two mid-level Dominator divine weapons immediately turned around and fled for their lives. The white-eyed wolf was about to chase after them. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Don't chase, quickly seal their remnant souls, don't let them self-destruct." Compared to the Dominator divine weapons, the ultimate profundities of the two sea gods were more valuable. Chapter 4152. Consider yourselves lucky. The white-eyed wolf stared at the two mid-level sovereign weapons and snorted. He then quickly sealed the two remnant souls of the sea gods. On the other side, the 10 avatars had also sealed the remnant souls of the 17 sea gods. They had won the battle high up in the sky. On the island below, many members of the Oceanic tribe were in despair when they saw this scene. Neptune wasn't here. The 19 sea gods were the pillars of the Oceanic tribe. But now, the 19 sea gods had been annihilated. Even the two mid-level sovereign weapons had fled for their lives. Even the sea gods who had mastered the will of the heavenly Tao couldn't stop Qin Feiyang and the others. How could they stop them? If the appearance of the 3,000 avatars and the demon ancestor had made them on the verge of collapse, then the death of the 19 sea gods had undoubtedly made them collapse completely. "Don't kill us, please." Many of the younger members of the Oceanic tribe were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed to beg for mercy. These young members of the Oceanic tribe were either prodigies who had mastered the ultimate profound meaning or core members of the Oceanic tribe. They had noble statuses and countless people respected them. At the same time, being able to stay on the Sea Gods Island was also something they could show off. But now, they couldn't wait to leave this damned place. They had never thought that the supreme holy land of the Oceanic tribe would be facing such a disaster. "No, Lord Neptune, where are you? Come back and save us." The entire Sea Gods Island was filled with desperate cries. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the 17 remnant souls of the Oceanic tribe into the ancient castle's cultivation room. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin and said, "Come and help." The battle had been going on for so long. The dragon god should have sensed the situation here. He had to capture as many members of the Oceanic tribe as possible. With the addition of Qin Feiyang and the other two avatars, as well as the blazing magic sword and the angel sword, it was an even more devastating scene. Some members of the Oceanic tribe couldn't bear the despair and chose to self-destruct. With Mu Tianyang and Demon Alpha there, they could not self-destruct. That was how scary the Eye of Despair and Evil Eye were. The Eyes of Despair would cause the opponent to fall into the abyss of despair, causing them to lose all courage. The Evil Eye, on the other hand, controlled the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the opponent. Therefore, these two fighting souls were actually used to control the emotions of living beings. You want to self-destruct? Unless you can get rid of despair and manipulation. But how many living beings in the world could easily escape from it? Even the cold-blooded and merciless devils had despair and desires hidden in their hearts. Furthermore, if it was so easy to get rid of it, could it still be called the strongest fighting soul in the world? Time passed quietly. At this moment, 2/3 of the Sea Tribe members on the Sea Gods Island had already been reduced to remnant souls. The broken Sea Gods Island was dyed red with blood. Looking from afar, it was like an Azura hell, a ghastly sight. Boom! Right at this moment, in the sky, suddenly, a space-time tunnel appeared. A terrifying aura rushed out of the space-time tunnel. Qin Feiyang and the other two raised their heads, a cold light flashing in their eyes. Because the owner of this aura was none other than the dragon god. "Let's go! 1,000 Phoenix Mountain, meet up!" Qin Feiyang shouted secretly. There was no greed. The dragon god had descended, they had to leave. Facing such an existence, they had to be decisive, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. All of a sudden, the 3,000 incarnations opened a space-time tunnel one after another, bringing along their sealed remnant souls, turned around and left without looking back. Qin Feiyang also opened a space-time tunnel. But he stood in front of the tunnel and didn't leave immediately. Swish! High in the sky, the dragon god finally walked out of the space-time tunnel. Looking at the current Sea Gods Island, his expression changed drastically. Lord Dragon God, thank you for informing us. This junior will definitely repay you generously in the future. Qin Feiyong opened his mouth and smiled. After saying this, he turned around and entered the space-time tunnel with the white-eyed wolf, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. It's Qin Feiyong's voice. The dragon god looked in the direction of the voice and happened to see Qin Feiyong and the other two disappearing figures. Suddenly, a monstrous murderous aura erupted from his body. Scoundrel! He actually came to massacre the sea god's island. This was intolerable. However, seeing the dragon god descend, especially after hearing Qin Feiyong's words before leaving, the survivors of the Sea clan gathered together and stared at the dragon god warily. At the same time, their eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Why are you staring at me like that? The dragon god furrowed his brows. You know very well in your heart. Someone roared. The dragon god raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he remembered Qin Feiyong's words before leaving. Thank you for informing him? He would definitely repay him generously in the future? What did this mean? Swish! Right then, the king, the divine king, and the supremes of the human race arrived slowly. Looking at the sea god's island in front of them, they couldn't help but feel shocked. This group of little guys really knew how to cause trouble. They had rushed over after receiving the news. Although previously, the 3,000 clones had deliberately prevented the Sea clan from spreading the news, there were too many Sea clan members on the sea god's island. There would always be someone who would find an opportunity. At first, when the king and the other two heard the news, they were in extreme disbelief. The sea god's island was the sacred land of the Sea clan. This group of little guys dared to attack the sea god's island? Unexpectedly, when they came over, it was really so. Of course, their visit this time was just a formality. Because if they really came to support, it wouldn't be just the three of them. What's going on? Where are Neptune and the sea god? The monarch pretended to be surprised. King, divine king, supremes. The rest of the Sea clan members flew to the three of them. Even if the remaining Sea clan members were only 1/3 of the original number, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Don't panic, speak slowly. The divine king comforted them. It's all because of him. He tipped off Qin Feiyong and asked Qin Feiyong to come to the sea god's island to kill us. An old man pointed at the dragon god and roared. What? The king and the other two looked at the dragon god in disbelief and asked, You colluded with Qin Feiyong? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I have colluded with them? The dragon god roared. He looked at the group of Sea clan members and said in a deep voice, Speak clearly, what's going on? Don't put on an act here. The Sea clan members were filled with righteous indignation. Why should I put on an act? The dragon god roared. The old man said in a deep voice, Are you the only one who knows that Lord Neptune went to the Central Dynasty? What? Neptune went to the Central Dynasty? The king and the other two were stunned. Although they had already heard about it from Qin Feiyong, they still had to pretend that they didn't know. I also heard it from Lord White-Winged Sea God. Lord White-Winged Sea God said that because the dragon god killed Ji Tianfeng, Lord Neptune went to the Central Dynasty out of goodwill and asked the people of the Central Dynasty to mediate. But we didn't expect that not long after Lord Neptune left, Qin Feiyong led people to kill our sea god's island. The old man's face was filled with grief. The king and the other two looked at each other and immediately looked at the dragon god. He said angrily, So you colluded with them and now you're accusing us. You really know how to act. I didn't. If I really colluded with them, if I really told them, why would I rush to the sea god's island to check the situation? The dragon god roared. Don't pretend. 19 Lord White-Winged Sea Gods were all captured by them. 2/3 of the people on the sea god's island fell into their hands. What's the point of you rushing over now? The Sea clan members stared at the dragon god with resentment. What? All of your sea gods were captured? The king and the other two were aghast. Including Lord White-Winged Sea God, all of our sea gods were wiped out. Monarch, deity king, Jizun, you must seek justice for us. The group of Sea clan members cried out in grief. Don't worry. We won't stand by and watch this matter. When we return, we will immediately send more people to hunt down Qin Feiyang and his group. No matter what, we will rescue your people. The king said in a deep voice. Thank you, King. The Sea clan members shed tears of gratitude. Dragon God, give me your life. At this time, accompanied by a roar, the two mid-level Dominator divine weapons that escaped came back aggressively and directly attacked the Dragon God. How many times do I have to say it? I didn't collude with them. The Dragon God roared and kept dodging. However, these were two mid-level Dominator divine weapons after all, and their killing intent was aroused. In just a few moments, the Dragon God's body was covered in blood. As long as you know that Neptune went to the Central Dynasty, who else could it be but you? Moreover, this is what Qin Feiyang said himself. Neptune is running around for your trivial matter, but you are plotting against the Sea clan behind his back. You are worse than an animal. The two mid-level Dominator divine weapons were furious. The Dragon God was also angry. His origin force appeared and easily shattered the two divine weapons. He said in a deep voice, "When Neptune comes back, I will explain it to him face to face." After saying that, he turned and left with a gloomy face. Don't go. The two mid-level Dominator divine weapons roared. The king stopped them and shook his head. You are not his opponent. Don't go to your deaths. But are we going to let this matter go? The two divine weapons said angrily. Let's wait for Neptune to come back. Calm your people first. We will go back and think of a way to rescue the sea god. After saying that, the king gave the divine king and the human supreme a look. The two understood, opened a space-time tunnel, and left. Chapter 4153. Mount Supreme. Inside a large hall. As soon as the three giants appeared, they released a soundproof barrier and laughed heartily. Not only did they cause the sea race to suffer heavy losses, but they also dragged the Dragon God down. Now, the Dragon God won't be able to clear his name even if he jumps into the Yellow River. The Dragon God has indeed fallen into the hands of these brats this time. However, there's a question that I must be puzzled about. What question? Why didn't Qin Feiyang and the others kill the sea gods directly? The divine king was puzzled. The human race supreme said, the sea gods have split their divine souls. It's not good to kill them, right? That's right. Killing them is equivalent to letting them go. But if they are imprisoned in the Black Tortoise world, then the divine souls of the sea gods will become meaningless. The king nodded. For the sea gods, that is indeed the case. But what about the rest of the sea race? You also heard that Qin Feiyang kidnapped 2/3 of the sea race on the sea gods island. Think about it, with Qin Feiyang's current strength, if he really wants to slaughter the sea gods island, it's just a matter of minutes. But why did he go through so much trouble? The divine king was puzzled. When the king and the human race supreme heard these words, they couldn't help but be stunned. That's right. If Qin Feiyang and the others went all out, they could completely destroy the entire Sea Gods Island in the shortest time possible and kill all the sea race on the island. Why did they have to make it so complicated? Shatter the bodies of the sea race one by one and seal their remnant souls? Actually, the three giants were right. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to keep them alive, the current Sea Gods Island would have been reduced to ashes. Destroying it was of course simple. In any case, regardless of whether the other party was dead or alive, they would all be killed without mercy. But if they were left alive, the situation would be different. Because when they attacked, they had to control their strength well. Otherwise, if they were not careful, the other party's soul would be destroyed. The efficiency naturally couldn't compare to the former. Hearing you say that, it is indeed a little strange. The divine king lowered his head. Instead of directly destroying the Sea Gods Island and killing all the members of the Sea Gods Island, they had left all of them alive. What were these little fellows trying to do? What are we doing here, pondering about it? Why don't we just ask them directly? The human clan supreme master said. Yes. Send them a message. The divine king nodded and took out a divine sound transmission stone. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's trio and their 3,000 incarnations were gathered at Thousand Phoenix Mountain. There was a huge barrier in front of him. Inside the enchantment, there were all sealed remnant souls. At least 5 to 600,000. How do you feel about this plan? Qin Feiyong turned to look at Long Qin and asked. 2 words, exciting. Long Qin chuckled. Don't worry. If you follow us, there will be many exciting things like this in the future. The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs. Long Qin was quite excited when he heard this. Gradually, he fell in love with this feeling. At this moment, the divine sound transmission stone rang. Qin Feiyong was slightly stunned. He took out the divine sound transmission stone and checked it. What's wrong? The 2 of them looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and sent all the sealed remnant souls to the Soul Sealing Valley. The Soul Sealing Valley had been rebuilt, and it was the same as before. Without a certain amount of perseverance, one would not be able to withstand it. Of course, they were sent to the Soul Sealing Valley not to torture the Sea Clan, but because there were too many remnant souls and the ancient castle could not hold them all. But now, there were also creatures in the West region. It was not good to send them there, so they were sent to the Soul Sealing Valley. The Soul Sealing Valley was notorious. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, there was not a single creature that would not be affected. Immediately afterward, Qin Feiyong dispersed his 3,000 incarnations and brought the white-eyed wolf and Long Qin to the tea garden in the Devil's Land. Only then did he activate the divine sound transmission stone. 3 figures appeared. So it's them. The white-eyed wolf muttered. You guys are really good at making trouble. The divine king chuckled. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The smug look on his face was hard to hide. The divine king rolled his eyes and went straight to the point. He frowned and said, Your plan this time is indeed perfect, but there is one thing I don't understand. Why do you want to leave all of them alive? So this is what you want to ask. Qin Feiyong and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled. What are you guys planning? The king and the human race's supreme being were also suspicious. Can you keep it a secret first? Qin Feiyong laughed. The corners of their mouths twitched. The white-eyed wolf grinned and said, When the time is right, I promise to give you guys a big surprise. Surprise? When I see it, it might turn into shock. The divine king rolled his eyes. Maybe. The white-eyed wolf nodded. When the 3 heard this, their faces were full of helplessness. It seemed that they couldn't get anything out of him. The king asked, Then what's the next step of your plan? Qin Feiyong pondered for a while and said with a smile, I don't have the next step for the time being. I plan to rest for a while. Rest? The 3 of them were stunned. This answer was really a little unexpected. They thought that this group of little guys would take advantage of Neptune's absence to pursue the victory and completely overthrow the Sea Clan. They didn't expect that they would choose to rest at this time. Since we entered the Divine Kingdom, we have been dealing with the 3 major clans. During this time, we have been constantly competing with the Beast Clan and the Sea Clan. To be honest, we are a little tired. Qin Feiyong shook his head and smiled. So you also know how to feel tired. The Divine King looked at Qin Feiyong in amusement. I am also a human, okay? Qin Feiyong was speechless. Are you a human? The Divine King asked and shook his head. No, you are a little monster. Qin Feiyong's mouth twitched. Fine. Rest if you want. It is also a good time to adjust your state and deal with the people of the Central Dynasty. The Divine King said. I think so too. Qin Feiyong nodded. The conversation ended. The Divine King pondered for a while and said with a smile, Then we will send more people to search for these little bastards. After all, we have to make it look good. How about this? We will let those spies take full responsibility. First, it will show our trust in them. Second, it will prevent them from suspecting us. The king smiled. The Divine King and the human Jizun nodded. Preposterous. Qin Feiyong, Golden Wing Wolf King, Long Qin, if I don't kill you, I am not human. Dragon God Mountain. The more the Dragon God thought about it, the angrier he became. He was about to go crazy. First, they used Ji Tianfeng's death to make him the target of public criticism. Now, they schemed against him behind his back and became the target of the Oceanids' resentment. One after another, they did not even give him time to catch his breath. They are obviously trying to kill you. The golden tiger beside him also had a gloomy expression. On one hand, he was angry. On the other hand, he was afraid. He was angry because of Qin Feiyang and the others' vicious plan. He was afraid because Qin Feiyang and the others did not want to give the dragon god a way out. Don't worry. I will not be defeated so easily. Besides, Neptune is a reasonable person. He will believe me. I asked you to check their whereabouts. How is it? The dragon god asked. They are like ghosts. They appear in the West Continent, the South Continent, and the Oceanids. The golden tiger smiled bitterly. If these people had a base, it would not be difficult to find them with the power of the beast race. But the problem now was that this group of people were all intruders. He could settle down anywhere he wanted. Moreover, they had nothing to worry about in the divine kingdom. They wanted to find a hostage to threaten them, but there was no chance. It seems that we can only wait for the people of the central dynasty to arrive. Bastard! Let them be proud for a while. The dragon god clenched his fists. Black Tortoise Realm. Ancient Castle. Qin Feiyang and the other two entered the cultivation room, looked at the 20 sea gods, and smiled. You guys are finally reunited. Shouldn't you thank me for giving you this opportunity to reunite? The 20 sea gods were filled with monstrous anger. At the same time, Sky Peng was shocked to the extreme. How long had it been? All the sea gods of the Oceanids had become Qin Feiyang's captives. At this moment, he couldn't help but think in his heart, what kind of existence did they provoke? Kill us if you have the ability. The blood-winged sea god roared. Kill you? Then it's as you wish. Qin Feiyang chuckled. I don't believe that you can really trap us here for the rest of our lives. When Lord Neptune returns, it will be your doomsday. The black-winged sea god grinned. Don't worry about this. I will definitely not imprison you for the rest of your lives. After I complete my purpose, I will naturally release you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Purpose? Sky Peng and the group of sea gods were surprised. What purpose did he have to imprison them for? What about the rest of our people? The white-winged sea god said in a deep voice. They are not dead. They are imprisoned somewhere like you. Maybe I will release them in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. These words made Sky Peng and the group of sea gods even more confused. Not killing them, just imprisoning them? What kind of trick was this person playing? You guys just stay here and rest. Qin Feiyang smiled, then turned around and left the cultivation room with the white-eyed wolf and descended above the soul-sealing valley. There are so many sea tribe members. I wonder how many ultimate mysteries they have? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. It may far exceed our expectations. Qin Feiyang smiled. Even if only half of the sea tribe members mastered one ultimate mystery, it would still be 200,000 to 300,000. Taking another step back. Even if only a small half of the sea tribe members mastered ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws, they would still be able to obtain tens of thousands of ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. And the 6,000 dark guards plus Pei Tianhong, Wang Xiaojie, the 5-clawed golden dragon and the other beasts only needed about 30,000 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. Maybe there would still be a lot left by then. The rest could be brought back to the Sky Cloud realm and let the Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, the Little Rabbit, Yunzeng, the Masked Shura and the others merge with them. As expected, his decision to come to the Divine Kingdom was the right one. If he didn't come to the Divine Kingdom, even if Long Qin agreed to help him, he wouldn't be able to find his target. Bitch, why don't we go and find your big brother now? The white-eyed wolf couldn't wait and asked Long Qin. Chapter 4154. What's the hurry? Are you afraid they'll run away? Long Qin rolled his eyes at him. Isn't this to prevent any accidents from happening? Let's talk about it later. The white-eyed wolf leaned close to Long Qin's ear and whispered, the sooner we deprive them of their ultimate meaning, the sooner we confuse them. When the time comes to face the central dynasty, we'll have more confidence. That makes sense. Long Qin nodded and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, asking, I've also contributed a lot, right? Qin Feiyang was taken aback for a moment. then smiled and said, "Just say what you want to say." "I want to fuse all the ultimate meanings," Long Qin secretly said. "All the ultimate meanings?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "I've already mastered 6 ultimate meanings of supreme laws, and there are still several ultimate meanings of supreme laws that I haven't mastered yet. Moreover, I can't abandon the ordinary ultimate meanings of supreme laws." Long Qin transmitted his voice. "This is such a good opportunity. Why don't we take the opportunity to fuse all the ultimate meanings?" The white-eyed wolf slapped his head. Whether it was the Sky Cloud realm or the Divine Kingdom, there was no one who had mastered all the ultimate meanings. All the ultimate meanings referred to all the supreme laws and all the ordinary laws. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded. He still had several supreme laws that he hadn't mastered yet. For example, the Devour Law, the Nothingness Law, and the Law of Light and Darkness. As for the ordinary ultimate meanings, he was still far from mastering them. If he could master all the ultimate meanings, he would truly stand at the pinnacle of cultivation. "What do you think?" Long Qin asked. "Who's with whom now? What's mine is yours. You're welcome." Qin Feiyang laughed. "At least you have some conscience. I'll go find Big Brother now. If he doesn't want to come out, I'll drag him here directly." Long Qin turned around and rushed toward the Devil's Land. Qin Feiyang and White-Eyed Wolf looked at each other, their eyes filled with anticipation. The White-Eyed Wolf was bewildered. He pondered for a while and then sent his voice to Shi Yan. "Little Qin Zi, if we do that, the others will follow us and fuse all the ultimate powers Upanishads. Should we hold back then? For example?" Qin Feiyang asked. Long Qin doesn't need to say anything. Without his help, even if there are so many oceanic species in front of us, we can only watch helplessly. So, if he wants it, we must satisfy him unconditionally. However, if people like Mu Tianyang, Mu Qin, Fiend Ancestor, and Dong Jinyang also master all the ultimate profoundness, we won't be able to suppress them if they turn against us in the future. I feel that letting them grasp the will of the heavenly Tao is already doing them justice. There's no need to fuse all the ultimate mysteries. White-Eyed Wolf transmitted his voice. "You still haven't let down your guard against them." Qin Feiyang snickered. "Do you dare to say that you completely trust them now?" White-Eyed Wolf asked. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said to himself, "I can't say that I completely trust them, but at least I'm not wary of them now. Anyway, I just feel that we have to guard against some things." White-Eyed Wolf muttered to himself. "I understand what you're saying. However, if they see that we've all mastered the ultimate mysteries, but they haven't, they might be displeased. I'm afraid that it'll backfire." Qin Feiyang was worried. "That means that they're really White-Eyed Wolf. Think about it. How did they obtain their strongest battle souls? We helped them obtain them. Of course, Dong Jinyang is a different story. He won the Eye of Destiny with his own abilities and character. But if you hadn't allowed them to stay in the Black Tortoise world all these years, and if we hadn't protected them, would they have survived until now? I'm afraid that they would have died long ago. We'll talk about it later. Where did the ultimate mysteries that they've fused come from? We gave them those ultimate mysteries. If they still don't know how to be grateful and come to hate us, then I'll be really pissed. I'll strip them of their ultimate mysteries." White-Eyed Wolf snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. White-Eyed Wolf's words made sense. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang said to himself, "Why don't we use this opportunity to test their attitude?" "What do you mean?" White-Eyed Wolf was suspicious. "Let's exclude them first and see what their attitude is. If they really hate us because of this, then we won't give them any more resources. However, if they're satisfied and grateful to us, then we'll fulfill their wishes." Qin Feiyang thought to himself. "That works too. If that's the case, then it doesn't matter if we fulfill their wishes." White-Eyed Wolf nodded his head. In fact, Qin Feiyang didn't care what he did. However, White-Eyed Wolf was his best brother and most reliable partner. He had to respect White-Eyed Wolf's decision. In other words, this was a big family. He wasn't the only one who had the final say. Everyone had the right to express their opinions. "Girl, Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you wait for me to come out of seclusion? I think you're becoming more and more like White-Eyed Wolf. At this time, accompanied by a complaining voice, Long Chen dragged Long Chen over. Long Chen had a helpless look on her face. Don't talk nonsense. You make it sound like I've led her astray. White-Eyed Wolf glared at her. Long Chen rolled her eyes. Do you think you're a good person? That's right. That's pure nonsense. Who is he and who am I? How can he be compared with me? Long Chen looked at White-Eyed Wolf with a look of disdain. Brother, you have a bad temper. White-Eyed Wolf was annoyed. I gave you some color, and you started a dye factory? Calm down, calm down. Don't forget that she has the angel sword. Qin Feiyang reminded him secretly. White-Eyed Wolf's face froze. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Otherwise, it would be too ungentlemanly. In fact, he was afraid of being beaten up. Long Chen pointed at the hundreds of thousands of remnant souls that were trapped and said with a smile, Brother, look, the prey has been prepared for you. You just need to move your little hands. It's no trouble. So many? When Long Chen looked over, he was filled with shock. How is it? This is all my credit. Your sister didn't let you down, did she? Long Chen smiled proudly. Shameless. White-Eyed Wolf muttered. Long Chen raised her eyebrows and immediately stared fiercely at White-Eyed Wolf, as if saying, If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll cut you. Long Chen looked quite surprised when he saw White-Eyed Wolf and Long Chen. This unruly and lawless wolf cub was actually so afraid of his younger sister? It seemed that even if he was not here, the person who would suffer would not be Xiao Qin. Of course, it would not be Long Chen. It had always been White-Eyed Wolf who was at a disadvantage. Over the years, White-Eyed Wolf had been beaten up by Long Chen many times. The key was, White-Eyed Wolf could only wait to be beaten up. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Chen and said with a smile, If you really don't want to now, then we'll talk about it after you come out of seclusion. Don't. I've brought her here. Aren't you deliberately undermining me by saying this now? Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. I say, Qin, when did you become so like-minded with them? Long Chen turned to look at Long Chen. This younger sister of his had changed so much that she was no ordinary person. No way. I'm definitely still on your side. Long Chen giggled. Long Chen shook his head speechlessly. He looked at the remnant souls and said with a wry smile, This is a lot of work. 560,000 members of the Sea clan. Just thinking about it was terrifying. So you have to work hard. Long Chen waved her small fist and said encouragingly, Silly girl. Long Chen knocked on her head and nodded, Okay, I'll work hard. Thank you, brother. Hearing this, Long Chen left and hugged Long Chen's arm coquettishly. Long Chen rubbed her head lovingly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, However, to strip their laws, we still need them to reconstruct their bodies. So, you have to ask the mermaid princess to come as well. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, the mermaid princess immediately appeared beside him. What's wrong? The mermaid princess had been in seclusion to comprehend the laws. Now that Qin Feiyang suddenly brought her here, she was a little stunned. Help them reconstruct their bodies. But don't repair their sea of qi. Qin Feiyang smiled. And don't repair their divine souls. It's fine as long as they have consciousness. Long Chen also reminded. The people here were basically all paragon sovereigns. If their divine souls were completely repaired, it would be very troublesome to control them. This was because even if he used the soul control technique, if the other party's divine soul was not damaged, the other party's resistance might cause him to suffer a backlash. But the mermaid princess nodded. The eye of life opened. Endless life energy surged toward the barrier. A shocking scene immediately appeared. The hundreds of thousands of Sea Tribe members who were left with only remnant souls were reconstructing their bodies at a speed visible to the naked eye. One had to know. For creatures of this level, even with the time array, it would take hundreds of years to repair their bodies. But now, with the help of the Eye of Life, in just a few blinks of an eye, their bodies were completely reconstructed. As expected, none of the strongest battle souls were undeserved. As their bodies were reconstructed and their remnant souls were slightly repaired, the hundreds of thousands of Sea Tribe members gradually regained consciousness. When they saw the unfamiliar surroundings, they immediately panicked. What was this place? The underworld? When they saw Qin Feiyang and the others outside the barrier, their faces were immediately filled with fear. The scene that happened on the Sea God's Island immediately appeared in their minds. In other words, they were not dead. However, they were not happy at all. Because, although they were not dead, falling into the hands of this group of demons was probably more painful than death. Don't be nervous. We won't hurt you. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. The hundreds of thousands of Sea Tribe members were frightened. The way he bared his teeth was a little creepy no matter how they looked at it. Don't struggle. If you struggle, you will all die. Long Qin stared at the group of people and said coldly. Then he looked at Long Chen and urged, "Brother, hurry up." Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. How many ultimate laws would these hundreds of thousands of Sea Tribe members have? They were even a little nervous in their hearts. Chapter 4155. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. All of them were more impatient than anyone else. However, hundreds of thousands of oceanic species were indeed worth looking forward to. He placed his hands in front of his chest and began to form seals. What are you trying to do? A group of young men and women in their 20s stared at them in horror. You'll know soon enough. White-eyed wolf grinned. Before he finished speaking, Long Chen waved his hand and blood-red seals appeared one after another. Feeling the strange aura emitted by the blood-red seals, hundreds of thousands of oceanic species couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Lord Neptune won't let you go. Someone roared. From their expressions, it was obvious that it wasn't something good. Neptune. You don't have to worry about that. Long Qin sneered. Even at this point, they still wanted to threaten them? He had never seen such a naive person. At the same time, Long Chen's eyes flashed and 100 blood-red seals flew into the barrier and disappeared into the heads of the 100 people. Can only control 100 people at a time? White-eyed wolf frowned. The soul-controlling technique is different from other control techniques. It consumes a large amount of mental energy. Long Chen nodded. No wonder you said it's a big project. White-eyed wolf suddenly understood. He could only control 100 oceanic species at a time. There were a total of 5 to 600,000 here. In this way, he would need 5 to 6,000 times to control all of them. 5 to 6,000 times, how long would that take? Fortunately, the Black Tortoise world had a time array. Even if it took a few years or decades, it would only be a short while outside. As the soul-controlling technique was successfully completed, the 100 oceanic species immediately became obedient and respectfully knelt in the void. They looked at Long Chen and said, "Greetings, Master." When the other oceanic species saw this scene, their eyes were filled with shock. So they were being controlled. Let them come out. Long Chen looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the 100 people under his control immediately appeared outside the barrier. Long Chen looked at the 100 members of the oceanic tribes and ordered, "Extract your ultimate Upanishads." The 100 people nodded respectfully. Among them, most of them were middle-aged, a small portion of them were elderly, and a small portion of them were young. Once Long Chen's words came out, they did not hesitate at all and immediately began to strip off their respective laws. However, the members of the oceanic tribe inside the spirit formation were horrified when they saw this. So the purpose of controlling them was to strip them of their ultimate meaning? How could such a thing happen? One had to know. For existences at their level, ordinary control-type secret techniques could control their lives, but they could not control their thoughts. However, at this moment, the 100 people who were being controlled did not hesitate at all when they heard Long Chen's words. There were no signs of struggle at all. Just like a puppet, they obeyed his every command. It was hard to imagine. What kind of control-type secret technique was this? I'd rather die than lose the ultimate Upanishad and hand it over to them. Someone roared. It was hysterical. As soon as these words came out, almost all the members of the Oceanic tribe had the thought of destroying their own divine soul. This undoubtedly showed the importance of the soul control technique. Without the soul control technique, these members of the Oceanic tribe would not be willing to hand over their ultimate meaning. Not to mention these members of the Oceanic tribe, any living being in the world would not be willing to strip off their ultimate meaning and give it to others. Without Long Chen's help, it would be meaningless no matter how many living beings Qin Feiyang and the others captured. However, want to destroy their own divine soul? Was it possible? This idea was a little naive. It was not difficult to capture them. Would Qin Feiyang and the others give them the chance to destroy their own divine soul? The white-eyed wolf and Long Qin immediately entered the spirit formation. Their aura rolled out and directly suppressed hundreds of thousands of members of the Oceanic tribe. At this moment, regardless of whether they were men or women, their eyes were filled with despair. They were like lambs pressed on the chopping board, unable to do anything but wait for the butcher's knife to fall. A moment passed. Finally, 100 members of the Oceanic tribe stripped off their ultimate meaning. Qin Feiyang and the others looked up and their eyes were filled with surprise. The first batch of 100 Oceanic clansmen had a total of 106 ultimate profundities of ultimate laws. On average, everyone had an ultimate meaning of the ultimate meaning. As for ordinary ultimate meaning, there were undoubtedly more. More than 300. There were all kinds of ultimate meaning. 100 members of the Oceanic tribe and we obtained more than 400 ultimate meanings? How much will we get when we strip them all? They could not help but feel excited just thinking about it. It is indeed a little beyond imagination. Long Chen was also deeply shocked. The Sea God's Island was indeed worthy of being the sacred land of the Oceanic tribe. Immediately, he did not stop and began to control the next batch of members of the Oceanic tribe. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and urged, "Xiao Shui, Li Zhongxing, Old Poison, they are all experienced in this area. Quickly call them over and help count." Qin Feiyang nodded. With a thought, Xiao Shui and the other two appeared beside him. Seeing the ultimate meaning floating in the air, the three were dumbfounded. "Don't just stand there. Quickly count," the white-eyed wolf said. The three nodded. They were indeed experienced. Xiao Shui waved her hand and a desk appeared. She immediately sat beside the desk and took out a brand new account book. The ultimate meaning of the space-time law, the ultimate meaning of the sword law, the old poison and Li Zhongxing were counting and shouting at the same time. Xiao Shui quickly recorded it in the book. Because when they traded with the undead in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, they were the ones who counted, categorized, and recorded it. All of a sudden, it was bustling here. "Young master." The old poison counted and looked at Qin Feiyang with a flattering smile on his old face. "You don't have to say anything. I understand. After it is over, you can choose whatever you want. As long as it can be used and not wasted, it is fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. "Thank you, young master." The old poison was overjoyed. Li Zhongxing and Xiao Shui were also full of joy. This was a great opportunity. It was something that others didn't even dare to dream of. Following this young master, their future was indeed limitless. Very soon, the incident in Soul Sealing Valley alarmed everyone in the Devil's Land. Everyone ran over. Even Mu Qing and the others, who were in seclusion, couldn't resist the impulse in their hearts. Without exception, when they arrived at the Soul Sealing Valley and saw the ultimate mysteries, they were all excited. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, and the demon ancestor. His eyes flickered. In fact, the demon ancestor was trustworthy now. Mu Qing's attitude had also been clear. Mu Tianyang was the only exception. Although it was Mu Qing's decision to scheme against Dong Xingyang last time, and Mu Tianyang had also criticized Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang had never made a very clear statement and let go of the grudges in his heart. Moreover, with Qin Feiyang's understanding of Mu Tianyang, this person wouldn't let go so easily. Therefore, he couldn't judge what Mu Tianyang would do in the future. Mu Tianyang was the owner of the evil eye. If he really plotted against everyone behind their backs, no one dared to imagine the consequences. To be safe, it was better to test it out first. Of course. If Mu Tianyang chose to fall out with him after the battle with the Divine Kingdom, it didn't matter. He was worried that if Mu Tianyang stabbed him in the back at the critical moment of the battle with the Divine Kingdom, then he wouldn't even have a place to cry. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Little Qin Zi, how do you plan to arrange these ultimate mysteries?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't he asking the obvious? The white-eyed wolf quietly winked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang understood. It turned out that the white-eyed wolf was going to test Mu Tianyang and the other two. After understanding, Qin Feiyang was also very cooperative. He lowered his head and pretended to think for a moment. Then he said with a smile, "Let everyone merge with the 6,000 secret guards first and see if there are any left in the end." "We also have a share?" The 6,000 secret guards were stunned. "Of course." Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "This is prepared for you, and all of you must master the will of heaven." The 6,000 secret guards looked at each other. This was specially prepared for them? In the past, they were just the secret guards of the Blood Hall. Although the secret guards of the Blood Hall used to be feared in the Western continent, they were nothing in front of Qin Feiyang. To be honest, they never thought that Qin Feiyang would prepare ultimate mysteries for them, because in their opinion, they were not qualified. But they never thought that Qin Feiyang not only did not forget them, but also prepared to let them merge with the ultimate mysteries of the 6 strongest laws and master the will of heaven. The will of heaven? They couldn't help but be excited at the thought of it. "Am I dreaming? Hit me and see if it hurts." A secret guard grabbed a good friend next to him and said, "Smith." His good friend immediately slapped him. "You really hit me?" The secret guard's face darkened. "Does it hurt?" his good friend asked. The other secret guards also stared at him. The secret guard nodded. "Then it's not a dream. Thank you, young master. In the future, we will definitely do our best for young master until our last breath." The 6,000 secret guards came back to their senses and immediately knelt in the void and shouted, "You should really work hard for young master." Thinking about the past, whether it was when you went to Sky Cloud Island to cultivate or later on, young master never forgot you. Wang Changyuan said with a smile. "That's right. Young master has long left us. We can't let young master down." The other secret guard commanders also said one after another. The 6,000 secret guards nodded heavily. "Don't make it sound so serious. We are a big family, sharing honor and disgrace. If I don't take care of you, should I take care of outsiders?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "Big family, sharing honor and disgrace," the 6,000 secret guards murmured. It turned out that in the eyes of the young master, they were not subordinates but family. They were very touched. Where could they find such a good young master? If they still had any thoughts of betrayal, it would be really intolerable. Chapter 4156. Qin Feiyang looked at the others. For example, the big black wolf, the 5-clawed golden dragon, Wang Xiaojie, Qin Qin, Long Tianyu, and Xia Yuan, the former general under his ancestor. Not only the Dark Guards, but all of you must also master the will of the heavenly Tao in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Master, you're so nice. You're simply my idol." Wang Xiaojie immediately hugged Qin Feiyang's arm excitedly and grinned. "You're so talkative." Qin Feiyang shook his head and scolded with a smile. The Mermaid Emperor laughed hoarsely and said, "Old men like us don't need it. Look at what you're saying. I can forget everyone else, but I can't forget you old men." Qin Feiyang looked at the Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged Emperor, the White-Winged Emperor, and the Sword Emperor. "Isn't that a waste? I'll say it again. If you really think we're bored, hurry up and make a few babies. This is better than giving us more ultimate mysteries." The Black-Winged Emperor laughed. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched as he looked at the Mermaid Princess. The Mermaid Princess lowered her head and blushed. "We're already an old couple. Why are you still embarrassed? It seems that you two really don't have much affection for each other." The White-Winged Emperor shook his head. The Black-Winged Emperor moved closer to Qin Feiyang and whispered, "Brat, do you want me to teach you a few moves?" I guarantee that your life as a couple will be more perfect and happy. Hearing this, even Qin Feiyang's face couldn't help but turn red. He smiled bitterly and said, "Old ancestor, can you not make fun of us? You're taking my kindness for granted." The black-winged emperor was dissatisfied. "It's not like that. Isn't there still senior brother Crazy and the white-eyed wolf? Look at them. They haven't gotten married yet. If you really have nothing to do, you can help them plan first." Qin Feiyang hurriedly shifted the cannon fire. Hearing this, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Fire Dance, and Zhou Shaoxian immediately glared at Qin Feiyang. "Huh." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, "Back to the topic, after everyone has fused with the ultimate profound and grasped the will of the great path, if there are any remaining ultimate profound, I plan to let a few people grasp all of them." All ultimate profound meanings? Everyone was stunned. That's right. Regardless of whether it's an ultimate law or an ordinary law, as long as it's a law, I'll be able to grasp it. Qin Feiyang nodded. All laws, everyone murmured. Their eyes were filled with yearning. To tell the truth, no one could remain indifferent to this kind of thing. The ultimate profundities of all laws. Once he succeeded, he would become a true pinnacle existence. Mu Qing asked, "Do you have a list of names in your mind now?" "There is a preliminary list. Long Qin. Needless to say, this is what they deserve. The others are me, White-Eyed Wolf, Senior Brother Frenzy, Li Feng, and..." As Qin Feiyang spoke, he scanned the people around him. "Master, there's me. Wang Xiaojie patted his chest, as if he was afraid that he would be forgotten by Qin Feiyang. "Forget it. I'm still worried that when you become stronger in the future, you'll deceive your master and destroy your ancestors." Qin Feiyang said. "Deceive my master and destroy my ancestors?" Wang Xiaojie's expression stiffened, and he immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Am I that kind of person? Master, if you say that, then I'll be really sad." "Go away." Qin Feiyang glared at him and said with a smile, "There's also Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan. Because they have followed me for many years, this is what they deserve. Of course, there's also my wife." Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess and sighed, "All these years, I owe her too much. I hope to do everything possible to make it up to her, although I don't know if she will care about this." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Although on the surface, the mermaid princess didn't do anything earth-shattering, one had to know that a man who could make a living in peace outside was inseparable from the woman behind him. At the very least, no matter what Qin Feiyang did all these years, the mermaid princess didn't interfere and chose to silently support him. Even if Qin Feiyang didn't want to have children, she never complained. Just imagine. After marriage, which woman didn't want a crystallization of love? So, this attitude of the mermaid princess was the greatest support for Qin Feiyang. Of course. And Fire Lotus, Pai Lupi, Theta Wang. Qin Feiyang looked at the three of Fire Lotus and smiled. "Although all these years, you didn't help us kill our enemies outside, but you helped me the most. You helped to manage the Black Tortoise world and did your best, allowing me to have no worries. It can be said that you are my backing." "Don't say that, it's what we should do. If it wasn't for your appreciation, your trust, we would probably still be a small pawn of the City Lord's mansion. We might even have died." Pai Lupi and Theta Wang hurriedly said. Wang Changyuan smiled and said, "This principle is telling us that no matter how small a person is, as long as he meets a talent scout, he can become a good steed." "What kind of good steed are we?" "It's pure luck." The two laughed dryly. Mu Qing looked at Pai Lupi and Theta Wang, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Are these the people on your list?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Think carefully, did you forget anything?" Mu Qing asked, unwilling to give up. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and shook his head. "All right." Mu Qing nodded, with a trace of disappointment in her eyes. Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor looked at each other. The demon ancestor appeared to be very indifferent, but Mu Tianyang's eyes also had a trace of disappointment. "There's nothing to see, go back and continue your seclusion." Mu Tianyang patted Mu Qing's shoulder. "Okay." Mu Qing nodded. The two smiled at Qin Feiyang, then turned and left. The demon ancestor saw everything. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, then I'll return to the devil's land first. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The demon ancestor nodded to the others, then turned and chased after Mu Qing and Theta Wang. Looking at the backs of the three leaving, Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Qin Feiyang immediately released his perception, secretly spying on the three. In the sky above a mountain, the demon ancestor caught up, looked at Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang, and said with a smile, "What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood?" "It's all right." Mu Qing waved her hand. "Is it because of what happened before?" The demon ancestor asked with a smile. Mu Tianyang glanced at the demon ancestor, shook his head, and said, "Nothing can escape your eyes." "My eyes are fiery, okay?" The demon ancestor smiled helplessly. "Actually, I don't feel uncomfortable. These ultimate mysteries were obtained by Qin Feiyang and the others. How they arrange it is their business. We have no right to interfere. But I just feel that even people like Pai Lupi and Theta Wang can obtain all the ultimate mysteries. Why can't we? We all have the strongest fighting souls. Whether it's strength or potential, we are stronger than them." Mu Tianyang pursed his lips. "You still say you don't feel uncomfortable. I think you just feel unbalanced." "Yes. You're right. In terms of strength and potential, Pai Lupi and the others can't compare to us. Even people like Li Feng, Fire Lotus, and Pei Tianhong are miles away from us. But you have to understand one thing. How much have they sacrificed for Qin Feiyang? Let's put it this way. If you were the ruler of the Black Tortoise world, with people like Pai Lupi and Theta Wang helping you wholeheartedly, what would you do?" The demon ancestor asked. Mu Tianyang was slightly taken aback. After pondering for a while, he said, "I would definitely give them the best." That's right. Contribution isn't something that can only be shown on the battlefield. No matter who it is, no matter what it is, the contribution that is made behind the scenes is the most worthy of respect. The demon ancestor smiled. "Then, don't you feel uncomfortable at all?" Mu Tianyang asked. Thinking back to the past, the harm that I caused to Qin Feiyang and the Great Qin, I have always felt guilty. To be honest, to be able to obtain the 6 ultimate mysteries and merge with the will of heaven, I am already very satisfied. The demon ancestor smiled. Mu Tianyang looked at the demon ancestor in a daze. He shook his head and sighed, "You've really changed. You've changed so much that I don't even recognize you anymore." "From the moment I was reborn, I had already changed," the demon ancestor said. "Back then, if not for Qin Yuan's help to revive us through the gate of rebirth, we would have already reincarnated. How could we have the chance to live such a wonderful life now?" Mu Qing nodded. Mu Tianyang looked at Mu Qing in surprise. "Even this brat had changed?" "Actually, there's nothing that you can't figure out. We all know what's bothering you. Between you and Qin Feiyang, it's because of the fall of the Mu family and Xin Mei's death. But have you ever thought about how much damage you caused to the Great Qin in the past? This is all karma. An eye for an eye. As for the grudge between you and Qin Badian, there's a saying that every grievance has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. You have to go to Qin Badian and not Qin Feiyang, right?" The demon ancestor said with a smile. "I agree to. If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? I didn't know in the past, but now, I'm suddenly enlightened. The past will only become shackles that bind me. I won't hide it from you. Now that I've let go of everything, I feel much more relaxed." Mu Qing smiled. When Mu Tianyang heard this, he fell silent. After a long while, he looked up at the sky, nodded, and sighed, "You're right. There's no need to dwell on the past. Living in the present, living happily and freely is the greatest respect for life." The demon ancestor and Mu Qing looked at each other, and a trace of a smile appeared in their eyes. They had finally seen through it. However, Mu Tianyang changed the topic and snorted coldly, "This Qin Baden, I treated him as a brother, but he destroyed my Tianyang empire and made me the ruler of a fallen country. I have to bear this shame. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely fight him. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Ah, the demon ancestor laughed and hugged Mu Tianyang's shoulder. He teased, "Who told you to be a tyrant in the past? If you really say that, then wouldn't Lu Xingyang and I have to fight with you? After all, we didn't like what you did back then." "Sure. Then from now on, you guys can come at me together." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Mu Tianyang raised his head with a proud and unyielding attitude.